Second part is here guys, if you enjoy then like this video for more parts. Chapter 75. Someone raided my spirit crystal mine. Gu Xiu had just arranged the matter of the spirit crystal mine and came back when he received the news of being attacked. Immediately weak and furious. Looking for death. Marksman, kill me. Gu Xiu turned his gaze again and saw Zhang Feng's troops at a glance. There are a few tiger-headed men among the group of orcs, which are exactly the same as the tiger-headed men who were exterminated not long ago. Multiple arrows. The elf sharpshooter did not wait for Gu Xiu's order, and started to return fire with his arrows. With terrifying hand speed, the whole person turned into a phantom, and hundreds of arrows shot out in an instant. Before Zhang Feng and others laughed, the arrow split in the air. In the blink of an eye, it turns into thousands of arrows, flying all over the sky. It was black and dense, and countless arrows shot out from behind before the arrows in front hit the ground. Cover the sky and block out the sun like 1,000 armies. What? The Lord of the Orc Alliance, who was still laughing just now, suddenly screamed in horror, and the arrows that covered the sky seemed to appear out of thin air. 1 second, a group of dwarves were slaughtered by them, and the next second, arrows covering the sky and the sun were flying towards them. It's the archers, those 10 archers. Zhang Feng was very impressed with the sharp-eyed, tall elf. Pointing at the 10 elves 367, the archer screamed. Kill them! A group of lords were frightened, although they don't know the attack power of these arrows for the time being. But just relying on the terror that blocks the sky and the sun, it is enough to scare people to death. Especially when looking at the elf archer, the archer's hands almost danced like phantoms. Bows and arrows have turned into machine guns, even faster than machine guns. 70 or 80 arrows are fired in 1 second, and the arrows split immediately after leaving the bow. One branch becomes 10 branches, forming a scene that blocks the sky and the sun in an instant. How agile is my attack speed! A group of lords gasped, feeling cold sweat all over their bodies. Judging by the rate of fire, the attack may be underestimated. How many arrows does this have to have? Zhang Feng's scalp was numb, and he recalled the fear of being dominated by death again. Feeling unwell for a while, I gave a chill and quit the sharing wisely. Whoosh! The arrows shot down, piercing the bodies of all kinds of orcs fiercely. Countless orcs suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground. The dense sound of death sounds rang in the ears of a group of territories, and Zheng people fell down in pieces like non-vegetables cut by a sickle. Hiss! A group of lords were stunned and gasped again. Looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, tens of thousands of troops are rapidly decreasing. Each arrow takes a life, less than half a second. Before the lords of the Orc Alliance could react, more than half of their troops had died. A sense of fear suddenly rose in everyone's heart, looking at the soldiers that fell like wheat. Immediately my eyes are red. What kind of monster is this shit? Retreat, retreat quickly. BD Zhang Feng, is this the elf you mentioned? Dozens of arrows per second, and each arrow is split into 10, hundreds of arrows per second. 10 elves are thousands, run away. Drafting Zhang Feng, where is Zhang Feng? BD, you're running away today, retreat quickly. Can't go, fight with them. The orc lord roared crazily, seeing that Zhang Feng ran away without making a sound. Immediately he was furious, but at the moment he didn't bother to scold Zhang Feng. You must know that in order to win this medium-sized spirit crystal mine, they have dispatched almost all their troops. And now the army representing their family is being slaughtered quickly, even the heroes can't resist such a trace. However, before they made a unified decision, more than 12,000 legions were killed and wounded. In less than 2 seconds, tens of thousands of arrows were shot from the hands of the elf sharpshooter. Each arrow can instantly kill a target, and the violence output is appalling. What? It hurts. Nima, please forgive me. A group of lords felt the extreme pleasure that Zhang Feng once enjoyed, the severe pain of being torn apart and literally dying. Drive them crazy. In 2 seconds, tens of thousands of enemies were killed or injured. At the entrance of the mine, the three of An Miao I were dumbfounded. The Goblin Lord, the Pangolin Lord, and a fire crow squeezed out looked at the elves frantically. Nothing but shock in the eyes is worship. FK. 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 Ancient God. Ancient God. Too strong, 10 people can instantly kill 10,000 people. Gu Xiu, I love you. The three of them blushed with excitement and screamed wildly. Anyone who saw this shocking scene would have their heart beat wildly and couldn't hold it back. An Miao I was even more excited and screamed like a little girl. If it wasn't for the scene, I'm afraid I couldn't help hugging Gu Xiu and kissed madly. Niu X, broken sound. Conferred God. Definitely conferred God. Ancient God. Ancient God. FG Ancient God. It's too strong, no 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 no, I'm going to get wet. The Pangolin Lord is also a girl, she is more excited now. An Miao I was just showing her love wildly, but she said it more bluntly, and even sent a private message to Gu Xiu to ask Gu Xiu to go to her territory. Old God, come quickly, you can do whatever you want. Ahem. Gu Xiu coughed again and again, feeling quite agitated. Speaking of which, I haven't gone on a date with a Peking University belle last time, and there is another one who claims to be a mother and daughter. Didn't expect another one to come. Do you want to take the time to go? Gu Xiu was quite moved to think that this kind of thing is not like others. You can't use arms to do it for you, you need the Lord to go in person. What does this mean? Needless to say, he will not risk his life with his sperm. The ghost knows what kind of weird skills or talents the other party has. It's not a problem at all to have some horrible innate talents or skills among tens of billions of people. Besides, wouldn't it be nice to have so many good-looking elves in the territory? Another day, another day. Gu Xiu coughed lightly and declined the Pangolin Lord's warm invitation. Okay, are you coming to my place or my door? The Pangolin Lord responded enthusiastically. Tonight. Come here. Facing the fierce attack of the Pangolin Lord, Gu Xiu was defeated again and again, shouting that he couldn't bear it. A group of lords crashed, miners started mining. Gu Xiu didn't take this matter to heart at all, and didn't even use reinforcements. However, the Beast Alliance is really quarreling now, and everyone has suffered heavy losses, and even some unlucky ghosts have been completely wiped out. Continuing event, obviously. Zhang Feng became a scapegoat. Drafting? Zhang Feng, is this the elf you mentioned? You are responsible for the paralysis. I lost the 802nd level Tauren, so you pay me. I already know what you are hiding from me, you are so fast when you start fighting. It hurts me to death, my paralyzed Zhang Feng will never end with you. A group of lords scolded frantically, and they knew that Zhang Feng was not to blame. But there was always something to vent. As the organizer, Zhang Feng was the first to escape at the last moment. Not suffering the pain of death, it became an excuse for their attacks. Hee, a bunch of idiots. Zhang Feng sneered, as if watching a farce. Although the loss was heavy this time, I also saw the true colors of these allies. When they proposed to redistribute the shares of the spirit crystal mine just now, he was chilled, and even hated these allies. I kindly provided a spirit crystal mine to share equally with you, but you all plan to jointly bully me because of my damaged strength? As a result, the car overturned too fast, and not only did the terrifying elf not leave. On the contrary, there were a few more. Who would believe it? As a result of this obviously force majeure factor, this group of so-called allies took advantage of it again. You actually put all the responsibility on him, do you really think he is easy to bully? What did you say? Drafting Zhang Feng, all of this was caused by you, how dare you do this? It's too much Zhang Feng, don't ask you to compensate us for all the losses, at least 1,000 spirit crystals per person is not too much, right? It's only 1,000, it's cheap for you. A group of lords were even more furious, and they all blamed. They even joined forces to blackmail Zhang Feng, so as to make up for their losses as much as possible. FKU, you dare to bully me like this when you're dead. Zhang Feng was furious, these people really regarded him as a persimmon. At this juncture, I still want to blackmail him. If Du Nima is almost dead, who is afraid of whom? What kind of rubbish alliance? This dog beep alliance doesn't matter. The more Zhang Feng thinks about it, the more angry he becomes. Joining the alliance is just for ordinary lords to report to the group to keep warm. Not here to be angry. 4.4 Anyway, no one can do anything without coordinates these days, who is afraid of whom? Leader Zhang Feng withdraws from the Orc Alliance. A reminder sounded, and a group of lords were dumbfounded. This guy has withdrawn from the alliance? What should we do? A group of lords looked at each other in blank dismay. Who did Zhang Feng seek revenge for? Damn, you can't take advantage of those elves. Directly expose the coordinates, we can't get the spirit crystal, and the elves don't think about it. The Tauren lord gritted his teeth and proposed. That's right, you can't just leave it like this. No matter how powerful the elves are, there is only one lord. I don't believe he can stop the lords of the entire Fengming mountain. Who knows who the elf lord is? Do not know. Why bother so much? Who he is, who he loves. Just do it. A group of lords quickly reached an agreement, and a message in the chat room began to ferment rapidly. Countless lords suddenly breathed heavily and became jealous. After discussions among countless lords in the chat room, more and more lords knew about it. In Fengming Mountain area, a medium-sized spirit crystal mine was occupied by an elf lord. The ore content is as high as tens of millions of spirit crystals. Chapter 76. Have you heard? A medium-sized spirit crystal mine appeared in Fengming Mountain, and it was taken over by an elf lord. You know what a fart, people's coordinates have exploded, a medium-sized top spirit crystal mine with an ore content of tens of millions of spirit crystals. What? Thousands of spirit crystals? Hiss. Hee, bragging, are you still bragging about this? Why don't you grab a fortune? He belongs to Fengming Mountain, and I am not Fengming Mountain, how do I get there? I'm so envious, why did we set up the Chenexai grassland? I heard that it was a spirit crystal mine without a mine guard beast. It was discovered by two groups at the same time, but the elf lord took the mine, and the other group exploded the coordinates unconvinced. Spiritual crystal mine without mine guard beasts? Nima actually has such a good thing. The Lord of Fengming Mountain is going to send out this time. I feel sorry for the elf lord for a minute, I'm afraid I can't keep it. _______. The chat channel was very hot, and countless lords were alarmed. Especially after a picture with naked spirit crystals everywhere was posted, all the lords were shocked. Especially the lords of the Fengming Mountain area, their eyes were reddened. Let's go, let's grab the spirit crystal. Whoever knocks down the spirit crystal mine with the beasts protecting the mines is the one who can do it, but the ones without the beasts should belong to our entire Fengming Mountain. Yes, we are just going to get back our own things, how can it be called robbery? Let's go, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink the soup when it's late. Let's go together, 10,000 spiritual crystals, there are too many people and not enough points. Throughout Fengming 09 Mountain, countless lords cheered excitedly. There are crowds of figures everywhere, excitedly rushing towards the exposed coordinates. In the face of huge interests, no one considers the idea of the elf lord. After all, there are so many of them, if the elf lords dare not follow suit. At this moment, countless lords, no matter what level or strength they are, seem to have formed a natural alliance. No one thinks that someone can eat a Chinook mine that is exposed to everyone's eyes. They all hold the idea of first come, first served, eat one bite and leave. Hurry to the COL. Soon dozens of lords gathered in the Lingjing mine, each bringing hundreds to thousands of troops. Looking at the mine with fiery eyes blocked by 10 elf archers. Brother, the spirit crystal mine is a part of the audience, let us go in, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. That's right, the spirit crystal mine is the spirit crystal mine for all of us, it's best to get out of the way. What are you talking about with him? After a while, other people will come and everyone will have nothing to eat. That's right, go ahead, if you dare to strike, we will destroy them. A group of lords became more and more excited when they saw the information about the spirit crystal mine. Didn't lie to them, there really is a spirit crystal mine. The recipient of the mine is indeed an elf lord. Orc Alliance, good man. At this time, everyone couldn't help shouting excitedly in their hearts, such a good thing could be encountered by them. How lucky! However, what responded to them was the counterattack of the elf sharpshooter. After being harassed by the Orc Alliance, Gu Xiu already knew that someone would come. But it's not worth consuming positioning radars for so few little bastards, and the number of radars is not enough. Therefore, an order was issued directly. If a lord is within a kilometer of the spirit crystal mine, don't worry, kill it directly. Whoosh! The densely packed arrows shot out, forming a group of arrows covering the sky and the sun in just 1 second. Under the horrified eyes of all the lords, all the arms within 1,000 meters were shot to the end. Instant kill. Hiss! The later lord suddenly shivered and took a breath, and hurriedly stopped 1,000 meters away. Don't dare to go one step further. 10 people kill 10,000 people instantly. What kind of skill is that? All arrows are fired. Aren't the elves a mere 5-star race? Why are they so against the sky? Who knows which lord this is? Isn't the strength too terrifying? FK, I finally know why the coordinates were exposed, this is so unbeatable. What are you afraid of? There are tens of thousands of lords behind. 10,000 of them can't be defeated by 100,000. When the big troops come, we still have our share. I don't believe it, this must be some kind of skill, it is impossible to continue to output, ah. Countless lords trembled, looking at the 10 elf sharpshooters in horror. The unbelieving lord decided to take a gamble, but as soon as he stepped within a kilometer. When a rain of arrows strikes, it will be taken away instantly and instantly killed. The other lords couldn't help taking a few steps back again and again, but they were unwilling to just retreat like this. He could only stand around 1,000 meters away and look at the 10 elves unwillingly. Yet? What kind of elf is this? It's a bit like a second-level elf archer but not like. An elf lord looked at the 10 marksmen in front of him in surprise, confused. Others heard about this and found out that the normal elf archers were dressed in green leather armor like leaves. With a rough wooden bow in his hand, although he is tall, he is not outstanding. And the 10 elves at the entrance of the mine, although they are all in green leather armor. But both the style and the quality must be strong, and the figure must be 10 centimeters taller. The green bow and arrow in his hand seems to have life, and the whole elf surpasses the elf archer in both temperament and appearance. Sharp ears, green hair, no doubt they are elves, but they are different. Could it be a more advanced race? Impossible, the third-tier elves are elf hunters. Could it be a mutation? Or some hidden arms? I just want to know who this is and what strength it is. Humph, it doesn't matter what type of army he is, if he doesn't know his face, then kill him. Just when everyone was discussing, an arrogant voice came from outside. The other lords hurriedly turned their heads to look, and immediately let out a cry. It's Lord Wang Teng, not weaker than Yetian's 8-star lord. Great, Lord Wang Teng is here, there is hope. I heard that Lord Wang Teng has just cleared an 80-level secret realm, and his strength has greatly increased. Not only that, Lord Wang Teng's alliance has also won 2 spirit crystal mines, and the other lords are responsible for mining and he is responsible for attacking the spirit crystal mines. Lord Wangteng has the qualifications of a great emperor. A group of people lifted their spirits and marveled at the science popularization, and the others all envied and worshipped. In the distance, a demon hero with a head and 2 feet walked quickly, followed by at least 4 or 5,000 demons. Among them, there are even Tier 3 demon hell knights. Wherever he went, the other lords immediately gave way. The 8-star lord was so terrifying. A mere elf, how can he dominate the medium-sized spirit crystal mine? Wangteng came to the front and smiled contemptuously, crossing the 1,000-meter red line and heading towards the mine. The other lords were overjoyed and prepared to keep up. The master said, "Within 1,000 meters, whoever crosses the line will die." Whoosh! The elf sharpshooter drank slightly jerky, watching the demon army crossing the line with a blank expression. Bend the bow and set the arrow and shoot out suddenly, 1 change into 10, 1 change into 1,000. In the blink of an eye, thousands of arrows split and appeared, shooting at the devil in an instant. Bold, charge! The face of the demon hero changed, although he was not afraid. Wangteng sneered in his heart as he ordered thousands of demons to charge forward facing the arrows. His demon arms are not comparable to those low-level garbage. Each of them has rough skin, thick flesh, high blood, and high defense. There is also a piece of Gu Xiu's Orange Lord equipment snapped up on the trading channel, which fully increases the defense of the entire team by 5,000. With this piece of equipment, other lords can't even break his defense. These arrows seem to be overwhelming, but in his opinion, they are just bluffing. Everything that cannot be broken is in vain. And once his demons charge over, 10 elves are not enough to sneeze. Next second, the arrow shot out through the body, and the body of the demon hero softened suddenly. As if the strength of the whole body was sucked away, it was driven backward by the huge force of the arrow. In the process of flying backwards, I faintly saw other demons flying backwards. What's going on? Why does the line of sight seem to be going backwards? In the demon territory, Wangteng murmured slightly suspiciously. In the next second, his eyes went black, and a violent tearing sensation came. It was as if the soul had been slashed, the extreme pain mixed with the breath of death. It made him feel as if he had fallen into the sea, and his whole body was instantly drenched. 127. What? There was a shrill scream, but no one could hear it. In the valley of Lingjing Mine, the steps of countless lords who were about to advance came to an abrupt end. Watching the appearance of Cowhide coaxing Wangteng, who was blown into the sky just now. In this way, the same death method as the dozens of passers-by just now ended, and the audience fell silent. Can't help but silently take back the steps. A group of lords looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Especially the few lords who crazily boasted about science popularization just now, facing the eyes of everyone, they immediately blushed. Wangteng is dead, but they boasted so much just now. Wangteng's fanboy who was alive and well, but in the end. That's it. They seem to have heard the ridicule of others, and lowered their heads without shame. I couldn't help cursing secretly in my heart. Go away, I want this medium-sized spirit crystal mine. A domineering voice broke the tranquility of this place, but what the person who spoke made everyone angry. Why? When so many of us are setting up yards. Facing that terrifying elf shooter, they didn't dare to go one step further, but it doesn't mean that everyone can ignore the alliance of so many of them. Oh, why? The visitor sneered, looking at a group of miscellaneous legions with disdain. Because I am the 9-star lord, I am a giant dragon. Hiss! A group of giant dragons flew over, covering the sky and the sun. Due to their size, it was impossible to see the number clearly for a while. The terrifying dragon power swept across, causing everyone present to have difficulty breathing and back away in shock. A group of rabble dare to get involved in a medium-sized spirit crystal mine. A gigantic black dragon at the head gave a disdainful smile, with a voice like rolling thunder. Then, without looking at the lords whose faces changed drastically, they led their giant dragon army and flew directly towards the spirit crystal mine. Kong Fang used the probing skill habitually, and the attribute of the elf sharpshooter appeared in front of him. Spirit Sharpshooter LV312. A mere elven sharpshooter. Is this elven sharpshooter level 300? The huge black dragon slammed on the brakes, its face turned green. Chapter 77. FK, what the hell is a elven sharpshooter? A level 300 elf sharpshooter. Kong Fang's huge long eyes widened, his face turned green. A sudden brake nearly overturned the car, and a group of giant dragons behind even turned their backs and knocked them to the ground. Whoosh! The elven sharpshooters are expressionless, faithfully carrying out Gu Xiu's orders. Tens of thousands of arrows were shot all over the sky, and even a huge monster with a height of 10 meters could not hold even a single arrow. One by one, they fell crazily like dumplings. Big brother, spare me, I'm leaving now. Kong Fang was terrified when he saw the death of giant dragons. He hurriedly begged for mercy, but when he saw that the other party showed no signs of stopping, his heart trembled. Ordinary giant dragons die as soon as they die. Although it is a heavy loss, it is still acceptable. But this giant dragon hero can't explain it here, otherwise, I will really feel distressed and bleed. Blood shield. Kong Fang gritted his teeth, and the huge black dragon exploded suddenly. Countless blood shrouded it, and the whole dragon's aura was sluggish and crumbling. But the speed is soaring. Giant dragons were shot down like dumplings, but the number of arrows did not decrease but increased. Countless arrows shot straight towards Kong Fang. Baiu! Kong Fang trembled, turned around and ran away. After turning on the blood shield, the speed was even faster than the arrow, and he escaped within 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. My mother! The arrow disappeared automatically when it reached a kilometer, and Kong Fang immediately fell to the ground with a sigh of relief. Looking back at the 10 elf marksmen standing with their bows drawn, I still have lingering fears. Boss, I was wrong, this is it. Kong Fang did not dare to pursue the loss caused by the annihilation of the giant dragon. Instead, he smiled and apologized again and again. He is very lucky to be able to escape back to the hero, and the other losses are just some spirit crystals. That's more than 300 level units, and it's like playing against him who is 70 or 80 level. Especially the attribute that was glanced at in a hurry, Kong Fang had a ghostly expression on his face. Can't help shivering, turned around and left, the 300 level elf sharpshooter is so terrifying. A group of passers-by stared dumbfounded at the bloody black dragon fleeing away, their hearts were at a loss. No one made fun of Kong Fang's escape, after all, he was the only existence that survived the hands of the 10 elves. Moreover, this is a 9-star lord boss. Hiss, who the hell is this sacred? Thinking of a group of passers-by here, I immediately shuddered, thinking about it, I was terrified. Could it be a 10-star super boss? Is there really a 10-star lord? Yes. I heard that Li Wuxin of the Cloudy Sky Alliance is the 10-star lord, and he just destroyed a level 100 dark tombstone in the Chenexai grassland without damage. The water in the Eternal Continent is too deep. I used to think that Ye Tian was a top boss. Horror! Didn't boss Gu Xiu also destroy a dark tombstone not long ago? I don't know if he is a star lord. It's definitely not as good as this boss. Did you hear what the black dragon said just now? A level 300 elf marksman. Level 300. Damn, the level is 10 times mine. How did you do that? A group of lords looked at the fleeing black dragon in horror, and then at the 10 elves standing at the entrance of the mine. I shuddered fiercely, and couldn't help but retreat after being taught by the blood of countless lords. Slip away. I can't afford to provoke you, who knows the identity of this boss, remember to give me a kick. Ditto. Metu. The passers-by around knew that if they went up again, they would definitely die, so they retreated one after another. However, many clever lords kept their eyes open, leaving 1 or 2 low-level troops to watch from a distance. Anyway, this mysterious boss made it very clear that as long as you don't enter within a kilometer, you won't be attacked. The number of people in the mountain collapsed suddenly, only hundreds of soldiers of different races remained on the side. Soon, a new wave of lords came. He glanced at the strange motley army next to him in surprise, probably because he felt that this group of people was not threatening, so he ignored them. The moment they saw the spirit crystal mine, they all rushed upwards screaming like chicken blood. A second later, in the eyes of a group of watching lords, he was instantly killed on the spot. Ha ha ha, another wave. Tisk tisk tisk, this boss is really strong, it looks like he hasn't controlled the command yet. It's the third wave. At least 400 or 500 lords have been wiped out, right? Hehe, if we can't go up alone, we can't eat by ourselves, and if one dies, one less threat will be lost. Dead Dea ist Undead channel. A group of lords happily watched the excitement, expressing their delight at this. No one kindly reminded the newcomers, after all, for the lord. Every lord is his own potential enemy, wishing that all the lords would die and only he would be a unique emperor. Pawns who kill other lords can also gain experience. In the elf world, Gu Xiu looked at the skyrocketing lord experience in surprise. In just 1 hour, thousands of lords were harvested, with 3,000 or 4,000 more and 500 or 600 less. The lord's experience surge is about to break through the 6th level. Damn, this ancient tree of life is too slow to upgrade, you need to get more spirit crystals. Gu Xiu was very depressed, the ancient tree of life was still a day and a half away from upgrading to the 4th level. Using the accelerator will cost a full 1.3 million, which is simply an astronomical figure. Even if there are 3 miners, based on their output, I can harvest 380,000 spirit crystals a day. Don't make the gap too big. But just waiting for the ancient tree of life to upgrade, he is about to break through to the 6th order lord. There are only tier 3 arms, which is a bit too cheap. Let's upgrade the magic horse first, and recruit more miners to mine is the truth. Gu Xiu muttered, thinking about this before. Spend a lot of money to buy the coordinates of the medium-sized spirit crystal mine, and then lay down the spirit crystal mine by yourself and recruit some miners to mine it. Crazy increase in production, and catch up with the level of the ancient tree of life in the shortest possible time. Just do it when you think of it. Gu Xiu directly offered 20,000 spirit crystals to buy the coordinates of a medium-sized spirit crystal mine. The only noble said that the cool speech and idea made Gu Xiu's speech very eye-catching. As soon as this remark came out, the world channel immediately boiled. The ancient god is so powerful that he wants to collect medium-sized spirit crystal mines. Hiss! 20,000 spirit crystals! How terrifying is the value of a medium-sized spirit crystal mine? It's only 20,000 yuan? Isn't it too stingy? Upstairs you are a brainless black man? Give you a medium-sized spirit crystal mine, you look at it. Understood, I'm going to find a medium-sized spirit crystal mine. 20,000 spirit crystals are 5,000 first-level units and 2,000 second-level units. Envy, the brothers in Fengming Mountain are so lucky, there are medium-sized ones first, yet. A medium-sized spirit crystal mine, could it be related to the ancient gods? Countless lords are discussing fiercely, and there are jealous people who are stingy and jealous. Gu Xiu is stingy. But soon he was stunned by other lords. After all, when no one controls public opinion, the eyes of the masses are discerning. Needless to say, the value of medium-sized spirit crystal mines is useless to most lords now. After all, spirit crystal mines that cannot be captured are worthless. Just like the Huashan army selling 300-level dark tombstones, when most of the lords have the power to win the medium-sized spirit crystal mine. Probably the coordinates of many spirit crystal mines are no longer a secret, they will be discovered by many people. At that time, if you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to keep this spirit crystal mine. It's not as good as selling it now and getting 20,000 spirit crystals. With 20,000 spirit crystals, you can recruit 2,000 tier 2 units, which is a leap in strength for any lord. But as soon as this point was mentioned, someone quickly thought of a major event in Fengming Mountain not long ago. A medium-sized spirit crystal mine was discovered, and countless lords flocked forward to snatch it. In the end, it was guarded by only 10 elf sharpshooters, and no one could cross the thunder pool half a step. It even brought out several unknown powerful lords, including a 9-star giant dragon lord. He is also the only lord who has escaped a hero. According to him, the level of the 10 elf marksmen is as high as 320. Killed the entire army of more than 1,000 lords in just 1 hour. At this time, countless sensations were caused, and even many lords who deliberately watched the excitement and gloated were hated by other lords who suffered heavy losses. And then triggered a series of murders. Now someone will soon connect the two, a mysterious strong man who does not know his identity. To have such terrifying strength, as high as 300 units. Absolutely perverted. However, Gu Xiu publicly called for the acquisition of the coordinates of the medium-sized spirit crystal mine at this time, and suspected that he had the strength to attack the medium-sized spirit crystal mine. Countless lords had a heated discussion about whether the elves were Gu Xiu. Some people think that person is Gu Xiu. It is impossible to have two such perverted leaders in a single area of Fengming Mountain. Some people also think that Gu Xiu is called the man who undertakes the announcement of the world, and he is the only baron nobleman. Already the default king of lords, now I feel challenged because someone stole my limelight. Only then did he come out to buy the coordinates of the medium-sized spirit crystals and restore his majesty. Both of them have reasons and evidence, and neither can convince the other. In order to argue about this matter, many lords decided to take the initiative to find medium-sized spirit crystal mines and sell them to Gu Xiu. When Gu Xiu goes to attack, see if it is an elf race. Gu Xiu will be happy to hear about this, and he doesn't care if his identity is leaked or not. It is undoubtedly a good thing to have more people looking for spirit crystal mines for him. Elf sharpshooter with more than 300 levels? It should be the ultimate arm account of elf archer. In the heavenly court territory, Zhang Ren was thinking silently. However, the elf archer is only a second-tier unit. Even if his elf is a 10-star race, the full level should be only 200. His arms can break through the level limit. There are 100 questions in Zhang Ren's mind. Theoretically speaking, this is impossible. But the lord's talent is billions of dollars, and it seems that it is not impossible for a lord to break through the upper limit of the level. And this can also explain why there are 10 ultimate arms. Fengming Mountain area, I want to see if you are Gu Xiu. Zhang Ren's eyes flickered, and he was thinking silently in his heart. Chapter 78. Elves? Gu Xiu. In the ghost town of Fengdu, Li Wuxin was very unlucky today. Inexplicably, 1/5 of the troops were captured by a mysterious force. In the Eternal Continent, there are no farts. Others are always discovering secrets, discovering dungeons, and discovering spirit crystal mines. As if he was not playing the same game with others, he would only encounter the mysterious force that was specifically to catch his ghost clan. In just half a day, I have met 3 times. Every time there is no way to fight back, his arms have been captured halfway. It also includes a hero. Li Wuxin was about to go crazy, his mentality was going to jump. Those people are obviously not particularly strong, they are only about 200 levels at most. It's not like he can't beat him if he really tries his best, but he seems to be the nemesis of his reincarnation ghost clan. If you hit a ghost, you will lose the power to resist, but if you hit someone, nothing will happen. Can't beat it at all. The collapsed Li Wuxin directly withdrew to the Lord's world. He had already faintly noticed that. There is a high probability that I was framed by someone. Looking at the speculations of countless lords in the chat room, he couldn't help gnashing his teeth. My majestic 10-star lord was so miserable and so aggrieved, but that mere 5-star lord, Gu Xiu. However, there was a lot of noise, not only showing off with one enemy, 1,000. It even paid a high price to buy the spirit crystal mine, and it was about to take off completely. Comparing the two, Li Wuxin became even more depressed. Others are still arguing over whether Gu Xiu is that elf, but he knows clearly. Gu Xiu's troops are 5-star elves. It's just a trash race, so high profile. Li Wuxin's eyes flickered and his face turned livid. He was bullied by Gu Xiu before and hadn't had time to get back on the scene. Later, the group who instigated Ye Tian to do things but were scared and did not act. 697. How can I be so miserable but you are so chic? The more Li Wuxin thought about it, the angrier she became. Look at me coming to FK your mother. 10 elf sharpshooters, level 300. Such an outrageous level must have sacrificed other abilities. Li Wuxin calculated silently, first overthrowing the possibility of Gu Xiu's auxiliary talent in making equipment. After all, this kind of breaking through the upper limit of the level can only be achieved by various talents. Could it be, is it a fusion talent? Combined arms 2-in-1, 3-in-1, the level of arms that can be superimposed exceeds the upper limit. Li Wuxin's eyes lit up, and he felt that this conjecture was very reliable. After all, even if one has the talent to break through the upper limit of the level, how can the level of 300 be explained? Obviously it is not explained simply by breaking through the upper limit of the level, it must be through other methods. Then this guess is very reliable, by sacrificing the number of arms to improve the quality of the monomer. In this way, it is very likely that Gu Xiu's troops only have these 10 elf marksmen. I'm having a hard time, so don't you want to be comfortable either? Li Wuxin thought coldly, he has the world coordinates of Gu Xiu's lord here. Distraught at this moment, he continued to vent his anger, and Gu Xiu, who was in the limelight, obviously became his target. It's a pity that he doesn't know that this goal is not a soft persimmon. It is an existence that is countless times harder than an iron persimmon. 10 minutes after Gu Xiu spoke, although the chat room was noisy, many lords in the Fengming mountain area set off an upsurge in searching for the spirit crystal mine. But after 10 minutes, no one provided the coordinates, as if no one came to the medium-sized spirit crystal mine. Just when Gu Xiu murmured whether he had taken it for granted, a private message came over. Open it and see that it was sent by a lord named Wei Wuxi. J. Wei Wuxi, Gu Xiu, I have the coordinates of a medium-sized spirit crystal mine, how do I trade it? Found. Gu Xiu's eyes lit up, a medium-sized spiritual crystal mine represents an income of hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals a day. The expenditure of a mere 20,000 spirit crystals is nothing short of meaningless. Send the coordinates, I'll come here to verify, and I'm sure it's a medium-sized spirit crystal mine that sends money directly. Gu Xiu replied quickly. In a certain territory, Wei Wuxi was overjoyed when he saw Gu Xiu's reply. This is 20,000 spirit crystals, although I don't know why that existence came to me. Let yourself sell this coordinate to Gu Xiu, but it has nothing to do with him. Earning 20,000 spirit crystals for no reason, this is a good thing from the sky. He is just an ordinary ogre lord with barely a 3-star potential. It belongs to the bottom of the existence, but if there are 20,000 spirit crystals in hand, he is sure to defeat even a 4-star lord under the crazy explosion. He will be much safer for a long time to come. Okay, the reputation of the ancient god is still trustworthy, the coordinates are XXX. Without hesitation, Wei Wuxi chose to believe in Gu Xiu. After all, the shadow of a famous tree, with Gu Xiu's reputation, if he can beat a medium-sized spirit crystal mine, it will definitely not ruin the reputation of this mere 20,000 spirit crystals, if you can't beat. What's the point of telling him? Very good, after I verify the authenticity, I will give you the 20,000 spiritual realms immediately. Gu Xiu was overjoyed, and then closed the chat interface to give an order. Yinga, go to the coordinates XXX, XXX. In the Ogre Lord world, close the chat interface. Wei Wuxi immediately responded to another message with a respectful face. My lord, I have given him the coordinates as you ordered. May I ask, is this coordinates fake? Wei Wuxi felt uneasy. Gu Xiu's strength was beyond the reach of a low-level lord like him. Whether it is the elf lord or not, it is an existence beyond his reach. Who deliberately lied to Gu Xiu? Things can be big or small. If Gu Xiu got angry and troubled him, it would be life-threatening for him. If Gu Xiu didn't get angry and just refused to pay the spirit crystal, then he has nothing to lose. It is a matter of life, so it is natural to ask clearly. The coordinates are real, just wait to collect the money. The mysterious person's message came back quickly, and then the conversation was blocked. It's a big injustice. It's done. Wei Wuxi was ecstatic and couldn't help complaining that people are stupid and have a lot of money. As for the other party's purpose, what the FK? Your Majesty, the news has been given out. I have already ambushed here. Gu Xiu will definitely find out once he shows up. On the Heavenly Court Alliance channel, a lord named Wang Ling sent a message. If it's really an elf, do you want to try it? No need, just tell me everything that happened, and someone will take action. Zhang Ren smiled inscrutably, as if he had a plan in mind. Zing, tell Li Wuxin the news. Opened private chat, Zhang Ren sent a private message out. Every time he thinks of this, he can't help but feel elated. His brother was actually recruited by another 10-star lord. If not, he would not know that there is a 10-star lord named Li Wuxin in this world. The same ambition is to try to dominate the world. Li Wuxin, you are destined to make a wedding dress for me. Zhang Ren arranged everything, and couldn't help but be complacent about his plan. How strong is Gu Xiu? Is he the 300-level elf? It doesn't matter much to him, after all he is in the dark and has nothing to do with Gu Xiu. There's no point rushing forward to fight Gu Xiu in line with hard steel, since Li Wuxin took the initiative to provoke Gu Xiu. Naturally, a fire must be set up behind the scenes to get the two of them up. On the one hand, you can see the real strength of other competitors, on the other hand, if both of you lose, you can also benefit from it. Gentlemen, hide your weapon in your body, and move it when the time comes. Zhang Ren muttered his motto, and the trend was surging. On the other side, Li Wuxin has received news from the 9-star ally Zing in the alliance. Immediately overjoyed. Zing, well done. Li Wuxin was ecstatic. Send someone to look after the spirit crystal mine. Once Gu Xiu's spirit appears, let me know immediately. Yes. Somewhere in the world of lords, a handsome young man smiled at the corner of his mouth. Playfully replied, but there is a charm in the eyes that everything is under control. Gu Xiu didn't know anything about it, an ordinary transaction. There are so many conspiracies behind it. Yinga galloped all the way at an extremely fast speed, and the ferocious beasts along the way couldn't pose any threat at all. Soon came to the coordinates provided by Wei Wuxi, which is different from the previous mountain COL. The spirit crystal mine is shining brightly on the mountainside, and the light reflected by the spirit crystal can be seen from a long distance away. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be a medium-sized spirit crystal mine. The content of 5 million spiritual crystals, so. After confirming that the coordinates were true, Gu Xiu immediately did not hesitate. Turned 20,000 spirit crystals over, and then ordered 10 elven sharpshooters to fly to protect the mine veins. To avoid being stolen by ants like last time. Attack! With Gu Xiu's order, 10 sharpshooters and Shadow Song began to attack the spirit crystal mine. And he is going to continue recruiting miners. All of this was seen by a lord who was hiding in the dark, watching the powerful beasts fall in the hands of 11 elves. Suddenly took a deep breath. The so-called hearing is believing, seeing is believing. I didn't believe it before, I thought it was deliberately exaggerating to spread rumors by taking down ants. But now I have to believe that this group of elves is really terrifying. The news was passed back to Zhang Ren, and then selectively passed to Xing. Zhang Ren, the 300-level elves are undoubtedly Gu Xiu's soldiers. They have all arrived at the spirit crystal mine and are fighting like a raging fire. Xing, boss, all of Gu Xiu's troops have arrived at the spirit crystal mine and are attacking the mine veins. It will take another 10 minutes. Li Wuxin, Gu Xiu, I made you arrogant, and I will make you pay the price today. Li Wuxin lifted his spirits and muttered to himself. Kill an elf and be happy. Invasion, coordinates 888,666. The vortex suddenly appeared, thousands of reincarnated ghosts gathered. The wind is ready to go. Reminder, invasion by the Lord at coordinates 111 and 222, please pay attention to defense. Yet, in the elf territory, Gu Xiu is screening miners. I was surprised when I suddenly received an intrusion notification. Li Wuxin invaded. All bright rangers, return to the city. After all, he is a 10-star lord. Gu Xiu felt that he needed to show respect to him. Although he felt that the other party would most likely not be able to break through the lord's defense. 3 seconds later, the dark wind howled, and thousands of ghosts descended on the forest of elves, where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Li Wuxin grinned grimly and was about to shout out his lines, but when he looked at the thousands of beautiful bright rangers in front of him, he was suffocated. Throwing out an appraisal technique casually, his expression froze and he took a deep breath. 300-level light rangers, thousands of them. Chapter 79. Appraisal and scouting are both common lord skills. It is very convenient for checking the information of the enemy. The eternal continent is no better than the Lord world. The information of many beasts including other lords can no longer be seen directly, you must have these probing skills to see. These skills are not very common until now, but many lords already have them. Li Wuxin is one of them. Ever since he was restrained by that mysterious natural enemy, he learned from the pain and bought an identification technique at a high price, just hoping to see the enemy's details next time when encountering such a thing. But he never expected that the first time he was used on Gu Xiu's arms, he was shocked. What the hell is the Bright Ranger? Is it the ultimate soldier again? Li Wuxin's scalp is numb, the ultimate unit not scary. He also has 2 or 3 first-tier ultimate units, whose strength has been greatly improved, he values it very much. But there are thousands of ultimate units, this is a bit outrageous. Attack, 4 or 5 million. Then looking down, Li Wuxin's face turned greener. 1.7 million lives, I am damn. Li Wuxin spat out a mouthful of old blood, almost frightened to death. The 10-star reincarnation ghost clan he is proud of only has more than 60,000 lives, which is enough to stand up to most enemies of the same level. Available at Gu Xiu here. 1.7 million lives, 4.5 million attacks. It's just off the charts. Impossible, how could it be so strong? Li Wuxin was stunned, with a look of despair. Murmured incredulously. I don't develop well for some reason, why do you say you recruited me? Gu Xiu shook his head, he was too busy to rest. I didn't have time to trouble this guy, I didn't expect that Li Wuxin didn't know which muscle was wrong, but came to trouble him actively. It's good now, save a positioning radar. After all, those who invade the opponent will also reveal their own coordinates. This is also the reason why ordinary people dare not invade others at will. Whether they win or lose, they may expose their own coordinates. Once it is leaked, it will be a disaster for the weak. However, a 10-star lord like Li Wuxin belongs to the existence standing at the top of the pyramid, so he probably doesn't care about this issue. He dared to invade Gu Xiu so unscrupulously, but now he is stunned. Destroy it. Gu Xiu shook his head and said softly. A powerful blow. A bright ranger took a step forward, not bothering to accumulate energy at all. Swing the bow and set the arrow directly, and shoot with one arrow. Boom! There is no sharp sound of sharp objects breaking through the air, but a roar like the sky is collapsing. The gust of wind entangled the arrows and whizzed, rolling up debris and dust on the ground. Go towards the eerie ghost who is in a daze. No. I don't believe it. Li Wuxin roared ferociously, the shocking scene in front of him nearly collapsed his world view. He felt that everything in front of him was an illusion. Legend has it that the elves have two specialties. One is unparalleled in archery, and the other is exquisite in spells. This is definitely an illusion created by Gu Xiu's legal heroes. Deliberately trying to destroy his belief, so that he can escape. Despite the constant sense of crisis in his heart, Li Wuxin still forced himself to calm down. He trusts his own judgment, although his judgment is always wrong. Playing phantoms in front of me? Playing tricks? Li Wuxin broke out in cold sweat in the face of the roaring terrifying arrows, but he forced himself to ignore it from the bottom of his heart. Sen Luo ghost creature! Li Wuxin shouted loudly, the reincarnation ghost clan has no entity. This is the existence that is best at magic attacks, and the phantom attacks are also easy to grasp. If Gu Xiu is really an illusion arranged, he can definitely destroy it. GGG! The gloomy ghost clan laughed wildly, piercing ghost cries came. The illusory ghost body is constantly deforming, and waves of invisible energy waves hit the surroundings to form air waves visible to the naked eye. Defeat all the illusions around you. Your first order reincarnation kid has been killed. Your tier 2 reincarnation ghost soldier has been killed. Your 5-star hero reincarnation bullhead has died. Boom! The mental shock wave rippled, and was instantly torn to pieces when it came into contact with the powerful blow of the Bright Ranger. And the powerful blow is still going forward, without being affected at all. Li Wuxin's pupils shrank suddenly, knowing that he had misjudged again. This Light Ranger is not an illusion. Thousands of reincarnated ghosts who gathered together in the next second and could not be separated in the future were completely submerged and torn to pieces. The arrow shot directly into the sky like passing through a piece of thin paper. There is a path in the air that looks like a kneeling path left behind by an airplane, because the sky is at the end. What? Li Wuxin's eyes went dark, and there was a strong tearing feeling. As if the whole person was torn into countless pieces by countless arrows, the fear of death mixed with the sharp pain. Let him run out of snot and feces in an instant, and the whole person fell into the Fengdu ghost pool. Laugh. In the forest of elves, although the reincarnated ghosts were all wiped out by one instant kill. But the Sen Luo ghosts that were emitted did not disappear, but continued to spread. A shock wave from the spiritual level hit the Bright Ranger, making a short muffled sound. -1. A group of damage numbers floated up, and the Bright Ranger's life had recovered before it was reduced. Of course, it's not useless at all. Li Wuxin is the 10-star lord after all. Many trees, flowers and plants in the forest of elves seem to have heard some divine comedy. It seems that the spirit is sluggish, and it is awkward. For fighting, it's more convenient to have an elf sharpshooter. Gu Xiu reflected on the shortcomings of the previous battle. The Light Ranger is better at fighting with scouts or at this moment. The trick that can be used once a day is only a line of range attack, although the distance is ridiculously far. Just now Li Wuxin was so idle that he lost his scouting skills and fooled himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to destroy if his troops were scattered. A powerful blow has a huge destructive effect on the terrain, and it can only be sent to the sky within its own territory. Otherwise, I'm afraid the whole world will have to be demolished, which is no different from using nuclear bombs on your own territory. But without using the whole skill, Bright Ranger has no group attack skills. Combat efficiency is greatly reduced. How can there be a good archer? A group of skilled archers threw multiple arrows. It was a rain of arrows overwhelming the sky. How many enemies have to lie neatly? Don't be too cool to be clean. Yuana, invade the territory of Fengdu. Gu Xiu sneered, and entered Li Wuxin's world coordinates. It hurts to beat a dog, otherwise he would not have time to play with them after being harassed every day. Warning! Warning! The world has been invaded by Lord Gu Xiu, please resist. Li Wuxin, who just woke up from the severe pain, did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief. I suddenly received a reminder of being invaded, and my head was stunned. The ultimate fear strikes. Only then did I realize that I had run out of ammunition and food. Li Wuxin looked desperate, as the 10-star lord. I never thought that I would be eliminated so early, and I never thought of being invaded when other lords made a move. It is only now that I realize that the intruders will reveal the coordinates. And the coordinates are exposed in the hands of the enemy, especially when the enemy is stronger than himself. What it means is self-evident. Gu Xiu, I'm not finished with you. Li Wuxin's face is full of ferocity, he also has an ally of the alliance. They will come to support at the first order, but in the face of Gu Xiu's terrifying strength. There are more than 1,300 level ultimate units, and their entire alliance is not enough for Gu Xiu to kill. Just give up like this. Li Wuxin was full of resignation, as the 10-star lord, he also had a whole card. Even if he is invaded into the native world, he is sure to escape alive, but that means he has to completely give up all his foundations. There is no possibility of turning over in the future. The vortex in the sky gradually formed, and a tall and hotly dressed beautiful elf emerged from it. Hey? There's only one. Li Wuxin was taken aback for a moment, then ecstatically. I was ready to give up everything and run away, but now I have the hope of survival again. He has no power to fight against 1,000 ultimate troops of more than 300 levels and can only retreat in despair. But for the one in front, if you call all the allies here, you might as well give it a go. Identification technique. Li Wuxin ordered all his allies while throwing out a testimonial. I was even more delighted after seeing Yuana's message clearly. 3-star hero. It's just a 3-star hero, Gu Xiu, you are so arrogant, you even sent only one 3-star hero to deal with me. Li Wuxin was overjoyed in his heart, but then he was a little bit unhappy. With a high self-esteem, he felt that he seemed to be underestimated, but the anger in his heart was a little weak. After all, I was wiped out by the opponent's ultimate unit just now. Li Wuxin, you are really looking for trouble for nothing, so die. Gu Xiu shared Yuana's body, looked at a young man next to a black ghost pool. Li Wuxin is a tall and straight young man with a firm face and thin lips. A powerful aura surrounds him, but now his whole body is still wet with black water stains. It looked quite a bit embarrassed. Humph! Li Wuxin snorted coldly, even in such a situation, he had no intention of calling for help. Groups of vortices appeared around, and all the subordinates in the alliance rushed over quickly. Surround Yuana. Where's Zinc? Why didn't you come? Li Wuxin breathed a sigh of relief when his subordinates appeared. Glancing at it and frowning slightly, Zinc hasn't responded to the message yet and doesn't know what's going on. But now I don't have time to care about so much, seeing tens of thousands of various races appearing. Li Wuxin's confidence soared. 9-star troops, 5,000 abyssal demons. 9-star troops, 5,000 fallen angels. 6,000 9-headed snakes of the 9-star unit. 8-star troops, 8,000 gold beemen. 10,000 titans for 8-star troops. 10,000 angels in 8-star units. 10,000 golden lions for 8-star units. 8-star troops, 10,000 East Daxia Sea white flood dragons. The mighty terrorist army with a total number of more than 70,000 covers the entire territory. A terrifying breath swept Fengdu, heading towards the ant-sized Yuana in the middle. Chapter 80. In the entire Cloudy Sky Alliance, all 10 lords gathered together. Cloudy Sky Alliance, leader 10-star lord. The lowest 8-star lord in the alliance, his strength is terrifyingly high. If it is announced, it will be enough to make all the lords breathe a sigh of relief. It's just that at this moment, Li Wuxin, who is the leader of the alliance, seems a little embarrassed. Master, he is Gu Xiu's elf. Hehe, what about a 3-star hero, level 300? Haha, I have long heard that Gu Xiu is arrogant, but seeing him today really deserves his reputation. A mere hero, as for such a big battle. Brother, is this Gu Xiu? Watch me kill him. A group of allies said frivolously, looking teasingly at the little one surrounded in the middle. Laughing presumptuously, only the angel Lord Yetian looked at Yuana cautiously. There is always a hint of ominous premonition in my heart. The last time I didn't know Li Wushang, although I was taught a lesson by Li Wushang's elder brother. But in the end, he was drawn into this cloudy sky alliance where strong people gathered, which was a blessing in disguise for him. It's just that he is different from others, he has really seen the strength of Gu Xiu elves. The lord named Mo Fang used his life to let him see the strength of Gu Xiu. At that time, it was just a few ordinary arms of the 170, that's all. But now, he is a hero. Where's Li Wuxin's troops? How did Gu Xiu know Li Wuxin's coordinates? Yetian used to be frivolous and arrogant, and experienced the counterattack from the submissive to the Lord's world in reality. But before he had a few days of breeze, he met Li Wuxin and Gu Xiu successively, which instantly shattered his arrogance. The world view seemed to have collapsed, and it also made his whole person undergone earth-shaking changes. Become calm and introverted, no longer enjoying the pleasure of pretending. It is to understand the value of life better and to be better at thinking. Two doubts lingered in Yetian's heart, making him a little uneasy. Li Wuxin has been invaded into his home world, and he has called on his allies to help. But he didn't show up at all, which is obviously abnormal. Could it be that Li Wuxin took the initiative to invade Gu Xiu, and then was beaten by Gu Xiu? A possibility appeared in Yetian's mind, which immediately made him break out in cold sweat. According to his estimation, this possibility is extremely great. Not good, dangerous. There was a warning in Yetian's heart, the two life and death crises made him habitually think of a way out. Always prepare for the worst. Li Wuxin didn't have the awareness of Yetian, although he knew the horror of Gu Xiu's strength. But in the face of an elf, there is no awareness of fear. What's more, there are tens of thousands of troops with the lowest 8 stars on my side, and the positions are also scattered. Even if there is a level 300 boss, he is sure to fight it. Gimme it. With a wave of Li Wuxin's hand, there is no room for maneuver between him and Gu Xiu. Naturally, there is no need to talk nonsense. Haha, die. A group of lords smiled ferociously. As a member of the Cloudy Sky Alliance, the lowest level is the existence of 8-star lords, they are confident that their alliance is the strongest. What Gu Xiu is not Gu Xiu's, that is, their alliance was not born. Otherwise, what's the matter with Gu Xiu? Boom! There are as many as 70,000 arms, even if you remove many melee weapons and cannot attack. At the same time, as many as 30,000 were sold. Such a terrifying attack is enough to tear apart all enemies, and no one among all the lords can stop this scene. Even from Li Wushang's point of view, the eldest brother is making a fuss out of a molehill. If Gu Xiu's entire army is overwhelmed, 1 or 2 lords may not be able to stop him. But, only one hero came. As for making such a big fight, he casually gave an order, because his Titan system is too big and they are all on the melee route. Therefore, there are not even 100 of them who can make a move, and the others can only stare behind. In his opinion, this hero will definitely end up being slapped into a flesh after this slap. The Cloudy Sky Alliance is really extraordinary. Gu Xiu admired slightly, and had to say that the 8-star lord did have the capital of arrogance. Individual strength is a few blocks away from ordinary lords, the upper limit of level is the biggest bug. An ordinary 3-star lord's first-tier troops are only at level 30, and an 8-star lord. Even a soldier of the first rank can be promoted to rank 80. The three-dimensional attribute is more than 3 times that of low-level arms, and it is completely crushing. Even the first-tier units of an 8-star lord are comparable to the 6th-tier units of a 1-star lord. This gap is like the abyss of heaven. If there is no chance against the sky, it is absolutely impossible to counterattack. To describe it in one sentence, it was not there when it was born, and basically it will never be there in a lifetime. And an entire alliance is full of lords of troops with 8 stars or higher, so naturally it is even more worthy of pride. Together, they can easily crush other lords dozens or even hundreds of times. Naturally, he would not take the 5-star lord Gu Xiu seriously. Even if Gu Xiu is so famous. Destroy it. After admiring, Gu Xiu looked indifferently. Said softly. Yes. After receiving the order, Juana's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Under the command of the master, she is just a role of clearing soldiers and supporting, and her output ability is not ranked at all. But in front of others, the roots are entangled. Juana let out a low cry, and countless roots spread out from the ground. Crazy skyrocketing like magic beans, dancing vines like giant pythons. Wrapped around the ankles of the Cloudy Alliance army in an instant, and then quickly climbed up along the legs. It's as if hundreds of millions of pairs of giant hands suddenly stretched out from the ground, trying to pull all the enemies to the ground. What the hell is this? Damn, so much. Nima, covering a range of several kilometers, isn't it too perverted? I can't move, shit. It's so hard, even my abyssal magic fire can't destroy it. Kill her quickly. The glamorous elves seem to be weak, but when they make a move, they are shocking. Within a kilometer around Yona, all the arms were instantly entangled. Green vines soared into the air, binding countless giant beasts like rice dumplings. Whether it's a giant behemoth, a mighty titan, or an abyss demon overflowing with magic. In the face of high-level bosses, the vines have no achievements, and the vines are completely broken with a light struggle. To these lords' arms, it seems like the sky is collapsing, and they are completely powerless to fight back. The sudden change suddenly shocked a group of lords in chaos. Such a perverted control skill is simply beyond imagination. It's not like they haven't seen a wide range of control skills before. Even everyone has so many, but the effect is so abnormal. It is so tightly controlled that it cannot move at all, which is beyond imagination. How dare you offend the great master, your sins cannot be forgiven. Juana's eyes were cold, and she gave a soft drink. Waving the staff in the air, he drew a summoning circle very quickly. Blood demon flower. Come out. Crackling. A coquettish blood-red flower with a diameter of 100 meters. The terrifying shape is like a piranha in the demon realm, and there is a trace of weirdness in the coquettishness. It was as if a huge eye was staring coldly at it, making people feel chills coming from behind. FK, what the hell is this? I have an ominous premonition, I'm about to chop off the red flower. It's 100 meters in diameter, and it's still surrounded by lightning. 1-1. A group of lords felt their scalps go numb just looking at it, they didn't want anything good just looking at this horrible thing. Huge flowers are swaying in the wind accompanied by thunder and lightning, making it easy to swallow a huge titan without any doubt. Needless to say, all the troops unanimously slashed at the flowers. Yuana, who is less than 2 meters tall in human form, and a giant coquettish flower with a diameter of 100 meters and a height of more than 50 meters. It is obvious that the visual impact brought by the blood demon flower is greater, as expected. Before their attack landed on the blood demon flower, the huge coquettish flower was like a living thing. Shake violently. Boom. In the sky there is a thunderbolt, and endless thunderclouds appear out of thin air. The berserk thunder descended from the sky like a catastrophe, and directly launched an indiscriminate attack within 800 meters around the blood demon flower. Your unit Titan dies. Your unit fell to the demon god to die. Numerous beeps sounded in everyone's minds, and within 800 meters of the blood demon flower. All arms, whether 8-star or 9-star, all disappeared. It was directly blasted into powder. Numerous numbers of damage floated in the sky, but because they were too concentrated and spread together, they couldn't be seen clearly. Hiss! The 10 lords, including Li Wuxin, took a deep breath, but under the scorching sun, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. This scene is really too terrifying. There are 800 or not 1,000 units that were instantly killed. Although it is only 1% of the total number of their arms, it is enough for them to be frightened. Because, 4.1. The soil was flying, and countless rhizomes broke through the ground like a giant python. Blossoming bright red coquettish flowers emerged continuously, appearing from various places. Instantly filled the entire battlefield. FK. Nima, get rid of that elf. Drafting? No matter how you destroy it, it can't be issued. FK. Lao Tzu's sniper can't even break the defense. 1, 2, 3, at least 40 or 50 blood demon flowers, what a joke. This is an elf? It's too perverted. Run away. If they were just shocked before, now they are really scared. A blood demon flower, although terrifying enough to instantly kill all enemies. But the attack range is there. Although the indiscriminate ground scrubbing attack up to 800 meters is powerful. But the threat is not too great, after all, they have more than 70,000 troops. Going around and killing that elf mage solved everything, but how to fight now? Who would have thought that this elf mage would summon dozens of blood demon flowers directly like a machine gun? A lord tried to attack Juana, but the result made him even more desperate. The strongest single target attack using the hero lord's skills, but only a little forced damage. They couldn't even break through the defense, and they suddenly jumped mentally. Chapter 81. The wind is tight, shout. Yet Yen's heart turned cold, he had never seen Juana before. But have seen the horror of elf archers. A second-tier unit can destroy him, let alone a hero? Seeing that the situation is not right, the premonition in my heart has come true, and I don't care about anything immediately. He himself was half forced into the Cloudy Alliance, although Li Wuxin provided him with many resources. But it's not worth fighting for Li Wuxin. Li Wuxin was directly attacked by the invaders, and there is a high probability that he has already been wiped out by a group. This wave may even directly GG, yet Yen doesn't want to lose his life for him. I'm sorry, leader, Gu Xiu is too fierce and we can't beat him. Yet Yen shouted loudly, and immediately chose to retreat. F***ck. Nima. Li Wuxin was so anxious that he almost vomited blood, I should have killed you first in the morning. However, no matter how much he yells, yet Yen Chuan will not hear him. Dodge and retreat directly. Boom. Between the lightning and the flint, the blood demon flower swayed out. The sky was full of thunder, and in an instant, more than half of the army of the Cloudy Sky Alliance was killed and injured. The terrifying scene immediately made a group of lords gasp, and the other lords couldn't bear it any longer. No matter what the relationship with Li Wuxin is, it is impossible to be buried with Li Wuxin. All of them are so regretful that their intestines are green, they are all top lords with 8 stars and 9 stars. Why should a great man with a promising future have to fight against such a terrifying Gu Xiu? Leader, brothers retreat first. Boss, I really can't bear it. If we do it again, we will all be wiped out. I can't afford to offend him, damn it, half of it will be destroyed with one move, and we won't be able to break his defense, how can we play this? Hey! Boss, why do you want to recruit him? 09. Withdraw, withdraw. A group of lords regretted it, and retreated again and again after pleading guilty. Less than 30% of the remaining troops were recalled to their respective territories, and Fengdu's territory was instantly emptied. Only Li Wushang's Taitan clan, who suffered heavy casualties, cursed in a youthful manner. BD, you are so disrespectful. Don't forget who trained you, without my big brother, you are nothing. Li Wuxin staggered, and endless regrets arose in his heart. I regret that I shouldn't be this early bird and take the initiative to provoke Gu Xiu. Wu Shang, let's go. Li Wuxin sat on the edge of the ghost pool, and said with a weak breath. Brother. Li Wushang was eager, but was interrupted by Li Wuxin. Don't worry about me, Li Wuxin didn't die so easily. Li Wuxin stretched out his hands to hold the water in the ghost pool, and there was a flash of determination in his eyes. Oh, really? Juana sneered, a poisonous snake-like vine suddenly drilled out of the ground. The tip is green and stabs fiercely. Stop! Li Wushang bared his teeth, and several titans rushed forward to block Li Wuxin. Puff! However, how terrifying is the first-level paralysis victory under the blessing of tens of thousands of intelligence. Directly penetrate the body of the titan, stringing them up like candied haws. Stab at Li Wuxin with unabated sharpness. Gu Xiu, I remember you. At a critical moment, Li Wuxin seemed to have figured out something. Without changing his face, he looked coldly at the swiftly approaching paralyzing vine, and when the paralyzing vine was about to stab him, he suddenly spilled a handful of ghost pool black water in his hand. Reincarnation. The black water splashed on Li Wuxin's body, and Li Wuxin's whole body seemed to be melted. It disappeared into the air directly with the black water. Wu Shang, go back and develop well, don't take revenge. Black water spilled on the ground, Li Wuxin had disappeared into the air. There is only a sound floating in the air. T. Li Wushang was startled, and hurriedly stepped forward to check. However, after searching the entire ghost pool, there was no trace of Li Wuxin. Reincarnation? What kind of method is this? Gu Xiu also frowned slightly, feeling faintly. This Li Wuxin is probably not dead. But he didn't know how to escape, and Li Wuxin who lost his territory. Where can I go? Invasion successful. Please choose how to deal with Jackal reincarnation Noble Lord World. 1. Destroy all buildings and facilities in the Lord's world, and recycle 10% of the spirit crystals consumed by the original Lord, estimated to be 18,500 spirit crystals. 2. Swallow the Lord's world, expand the area of the Lord's world and enhance the background. When the familiar notification sound came, Gu Xiu frowned further. The notification sound directly judged that the invasion was successful, and it stands to reason that Li Wuxin was also dead. But there was no news of Li Wuxin's death. Brother! Ah! Gu Xiu, I'm fighting with you. Li Wushang's eyes were red with tears falling down, and there was no trace of Li Wuxin. Seeing the elf Yoana, she rushed up madly. The anger has already burned the young man's reason, and he has long ignored the elder brother's advice. Blood Demon Flower. Gu Xiu's eyes are indifferent, and the Blood Demon Flower is swaying. Countless thunders washed the ground again, and the remaining hundreds of giant titans were immediately smashed into powder and died completely. The screams stopped abruptly, the world was clean. Yuana took a step forward and looked. Fengde Ghost Pool has also been promoted to the 3rd level. But the water inside is no longer the black water of the Ghost Pool, but is as clear as a normal spring. Strange, where else can I escape to? Gu Xiu became more and more strange, but then he didn't bother to think too much. Now that the 10-star boss who was doing things behind the scenes was eliminated, Yetian, the Angel Lord, was also frightened out of his wits. I guess I can be clean for a while. Li Wuxin was beaten to death. Lost the territory again, even if he escaped by chance, so what? If you dare to come next time, it will be a big deal to kill him again. Fusion. As usual, Gu Xiu chose the second option. If I saw these more than 10,000 spirit crystals before, I might have to be moved. But now a mere 10,000 spirit crystals can no longer enter his eyes, but Li Wuxin's huge land of more than 2,000 square kilometers. If his territory is absorbed, the world will skyrocket by 1/3. In the Dong grassland of the Eternal Continent, in a large hall, a group of bronze-masked men in blue armor stood solemnly in a formation. A pool of black spring water in the middle struggles like a living thing. Wisps of blue light burst out from the masked man and poured into the pool of black water along the lines of the formation. The black water struggled more and more violently, for a while. A naked man is like a chick that has just emerged from its shell, and finally struggles out of the black water with great difficulty. Forbidden Spirit Brand. A dull voice came from behind a mask, and the Qing Guang man jumped out like a ghost. A slap was printed on the forehead of the man who just got out of the black water. What? The man let out a miserable scream, and his breath suddenly plummeted. A wave of black air all over his body dissipated and disappeared into the air. After all the black air dissipated, the man collapsed to the ground, almost turning into a weak mortal. If Gu Xiu and the members of the Yintian alliance were here, they would surely be able to find that this person was Li Wuxin. Mysterious Lord, serve our soul hall, and will grant you the power of eternal life. A dull voice came. Li Wuxin looked at the group of mysterious people weakly. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Just after he got out of the tiger's mouth, he was like a wolf's den. But wisely, he didn't resist. I have lost my territory, what use is there to you? A group of masked people backed away, and the leader of the masked people stretched out his hand. The black water that Li Wuxin drilled out of the ground suddenly floated in the air, and the masked man waved his hand again. Suddenly, as if the gate of a spirit crystal mine was opened, countless spirit crystal mines fell out. A huge suction force erupted from the black water, greedily absorbing the spirit crystal. As the spiritual crystals are absorbed more and more, the black water is also expanding and changing. When the changes finally stopped, Li Wuxin couldn't help shrinking his pupils. In front of him is a first-class Fengde ghost pool. Mysterious Lord, we both cooperate to get what we need. You recruit high-quality soul bodies for us to practice, and we will give you any materials you want. The masked man handed the Fengde ghost pool to Li Wuxin, and said it seductively. Li Wuxin sneered from the bottom of his heart, the mysterious man's mouth is a deceiving ghost. Will win-win cooperation seal his strength and imprison him? He could clearly feel that his strength as a Tier 4 lord had been imprisoned. 077 Although all his troops were wiped out, there were 800 reincarnated ghosts who were captured and imprisoned in the Eternal Continent. Although I have lost control, I can always feel the existence of these arms. You can also enjoy the strength blessing of these arms. But now, just now, after the so-called masked man of the Palace of Souls imprinted the brand with his own hand, all of his blessings were cut off, although he could still feel the existence of his troops. But I can no longer enjoy the strength blessing brought by my arms. In other words, even though he is still a 4th-rank 10-star lord, but the strength has become immortal. It is good. After being silent for a while, Li Wuxin wisely agreed. Now the strength is not as good as human beings, and in the sphere of influence of this so-called Soul Palace, the only way to do it is to agree first, and then discuss it in the long run. Very good, there are enough spirit crystals here for you to upgrade buildings and recruit troops, recruit higher level spirit bodies as soon as possible, and you will get corresponding rewards. The masked man nodded in satisfaction, and when he waved his hand, the whole room was filled with spirit crystals. If you have any needs, tell the servant directly, and he will meet all your requirements. But for safety's sake, it's best not to leave this room. The masked man of the Soul Palace left. Li Wuxin's expression kept changing and he looked at the spirit crystals in the room, but he didn't feel the slightest joy. Brother, Li Wuxin, dead. In the heavenly court, Zhang Ren looked at the news that Xing had just sent. But he didn't feel happy at all, but his expression became more and more dignified. Because he knew that Gu Xiu's troops attacking the spirit crystal mine had not moved at all. And from the moment he executed the plan to the present, it took no more than 1,000 minutes. In other words, since Li Wuxin invaded Gu Xiu. When the invasion failed, Gu Xiu chased and killed Li Wuxin to counter the invasion and went back, and when the entire army of the Cloudy Alliance was wiped out, Li Wuxin died. It took less than 10 minutes in total, and the tens of thousands of troops that attacked the Spirit Crystal Mine still hadn't been used. Gu Xiu, an elf race is so terrifying. Chapter 82. Spirit Crystal Mine Medium. Mining speed, 10/unit/hour. Ore content, 5 million. Although the level of the Spirit Crystal Mine is not as high as that of the Mountain Col, the monsters that protect the mines are actually more powerful. When the Spirit World swallowed Fengdu's territory and expanded it, the Spirit Crystal Mine was also successfully captured. It's just a little disappointing that the Spirit Crystal Mine may not be large enough. No coexisting crystal source was found. Gu Xiu, recruit 2 miners, require more than 1,000 units, have skills or talents to improve collection efficiency, and mine medium-sized spirit crystal mines, 20% to 80%. After winning the Spirit Crystal Mine, Gu Xiu directly recruited miners in the chat room. Because this is the Fengming Mountain area, there are also geographical requirements for miners. Among his 100 customers who were qualified last time have been screened out. I am working hard to mine in the Col, and it will take at least 7 or 8 days at the current mining speed. Given how long it has passed for him, he might almost become a 10th rank lord. Naturally, it is impossible to just wait for them here. FK, the ancient gods are here again, and they found a medium-sized spirit crystal mine so quickly. Ancient god is worthy of being an ancient god, it seems that he has already fallen. Axie, I really envy you Fengming Mountain, there is such a boss. The ancient gods chose me, and I have a 10% mining bonus. Choose me, I have 20%. Ancient god, I don't have the blessing of mining skills, but I only need 19 points. Damn, this Nima can also be rolled up? I also need 19 points, ancient god, I still have 10% mining efficiency. To paralyze you group of crowbars, I, the ancient god, have a 20% bonus, and I can dance. What does it matter if you can dance? The chat room is boiling again, it's not that everyone is too boring. It is really noble that the special effects are too conspicuous, it is hard for people not to notice. Basically, Gu Xiu either doesn't speak, and when he speaks, it must be the core of everyone's discussion. And this time Gu Xiu publicly recruited miners with conditions that made countless people crazy. The lords in other areas who have the talent to improve mining efficiency are envious. A lord with this kind of talent is basically doomed to rely on the strong to survive, and he can't help but secretly hate why there is no such big boss in their area. Let them have a lifetime of skills but nowhere to use them. If it weren't for the fact that many lords are currently limited in strength and unable to figure out the boundaries of a region, they can't wait to cross the domain and come to Fengming Mountain. The lords of Fengming Mountain are now hilarious, this is simply a blessing from the sky. The 28% share is enough for them to earn tens of thousands of spirit crystals a day, this income is simply more than how many 8-star lords. The lords who did not meet the conditions were all jealous with red eyes. And the lord who meets the requirements is even more aggressive. In order to get this opportunity, there are also countless volume kings, actively lowering the share to try to get Gu Xiu's appreciation. However, the volume is endless, and soon the versatile lords will show what it means to work with money. Some said they could dance, some said they could do yoga, and some even said they could provide door-to-door services. It can be said that he will do everything for this minor status. The lord who originally proposed a 19% share suddenly regretted that his intestines were green. He created the era of Wan Wang, but was abandoned by the era. Gu Xiu did not expect the enthusiasm of the migrant workers, and finally he chose 3 fair-skinned and beautiful lord miners. He swore it wasn't because they said they could come. Go back to the city and rest. A busy day is finally over, the Eternal Continent is no better than the Lord's world. Dangerous group, except for the bold ones, not many lords dare to spend the night in the eternal continent. Because the blood moon there will also increase the monster's strength by 50%. And Gu Xiu, purely because he loves the girls under him. All the elves are fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Staying up late will hurt the skin. When the time comes, he will be so heartbroken when he becomes ugly. Except for the 2 spirit crystal mines that sent 2 teams of elf sharpshooters to protect each other, all elves including heroes returned to the elf world. Gu Xiu began to count the harvest of the day. The first is grades, today is the busiest day. Brushed a dark tombstone, took down 2 medium-sized spirit crystal mines. Annihilated the Beast Alliance and the army of thousands of lords, counterattacked the invading Li Wuxin. Eliminate the siege of the Cloudy Sky Alliance and kill Li Wuxin. The elves also separately explored the land of more than 10 million kilometers of Fengming Mountain in the Eternal Continent. Many low-level dungeons, secret realms, and low-level spirit crystal mines have been found, but the level is too low for him to look down upon. There are many gains from equipment and props, but the biggest gain is. But it is the experience of the Lord. A 5th level Lord needs a full 500,000 experience to advance to the 6th level. I got more than 70,000 from killing dark tombstones and secret realms before, but now only a few thousand can break through. It's a pity that there is no beast tide. Let's upgrade tomorrow. Gu Xiu feels a little sorry, more than 80% of the lords have left Xinqiao village. It is no longer possible to trigger the beast tide in the lord's world, which makes many lords feel regretful. But Gu Xiu didn't care too much, his lord level rose too fast. It has far exceeded the upgrade speed of the ancient tree of life, and the improved lord's strength is useless. There is no urgency to upgrade the lord level. The ancient tree of life is still close to 20 hours. Glancing at the ancient tree of life, he gave up the idea of using spirit crystals to accelerate. Then there is the moon well. The 3rd level moon well condenses 3 points of moonlight every hour. Finally reached 100 points. Use moonlight. Gu Xiu was refreshed. Every point of moonlight can increase the magic damage of all elves by 1%. Although it is currently only effective for Yoana, the elves are born archers and mages. In the future, many units or heroes who are good at sending books will inevitably be recruited. In the moon well, the blood-red moonlight, like blood, rises like mist, gradually enveloping the ancient tree of life. Condensing all the elves inside, the blood-red mist that seems to permeate people. But it contains mysterious energy, and all the elves, including the moon girl, showed expressions of enjoyment. Unconsciously began to devour and absorb the mist of the moonlight. Gu Xiu frowned slightly, faintly feeling that some mysterious force was changing the bodies of the elves. As the mist gradually faded and was absorbed by the elves, the ancient tree of life seemed to be dyed a layer of red. The exposed skin of the elves gradually turned bright red, and Gu Xiu also seemed to feel a hot current burning inside his body. FK. Gu Xiu suddenly feels bad. This damn moon well is not serious. I glanced at the other ordinary elves. Fortunately, no weird behavior. Master, it's time to rest. The 5 heroes came over with blushing faces. In a daze, I seem to have heard a reminder. Waking up in the morning, Gu Xiu looked at the messy clothes and vaguely understood something. So, who was it the next day? Who was it yesterday? This is a mystery. No matter how Gu Xiu thinks, he can only know who it was last night. Woke up early in the morning and the heroes had already led their troops to the Eternal Continent, leaving only 10 elf marksmen to protect the territory in the Lord's world. Yet, this is... Gu Xiu carefully looked at the 10 elven sharpshooters, almost thinking that he was dazzled. After just one night, this elf sharpshooter seems to have changed. Originally, except for the green hair and pointy ears, there is no difference between elves and humans. But now, the elf's hair is blood red. There is also a strange red light on the body, which is completely different from yesterday's appearance. What's going on? Confused, Gu Xiu quickly opened the system prompt. Sure enough, I found the reason. Absorb the essence of the blood moon, and the elves will mutate into blood elves. Racial potential increase, Li does, promotion 6 stars. Damn, have you been promoted to a star? Gu Xiu was ecstatic, race is basically doomed at birth. It is almost impossible to increase the potential of the race the day after tomorrow, but I never expected that the elves would mutate unintentionally. Directly mutated from 5-star elves to 6-star blood elves. Although he has unlimited upgrade talents, he can break through the restrictions of races. He doesn't care about the potential of the race, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want the race to be stronger. The most obvious difference between the 5-star race and the 6-star race is the difference in the upper limit of the level, followed by the increase in the attributes of each level. The higher the potential of the race, the higher the attributes obtained per level, especially for heroes. If you don't upgrade to one level, increase the value of 1 plus hero potential, * racial potential. Equivalent to every level of racial potential, the hero can get additional attributes of his own potential points. This improvement cannot be ignored. For high-level heroes, maybe the grades are the same, but because of the difference in racial potential, the strength will be several times or tens of times different. This unscrupulous moon, well, just a few more. Gu Xiu murmured, looking at the attributes of the arms and heroes. Suddenly his eyes widened, FK. Chapter 83. Blood Moon, Guardian Spirit V321. 3400 plus 30,000. 3400 plus 40,000. 3400 plus 10,000. Growth, 2. Link LV14, increase the damage of linked units by 280%. Ice Orb IV13, normal attack becomes Ice Orb, with 130% damage of own magic added. Teleport LV14, teleport to any territory coordinates, cool down for 1 second. Level Suppression, suppress enemies whose level is lower than your own, initially increase your total damage by 60%, and increase the damage by 20% for every 10 levels of the difference in level. Attribute Enhancement, each level increases by an additional 5 points of all attributes. Self-Explosion LV14, the elf self-explodes and burns all enemies within 100 range at the cost of sacrificing all life. Bond LV14, add 1400% of the highest 3-dimensional item to the connected friendly unit, and the 3-dimensional priority is the same as strength, agility, and intelligence in the order. Introduction: the mutated blood elf who absorbed the essence of the blood moon has a powerful strength far exceeding that of ordinary elves, and its potential has not been exhausted yet. Gu Xiu opened his mouth wide. When the blood elves were conceived from the moon well, he thought that it would be great if all elves could mutate. And now, unintentionally, it actually did it. They all became mutant blood elves, and their attributes skyrocketed from less than 2,000 to 3,004. Almost doubled. And the skill effect is even more perverted, all skill effects are doubled directly. The 14th level link fully increases the terrorist attack by 280%, and the core skill bond directly increases the attribute by 14 times. With the current agility of the Blood Moon Guardian Elf, 14 times that would be more than 600,000. What a pervert to bless more than 600,000 attributes for the connected unit. Gu Xiu is more concerned about the last introduction, 633. The potential is still not exhausted. Gu Xiu looked at the moon well thoughtfully, and the 21 o'clock moonlight had gathered after one night. Will the next time I condense 100 points of moonlight for the elves to use, can I trigger a mutation again? Spirit Marksman V320. 2688 plus 30,000. 5888 plus 40,000. 2685 plus 10,000. Growth, 2. Moon Shadow LV13, the elf archer is in an invisible state and cannot be found by the true vision effect, and will not reveal his figure during normal attacks but will be detected by the true vision. Luna Blessing LV13, increase attack speed by 2600% within 10 seconds, CD 10 seconds. Multiple arrows LV14, the arrows shot split into 20, each causing 480% damage. Shot LV14, when attacking, there is a 55% chance to attack twice in a row. Frost arrow LV13, when attacking, there is a random ice attack, causing an additional damage of 130% of its own magic value to the enemy. Controlling LV14, possess the ability to control a mount, and additionally increase the attributes of the mount by 700% in itself. Armor-piercing arrow V13, the archer's arrow has its own armor-piercing function, which can ignore the target's 1300 points of defense. Fire concentration LV14, when multiple sharpshooters attack a target at the same time, the attack power will increase by 28% for each additional elf marksman. Introduction: the mutated blood elf who absorbed the essence of the blood moon has a powerful strength far exceeding that of ordinary elves, and its potential has not been exhausted yet. The same goes for other arms, all of them have 2-star growth potential. At the same time that the attribute has skyrocketed, the effect of the skill is doubled. Especially the first moon shadow skill, which was once regarded as tasteless. Now it has finally brought about a qualitative change. Invisibility that cannot be detected by the true sight effect. Ordinary attacks will not reveal the figure, simply put, the enemy is attacked and does not know where the attack comes from. If you don't have anti-hidden props or skills, you won't know if you hit it. Only when active skills are used will the body shape be revealed, it is simply abnormal. The effect of the ultimate skill focus fire is doubled, and each additional attack increases directly by 28%. According to his current number of 7,000 elf sharpshooters, when attacking a target at the same time, the attack of each sharpshooter will increase by 1,960 times. Although it's just a boosted basic attack, it's scary enough. According to the basic attack with a total agility of 658,000 after the elf archer is blessed with the bond of the guardian elf, the attack of each elf sharpshooter must reach a terrifying 120 million. Hiss. Gu Xiu made some calculations and suddenly took a deep breath. The second tier units of 300 levels. Counting all kinds of blessing auras, the output will be as high as 4 to 5 billion. 7,000 elf sharpshooters focus fire attack. Thinking of this scene, Gu Xiu only felt his scalp go numb. It's unimaginable that such a terrifying guy is a second tier unit, and I am afraid that many lords have such an exaggerated 10th tier unit. The same is true for the Bright Ranger, the main attribute has skyrocketed to more than 20,000. The powerful strike of the core skill has become so perverted that it surpasses the sky, and the attack distance is as high as 6,000 kilometers. It means that the Bright Ranger can shoot an arrow around the entire elf territory. The damage is doubled, up to 200 times the highest attack. Can deal 400 million damage in one hit. The attributes of several heroes have also skyrocketed, but the effect of the skills is not as exaggerated as doubling. Gu Xiu guessed that the individual heroes should be relatively strong, and the boost from the Blood Moon essence does not have the same effect as ordinary troops. It seems to have increased by about 50%. Kuizudi's 14th level Gift of Relief has already done a full 140 times the damage. Now it has skyrocketed to 210 times. Moon Girl's star falling attack coefficient has also increased to 30 times. Shadow Song, Yoana also has a huge boost. The power of Luna's moon seal has increased again, which can seal 85% of life. This wave of fat. Gu Xiu was overjoyed, his strength had been improved in all aspects. As a lord, he naturally did not fall behind, and the three-dimensional directly soared to more than 50 million. Dexterity should be the highest, close to the terrifying number of 60 million. Even the strongest bow, Ajk, SS encountered at the level, the Golden Zhu Yanhuang and the Golden Earth Devil Bear. In front of him, he will also become a younger brother, the kind who slaps each other. Cool. Gu Xiu gave a loud shout, his strength almost doubled overnight. If other lords knew about this promotion, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Master, I found a ruins. At this moment, Yu sent a message. Gu Xiu suddenly lifted his spirits. His strength had soared just now and he was still looking for someone to practice with. Unexpectedly, there was a new discovery. Ruins. Gu Xiu turned the angle of view and shared it with Yuan, who stood alone on the top of a mountain. Behind is a wild lotus-like high slope, but in front of it is a cliff-like abyss. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking down, there is a stretch of dilapidated and decaying relic buildings. At a glance, the endless ruins fall under the abyss, and a nearby mountain cliff seems to be cut by a knife. The incision is smooth and neat, just like a peerless swordsman swinging his knife again. Cutting through hundreds of kilometers of lowest mountains with a single knife, usually completely reduced to powder. Countless years later, there are creatures that spawn a civilization in this area. And now, this relic is the relic left by this civilization. This is, what kind of power? Even with the help of the Lord, Gu Xiu has more than 50 million strength. With the help of the powerful strike of the Bright Ranger, it can send out an attack distance exceeding 500,000 kilometers. But that's for the weak flesh and blood and the air. If you really attack the ground, you may not be able to penetrate it for 100 kilometers. Moreover, everything that is attacked will only create a large hole and deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters. It is absolutely impossible to make such a smooth incision with a sharp knife and an axe. Even if the attribute is increased 10 times, it will definitely not be possible. Kui Judy, fly down and have a look. After a while, Gu Xiu recovered from the shock. The Blood Moon Guardian Elf brought Kui Judy to teleport, and Kui Judy spread 2 wings like butterflies behind her. Jumping down from the top of the mountain, flying towards the ruins under the abyss. Gu Xiu shifted his gaze to Kui Judy again, and the picture in front of him suddenly blurred. The ruins below are getting wider and boundless, far larger than the 10,000 square kilometers he guessed before. The buildings of the relics gradually became clearer, and the ruined walls seemed to have experienced a peerless battle. The tall palaces were destroyed and turned into ruins. From the few remaining architectural remnants, it can be seen that these palace buildings are extremely tall. It is hundreds of kilometers at every turn, and it is definitely not an existence that normal creatures can live in. Titans? Behemoths? Or giants? Gu Xiu was puzzled. These buildings showed man-made traces at first sight. But such a tall building must be built by a giant, and I don't know what kind of race it is. Boom! While Gu Xiu was admiring this magnificent mountain and river from a high altitude, Kui Zodi stopped with a cry of pain. There is a transparent layer like a spider web blocking the way, and it is transparent and invisible when it is not in contact. Kui Zodi slammed into it solidly before it appeared, a spider web-like shield stretched infinitely deep, enveloping the entire ruins below, as if a light blue glass cover was upside down on the ruins. Is there protection? Gu Xiu became more and more interested. The things with protective covers obviously indicate that there are good things underneath. Having good things means that he will gain again. Kui Judy tried to stretch out her hand and poke it down. The shield suddenly squeezed down and it seemed that it was not too strong. Break him! Gu Xiu commanded. Kui Zodi suddenly shot a weird ring weapon and scratched on the light blue shield fiercely. Boo! Like the sound of bubbles bursting, the shield that had existed for an unknown number of years suddenly shattered. There is no counterattack in the array that Gu Xiu imagined. Kui Zodi flapped her wings and continued to fall. The further you go down, the more you can find the hugeness and horror of this ruins. The ruins of the buildings that you thought before also revealed their true colors at this time. It turned out to be a statue of a giant. Lord Gu Xiu triggers the ruins of the palace. World Reputation plus 100. Open the script of Xinggong Ruins, which contains the inheritance of the Xinggong clan of the Super 10-star race. All lords are free to explore, and inheritors can have 12-star race arms. Kui Zodi had just landed, and the vast sound of heaven suddenly resounded through the world. Chapter 84. The vast sky sounds spread all over the world, countless lords suddenly became stiff. Seeing the content of the world announcement, my whole body trembled and my eyes glowed red. Especially those low-level race lords couldn't help but burst into tears. Super 10-star race. Damn it, you actually got a Super 10-star race. Xing Gong Ruins, here I come. The superstar race is mine. I am Kong Feng, the 9-star giant dragon lord. I want this Super 10-star race. Who dares to fight for me and destroy your whole family? Humph, I am the 9-star lord abyss demon, who is afraid of whom? It's as if my 9-star fallen angel is afraid. Go away. I am the 10-star leader who advocates forbearance. I advise everyone to be wise, otherwise don't blame my heavenly soldiers for trampling everything. Damn it, there's even Tianxing collar hair. Hee, heavenly court? My heavenly court expresses its objection. Heaven? Heaven? My way is not alone. The chat room suddenly boiled over, and countless lords, no matter whether they were low-level or high-level, couldn't sit still. Many lords who have kept a low profile for a long time have joined the discussion or declared war at this moment. To the horror of countless lords, dozens of 9-star bosses who were considered rare in the past have exploded. Even the legendary 10-star lords exploded a lot. Surprised even the powerhouses who are also 10-star lords. Super 10-star race. The news spread like a bombshell all over the world. The eyes of countless lords are eager to fight, the strong want to be stronger. The weak count on this opportunity to turn around, even though they know that the news of the week is slim. But who can pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Let's go, let's form an alliance and go, first report to the group to keep warm, whoever gets the final chance depends on skill. Brothers, just listen to my instructions and help me get the Super 10-star race, and each will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit crystals. Brother Long, I have to help someone this time. Many lords played the emotional card one after another, either intimidating or luring. All kinds of means are exhausted. The world of powerful lords is not peaceful at this time. As the first 10-star lord exposed in the heavens. I don't know how many times Zhang Ren endured it all his life. But this time he decided not to bear it. It's Gu Xiu again, but no matter how powerful you are, if you dare to stand in my way, I will bear it a little longer. Zhang Ren uttered harsh words, silently cheering himself up. However, at the last moment, he was habitually discouraged, and sighed weakly. Gu Xiu is really terrifying, even though he is only a mere 5-star lord. But the talent is suspected to be god level. That 10-star lord Li Wuxin is a lesson from the past, the majestic 10-star lord. Before reaching the world's name, just like this, the body dies and the way disappears. No one knows except him, he originally called him the most embarrassing 7-star. Thinking about Li Wuxin's end, he doesn't want to follow in his footsteps. But anyone else, so what if it's the 10-star lord? Zhang Ren raised his head proudly, in my life, I will not be weaker than others. In a certain Western-style territorial world far away, in a vast and huge hall. Wells was shrouded in holy light, and there were countless angels outside the hall. His arms are the same as Yetian, they belong to the angel family. But it's not Yetian's 8-star level, but a 9-star holy angel. Not long ago, he opened a treasure chest in a dungeon of the Eternal Continent. Obtained a treasure that increases the potential of the race, and has upgraded the 9-star holy angel to the 1-star holy angel king. His strength has skyrocketed countless times, and in his heart he no longer takes all the lords seriously. Even Gu Xiu, who is said to be an ancient god, is nothing more than a big grasshopper in his eyes. As for the so-called angel Lord Yetian, hee, jumping beam clown. In the era of the War of All Races, the first one to destroy Yetian will save the Emperor's face. Wells called himself God and named his territory Heaven. He will rise here, master the power of light. Hundreds of millions of lords are required to surrender under his feet, and the ruins of this palace. It was the first battle of his birth in heaven. Stupid Orientals, fight before the great god. Well's eyes were burning, and a violent light burst out from behind his open arms. Thousands of angels outside the hall suddenly let out their fanatical gazes and prostrated themselves on the ground. My lord! Ha 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 ha! The insane sighs of Wells, looking at the tips of the palace ruins. I clicked confirm without hesitation, and disappeared instantly with 10,000 angels. Xingong ruins? Super 10-star Xingong family. In Lingshan Holy Land, Lang Shuyao looked at the sudden prompt. It's no surprise that Gu Xiu triggered this news, but he couldn't ignore the news coming from behind. The strength of the closed phrase has increased by 85%. It is not a big problem to deal with the 9-star lord, but the 10-star isn't enough. Lang Shuyao has a very clear understanding of herself. Because of her talent, she can't speak in the chat room. Therefore, she can soberly analyze her own strength from the perspective of an outsider. With the strength of her 8-star lord, she can be regarded as the existence of the upper level of the pyramid, and even with her perverted talent. In the future, even the high and mighty 10-star lords are not invincible. But it's not enough now. No matter how bad the closed-mouthed meditation is, it will eventually depend on time to develop. It's only been 4 days now, and the improvement of the strength of the arms is far from enough. At most, let her have the strength comparable to the 9-star lord, or the ordinary and mediocre 9-star lord. She might not be an opponent with a slightly better talent, let alone the 10-star lord. But it is impossible to have only this one benefit in the ruins of the super 10-star race, and you can benefit endlessly if you get any one. Lang Shuyao is very clear-headed. The super 10-star race named by the world announcement must be the target of all powerhouses. Wanting to snatch food from the hands of so many strong men. The difficulty is no less than beating everyone to become number one in the world. This is far from what she can do. Positioning from beginning to end is another reward. Only when the difficulty is small and the competition is low, can we have greater confidence in obtaining rich harvests. I don't know about Gu Xiu, will you fight for it? Lang Shuyao muttered, Gu Xiu is also a low-level lord. Even the legend of the arms is only 5-star elves, but they have achieved achievements beyond all others. She guessed that Gu Xiu's talent is definitely not weak. If anyone can overwhelm the audience. Thinking about it, only Gu Xiu can do it. Gu Xiu, it's this young man again, he's not ordinary. A young man riding on the back of a quay ox looked up at the sky and said to himself with a faint smile. Xingong Ruins, the first public event. Forget it, let's join the butcher with his old bones. Slime. Slime. In a desert, a group of small animals like glutinous rice jelly bounced around and made strange calls. From time to time a scorpion stings out of the desert, and the slime seem to be frightened. Jump directly together, and merge into a huge slime in the next second. With a quick jump, the beast was directly crushed to death. Brother Gu Xiu again? Even triggering a ruin can have a world announcement. Zhu Wuxuan stuck out her tongue and said inconceivably. She wrinkled her nose and seemed a little helpless. It must be fun to follow Brother Gu Xiu. I really envy Anan, who even became a miner for Brother Gu Xiu. Why am I not in Fengming Mountain, but in this ghostly desert? It's not fun at all. Zhu Wuxuan complained dissatisfied, very dissatisfied with his luck. But they don't seem to have any idea about the so-called Super 10-star race. All over the world, countless lords have different ideas. Gu Xiu couldn't help frowning at this moment. In the past 2 days, in the chat room, there were often lords who were overjoyed and said that they had found some treasures in the certain ruins. But why did it trigger a world announcement when I came to my place? Is it because my site is a bit big, or is it because it is a site or not a relic? Before I had time to find the ruins, I directly advertised and informed the whole world. Thinking of the overcrowded scene for a while, Gu Xiu couldn't help but get a headache. But he is just a small lord, so insignificant in this world. Can't even understand the existence form of this world announcement, let alone fight against or prevent it. Now that something has happened, you can only accept it calmly. All elf sharpshooters, teleport. Gu Xiu had no choice but to order, and in the next second 8,000 Blood Moon Guardian elves appeared with the elf sharpshooter. It's just that it is in an invisible state under the moon shadow skill of the elf sharpshooter, and the surface still looks empty. No one knows that there is a huge army of more than 10,000 here. Master, it seems to be in danger. Gu Xiu frowned slightly and said softly, always feeling a little bit of crisis in her heart. But it was quiet nearby, and the invisible elf marksman explored around and found no danger. Be careful, I also feel that it seems a little dangerous. Gu Xiu also said with a dignified face that the improvement of strength will also enhance the sixth sense in the dark. The ability to perceive danger is so mysterious that it cannot be explained. But it was such a clear feeling that he couldn't help but feel a little broken. Brush. FK, is this the Xingong ruins? It's so big. Are all the halls, are the palace clans giants? It's hundreds of kilometers at every turn, and the titans can't match it, right? After all, it is a super 10-star race, and the special sun point is normal. Damn it, this stone slab is still a material, which reminds me that I can make purple equipment. Hiss. This gravel road is actually paved with shards of spirit jade. How much spirit jade does this dam need? What a waste of money. What a waste of money. The lords seem to be teleported out of thin air by some mysterious force, no matter where they are. This moment appeared in this palace ruins, just a few seconds. The empty palace ruins were instantly overcrowded and overcrowded. Chapter 85. The palace ruins are vast and boundless, but the number of lords is even greater. This kind of heaven-defying pilot will not let go of anyone with some strength, even if more weak people have self-knowledge. Only 30% of the lords who came here are enough to fill up the ruins of the palace. From time to time, some lords let out a cry of exclamation, sweeping away the dust on the ground, and the road below was paved with fragments of spiritual jade. The steps of the ruins are actually piled up with spirit crystals. All kinds of luxuries instantly made countless lords jealous, but it seems that some special method was used here. Let the lords think of any way, but they can't cause any damage to the ground or buildings. But even so, there are lords who directly pick up treasure chests or other treasures from time to time. From time to time, it caused bursts of exclamation and envy. Walk. Gu Xiu frowned slightly, Gu Xiu flew into the sky directly. The 7,000 spirit marksmen sent out first, after all, there are too many people here. A large army is far less convenient than Gu Xiu alone. There are too many people on the ground, it will be much better to fly in the air. But correspondingly, it is difficult to find anything on the ground. Gu Xiu's eyes simply set on the huge statues in the air. These statues are lifelike. It was as if a real person had been petrified in an instant, maintaining the posture of his life and standing quietly on April 17. Yet? What's that? The ruins of the Xingong Palace appear abruptly, and there is no introduction at all. Everyone only knows that there are good things here, but they are at a loss as to where the good things are. Some spirit crystals, equipment, and even spirit jade can indeed be found in the ruins on the ground. But that's all. As for the inheritance mentioned in the world announcement, there is no shadow at all. At this moment, Gu Xiu, who was flying in the sky, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The sky became grey at some point, and an indescribable ray of light suddenly flickered in the distance. However, many lords on the ground seem to have not seen it. Yet? What kind of light is that? Where is the light? Aren't you dazzled? Is there light there? I didn't see it. I was surprised. Someone also gave a sound of surprise, looked up into the distance. Now everyone is at a loss and doesn't know where to start, and they will be alarmed at the slightest sign of trouble. Hearing the words, he also looked quickly, but they all looked blank. Didn't even see that flashing colorful changing light. The first person who spoke was stunned. The eyes of these people did not seem to be fake. He couldn't even help wondering if his eyes were dazzled. Not everyone can see. Gu Xiu was thoughtful, he couldn't be mistaken. And it can also be seen that many lords in the distance seem to have discovered it, and they are starting to go in which direction one by one. They all have tier 3 arms. Could it be that this colorful light also has the function of automatically filtering out the weak? Gu Xiu looked at the lords who discovered the light, and soon discovered a pattern. Every lord who departs has tier 3 arms, and the level is not low. Most of them have units with a level of more than 100, and they are obviously strong among the lords. Go, let's go too. Gu Xiu's heart moved, and Gu Xiu turned around and flew towards the direction where the light was shining. Brother, wait, you can see too, damn. You run so fast. The suspicious lord on the ground saw Gu Xiu's movements and shouted, but Gu Xiu's speed was terrifying. Before he finished speaking, Gu Xiu disappeared, and the lord suddenly took a deep breath. Gu Xiu was speeding all the way. Her agility of up to 700,000 almost turned her into an afterimage. The speed made the lords along the way dumbfounded, and sometimes a group of flying units were rushing on their way. But before they heard the sound of piercing through the air, Gu Xiu had already caught up with them from behind, and the gust of wind brought by the terrifying speed immediately blew them off their backs. Before they could see who was coming, Gu Xiu had quickly gone away and disappeared from their sight. Damn! Hurry up and reincarnate. Nima, do you have a sense of public morality? Who is this, so fast? 1. SHH, this must be a boss, you don't want to live anymore? Hiss, this speed. Agility must be at least tens of thousands. Who do you look down on? Tens of thousands of dollars are not worthy of this man's shoes. It must be some big boss. Maybe it's a 10-star lord, we can't afford to mess with it. I don't know how many lords are eating dirt behind me, and countless lords were knocked off their backs. But he only dared to complain in a low voice. Some lords couldn't help guessing that this person was a 10-star boss. Suddenly a group of people turned pale with fright and quickly fell silent, while more lords looked at the rapidly disappearing figure with envy and jealousy. 10 minutes later, I finally came to the source of the colorful light. To be able to emit light that spreads so far away, Gu Xiu originally thought it must be an extremely dazzling light. But when I came closer, I found that the light was very soft, illuminating a large area nearby like a bar. But it does not have that kind of dazzling and visual impact, the light is diverging from the sky. The mysterious light source that Gu Xiu pursued all the way finally revealed its true face. This is a palace giant. Gu Xiu looked at the scene in front of him in shock, the giant stone statue tens of thousands of meters high. An ankle is as big as a football field and tens of meters high. The so-called titans and behemoths are as small as ants in comparison. Let alone other races. Flying up along the stone statue, it is impossible to find that it is a humanoid creature at close range. The thick thighs are like sky pillars, which can't be seen at a glance. Its horror is unimaginable. Flying all the way up, the giant's palm spreads out and rises forward. It looks as if a vast and boundless platform has been built at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. At the other end, thousands of meters away, there is another similar platform that can be vaguely seen. Gu Xiu turned over and jumped onto the left hand of the giant. At this time, many lords had already arrived here. Most of them are flying races, and there are some races that don't look like it but are probably capable of flying. Each occupying a corner on the platform does not know what they are waiting for. Most of them are concentrated in the palm of the hand, and on the 5 fingers that are like a road to the sky. Each occupies one side of the force, and the lords who are not of the same race should be based on the alliance. The leader is either a 9-star or a 10-star lord, whose strength far exceeds that of the lord in the palm of his hand. What is this doing? Gu turned over and jumped into the palm of her hand, and other lords looked sideways. But when he saw only one hero, he smiled disdainfully. This is the world of lords. What is important is that the coordination of the arms depends on the number of battles. Although the heroes are strong individually, but it is unable to contend with the massive army, even without too many. 101,000 common units are enough to crush a 10-star hero. The greater role of the hero is as the commander of an army, providing wisdom output and halo power to the army, instead of taking advantage of the personal hero attention. Gu Xiu asked. The others glanced at them and turned their heads in disdain. I don't care about it at all. Zero. Gu Xiu frowned slightly. The light source was still above but clearly visible. However, many lords stood on various parts of the stone statue, but none of them exceeded the position of the palm. They are all silently waiting for something. Obviously there is some special situation. Don't tell me. Gu Xiu sneered, since no one took the initiative to tell him. Then call someone else. Gu Xiu glanced over the group of lords in the palm of his hand, and glanced at the group of forces staring at the thumb. The leader is a race similar to angels, but not illusory spirits like angels. Gu Xiu prefers to call it a birdman, which resembles Leigenzi except that the wings on the back are white. It seems that it is similar to the holiness of angels. It's you. Choi Judy spread her wings and flew towards Thumb. It's not because this person is easy to bully, it's just that bird watchers are not happy. FK, what does he want to do? Thumbs up, you're looking for death, that's the Luna Alliance. I heard that the Moon God clan is also a 10-star race, and their strength is unfathomable. A hero dares to come to seize the treasure. I really don't know how to live or die. By the way, what race is this? It's a bit like the elves, but why is the hair red? I don't know, it must be some mutant race. Hehe, the race of 6 or 7 stars in the sky, which one of you here is not in existence with more than 7 stars? But after all, his speed is so fast, I'm afraid his strength is not simple. On the huge square, all the lords seem to be waiting for something. Gu Xiu's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the countless lords on the palm were taken aback. Immediately gloating, in their view, the time waiting for the inheritance to start is also idle. It's not wrong to watch a show. In fact, it's not the first time I've seen such a scene. And no one is optimistic about Gu Xiu, after all, although there is nothing special about the territory on the 5 fingers. But it is special to distinguish itself from the palm, and it is a symbol of identity and strength. The forces that occupy the 5 fingers are not elected by voting, but by real swords and guns. In fact, the battle here just ended a few minutes ago, and the brains of countless lords are about to fight. These 5 forces defeated others with absolute strength, and each occupied a finger. Now there are people who rely on their own strength to challenge the most powerful thumb force among them. If it's not courting death, what is it? Hello, may I ask, what are you waiting for here? Choi Judy landed on the edge of the thumb and asked politely. The group of forces on thumbs looked at Kui Zudi in disbelief. They naturally also discovered Gu Xiu's movements. But I didn't expect this guy to dare to come here. Roll. The birdman at the top cast a faint glance at Gu Xiu, then turned his gaze indifferently. The younger brother at the bottom of the alliance naturally took on the task of guarding the goal for the big brother, and blurted out his words. Little brother, are you arrogant? Gu Xiu sighed in his heart, asking him so politely. Why are you so impolite? Chapter 86. Humph, just an elf, if you don't want to die, get out. The one who spoke was a creature like a saber-toothed tiger, looking at Kui Judy disdainfully. In his opinion, a mere mutant of the elves, even if the entire territory is moved to him, it is worthwhile. What's more, there is only one hero, and an ant-like existence dares to come to him for questioning. I was just asking a question, you have to force me to act. Gu Xiu was helpless, he was the one who triggered the ruins. As a result, there is nothing but 100 reputations. Instead, countless lords sent over, and some of them were lucky enough to come directly to this core location. He, the trigger person, still has to rush over here, and these guys who have enjoyed his benefits are not even willing to share information. It's really a very bad conscience. Ha ha ha, what did I hear? He wants to make a move. The biggest joke of the year, an elf hero is going to attack our ear god alliance. Hee, kid, don't you know what our Luna alliance means? Am I crazy or is he crazy? It's really interesting, are you planning to laugh us to death? A group of lords suddenly roared with laughter, tears were about to come out. Although their Luna alliance had no reputation before this, it was only because the leader asked everyone to keep a low profile. If the strength is exposed, it will be enough to blind everyone's eyes. Hee, I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the boy, the weakest of us here are the 8-star lords, how do you want to do it? Sword 09 Toothed Tiger laughed almost to tears, looking at Gu Xiu teasingly. Elves are quite beautiful. If you give me a good time, maybe I will tell you. Damn, you have such a bad taste, can't you tell that this is a man? Hiss. Brother Hu, I respect you for being a man. However, there is one thing to say, the elf is really beautiful, this one with protruding back and long legs. Damn, I'm so envious of those elf lords, I think they're going to be so excited. Nima, I'm getting angry when I talk about this, I'm full of skeletons. Brother Whose idea is okay, I'm so moved by what I said. The saber-toothed tiger was a blockbuster, and countless lords suddenly gasped. Then after reacting, his eyes lit up all of a sudden, and the eyeballs staring at Judy wanted to bulge out. Hee, it doesn't matter if the lord is male or female. The elves are female. The saber-toothed tiger laughed and cursed, also, do you think the lord is a man? Is he disgusting or am I disgusting? Damn it, brother Who 666. That said, it does seem to have a different flavor. Male heart and female body, brother Who is awesome. Learn and live forever. A group of lords were shocked and started discussing frantically. Many female lords immediately looked over with cold and unfriendly faces, but they just snorted coldly. No one is free to provoke the Luna Alliance for an ignorant elf. The lords who laughed wildly didn't notice that Gu Xiu's face gradually became gloomy. And bloody hair blowing in the wind. They have no idea what kind of existence they have offended. Master, I want to kill someone. Gu Xiu looked coldly at the group of demons and goblins on her thumb, and showed her killing intent for the first time. Kill it, don't hold back. Gu Xiu also has cold eyes full of murderous intent. Dirty ants, die. Gu Xiu couldn't stand it for a moment when she got the order. The body flickered and exploded suddenly, flowing upstream from the root of the thumb. In an instant, he rushed to the front of the First Lord, the saber-toothed tiger. FK. The extremely fast speed surprised the saber-toothed tiger lord, and then his face changed drastically. He didn't expect that this lonely elf would dare to make a move, and he was furious immediately. It's really courting death. Tiger and tiger make wind. Brother Who yelled loudly, and a gust of wind entangled the attack speed of all saber-toothed tigers by a full 50%. Gift of relief. Gu Xiu sneered, the movement of the saber-toothed tiger was almost like slow motion in her eyes. Before the saber-toothed tigers finished casting their spells, her attack has already arrived. The ring made of daggers pierced Brother Who's body in an instant. Brother Who's real name is Lu Xiaohu, he has an ordinary name but his military type is not ordinary. The 8-star level ancient saber-toothed tiger is a rare race with dual main attributes of strength and agility. The real high attack, high defense and blood thick, always ignore the enemy's attack when relying on their own special battles. Against the enemy's attack, he crazily fought back, but the simple and crude moves were all detrimental. This time, I didn't take Gu Xiu seriously, a mere mutant elf. It's nothing more than breaking the 6 and 7 stars in the sky, I guess it can't even break his defense. On the contrary, as long as he slapped the tiger claw with his backhand, he might be able to kill him instantly. Therefore, in the face of Gu Xiu's attack, he can't dodge or dodge at all, or he can't dodge if he wants to. He is ready to fight back. As for Gu Xiu's attack, just tickle. Puff. Just when Lu Xiaohu was thinking about slapping this elf to death, there was a muffled sound. Then there was a burst of unspeakable pain. The extreme pain made Lu Xiaohu feel like his soul was being torn apart. The strength of the whole body is constantly passing away, only the limbs of the whole body feel weak. Not to mention killing the elf with a tiger claw, and even standing up. Broken defense. Lu Xiaohu looked down in disbelief, the terrifying defense of the 8-star hero he was proud of. At this moment, it turned out to be paper-like, and a dagger like a toothed ring was inserted into its throat fiercely. The saber-toothed tiger behind him also seemed to have received the effect of beating a cow from a mountain, and was directly shattered into a piece of blood foam. No one survived within 100 meters. Impossible. Lu Xiaohu muttered blankly, he couldn't believe all this. 1 second ago, I was still laughing unscrupulously and even flirting, the next second. The elf whom he looked down upon and ridiculed unexpectedly killed dozens of his army in one fell swoop. He couldn't figure it out, how could there be such a powerful existence? Stand alone against his entire army. It was dark before his eyes, and the saber-toothed tiger hero finally fell to the ground and died completely. Die. Gu Xiu still didn't let go of her hatred. She directly drew out her weapon and rushed towards her thumb with flickering figure. He rushed into the army of saber-toothed tigers like breathing into a pack of wolves. Then all the lords on the palm saw a scene that shocked them all their lives. A blood-haired elf is like a demon god. Every blow with a knife in his hand is like an attack that washes the ground within 100 meters. One knife out, 100 meters clear. The mighty saber-toothed tiger lord, in her hands, kept falling like wheat. Completely unable to make an effective counterattack. Hiss! Countless lords gasped one after another, feeling cold sweat running down their backs. Opening his mouth wide, he watched the flesh and blood on the thumb flying, and a puff of blood mist continued to explode in the air. Before it hit the ground, dozens of new blood mist appeared. Lu Xiaohu, the majestic 8-star lord, has an army of more than 5,000 saber-toothed tigers. I still remember that in the finger fight just now, I did not know how many enemies I had torn apart. The powerful impression is deeply imprinted in their hearts. At this moment, this impression be subverted. This. FK, who is this big guy? Too fierce. Whoever called someone stupid just now didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Killing a person in 100 steps, never staying behind for 1,000 miles. It's so crazy. Knife kills in seconds, it's too scary. More than that, this speed is too perverted, like a ghost. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands. Scary. Countless lords stared dumbfounded, their eyeballs were about to pop out. This scene simply subverted their world view. The real thing is one enemy 10,000. In the world of the Lord, you can instantly kill tens of thousands of troops with your own strength. How amazing! Including the 5 fingers, the 5 powerful alliances can't help but stare dumbfounded at the moment. Especially the Luna alliance on the thumb, everything happened too fast. A second ago he was still chatting and laughing, commenting on Gu Xiu's figure. In the next second, Brother Tiger 293 received the lunchbox and even the entire saber-toothed tiger army was killed in less than 2 seconds. Such a scene immediately made a group of people's scalps tingle, even if they were members of the Moon God Alliance. The reaction is not much better than the ordinary lords below, who can come here is not a strong one. Weak and ordinary lords were eliminated as early as the first step, and they couldn't see the colorful light source at all. Even if they are 8-star lords, their strength may not be much stronger than Lu Xiaohu. There are even many 8-star lords in the palm below, but there is no huge Luna Alliance as a backer. Just stand there. Looking for death. How dare you? Everyone in the Luna Alliance was shocked at first, but then reacted with anger. An elf killing an 8-star lord in a short time is indeed enough to make them afraid. But if you watch your allies being slaughtered and remain indifferent, I am afraid that the hearts of the people will be scattered. The birdman who ignored Gu Xiu from above, can't sit still now. Kill him for me. Such a terrifying strength, no one dares to underestimate it. Kill. Tread the sky. Ghost finger. Divine sealed sword. Wrap your fingers softly. Puff. Laugh. What kind of scene would a dozen lords with 8 stars or above besiege one person? A picture that was unimaginable in everyone's mind appeared in front of them at this moment. Today is different from the past, the more powerful the lord develops faster. The lord who couldn't even produce 1,000 arms yesterday, now has tens of thousands at every turn. Even if they didn't bring all the troops, each of them started with 5,000 troops. A dozen or so is 5 to 60,000, and each of them is a powerhouse with 8 stars or more. The terrifying divine light instantly overwhelmed Gu Xiu, and the dazzling light made it difficult for people to see how the battle was going. Again. Gu Xiu shook his head, and even couldn't help yawning. I was so tired last night, I didn't sleep well. Chapter 87. Gu Xiu is helpless, no one else has seen this kind of scene, he has seen it. I just had a fight with the Cloudy Sky Alliance yesterday and killed a 10-star lord. Here we go again today. Do you died? It must be dead, so many heroes who attack the boss can't bear it. Hehe, an elf hero dares to single-handedly attack our Luna Alliance, he really wants to die. Killing him like this is really cheap for him. It's a pity brother who died too soon. Yes. The divine light was shining, and tens of thousands of attacks landed on Gu Xiu. No one thought she would survive. A group of lords couldn't help but mourn for brother Hu, but it was a pity that they despised the enemy. Otherwise, there is no need to die. So many saber-toothed tigers are dead, it's just a few spiritual crystals. But if the hero dies, it is really a heavy loss. On the index finger next to it, a group of lords are also watching this battle. Headed by a tall 9-tailed fox, lying lazily on the ground, its snow-white hair looks extremely noble. Big sister, who is this elf? It's too strong. Tisk tisk, it's not just strong, it's an honor to die. It's a pity that the brain is not working well, such a powerful hero died like this. It's a pity, if I had known such a strong strength, maybe I could pull it off. Big sister, don't you have identification skills? Who is this person? A group of twittering voices sounded, and the entire alliance turned out to be all women. The arms are also all kinds of monsters, staying together to discuss enthusiastically. It looks very weird. Oh, elf? Didn't you think of someone? A snow-white tail swayed playfully in the sky, and a lazy voice came from the mouth of the 9-tailed fox. With a thoughtful smile. Elf, you mean Gu Xiu? I can't, it's true that Gu Xiu is an elf, but the bloody one is obviously a mutant elf. Gu Xiu isn't that stupid, is he? Just die like this. A group of girls asked in amazement. It is no secret that Gu Xiu's army type is elves, for experts of their level. But this is not an elf, it is obviously different from Gu Xiu's arms. Moreover, Gu Xiu is not a fool to have the prestige he has today. How could it be possible to do such a thing of single-handedly rushing into the enemy's camp? The angel family can be divided into ordinary angels, fallen angels, holy angels, and angel royal families. Who said that there is only one elf family? The 9-tailed white fox said with some deep meaning, although there is no direct evidence. But she was 90% sure in her heart that this person was Gu Xiu. Lynx, follow me to visit later. The white fox looked at a big cat lying beside him, and said calmly. What? A few cute monsters looked shocked, and a dumb rabbit with long ears looked at the white fox in surprise. Visit? Where to visit? The white fox rolled his eyes in a humane manner, with a helpless expression on his face. Of course I'm going to pay a visit to Thumbs. 27. Several people looked at each other. Didn't the big sister dislike the group of bird people the most? Why do you still want to visit? Heroes with more than 300 levels, the agility is as high as 700,000. Hiss. On the middle finger, a green dragon muttered to himself with a shocked look in his eyes. This is not a Western dragon, but a serious dragon. At this time, there is a transparent panel in front of me, with Gu Xiu's simple three-dimensional, life, attack, and other attributes. He took a breath of cold air and looked at the group of bird people with a strange expression. There is no need to mourn for them. Agility up to 700,000, HP 2 million, defense against 40,000 to 50,000 monsters. Not to mention 50,000 to 60,000 arms, even if it is multiplied by 10 times, there is nothing to be done. He could easily see that Judy Choi's life was basically motionless. Even withstanding so many attacks, the divine light overwhelms it. It looks like a scary scene, but Gu Xiu's life has recovered immediately after tens of thousands. In other words, the attack of a group of people from the Luna Alliance is basically in vain. A level 300 elf? Could it be Gu Xiu who is called the Ancient God? A white flood dragon in the back asked quickly, the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. Long Aotian is a 10-star lord. The unit is the legendary totem, the Eastern Dragon. And the talent is also very powerful. The SSS level Wu Xing Benyin can mass-produce 9-star races to other lords through indescribable means. The lord who accepts the gift will be 100% centered on him. The stronger the lord is, the more subordinates he can create. So he directly created the Dragon God Alliance, and then casually invaded several territories. Instead of killing the opponent, he attacked the Lord and forcibly used it as his own hatchery to artificially create several 9-star sub-dragon lords. The white flood dragon in front of him is one of them. Because the subordinates he created are 100% loyal to him, so he doesn't have to be wary of his subordinates like other alliance leaders. There is no need to hide what you do, and the strength of the alliance is also extremely strong. That's right, such a powerful elf. I don't know what kind of sub-dragon species can be hatched. Long Aotian looked at the distance with great interest, as if he was thinking about some trick. The powerful Luna Alliance doesn't have scouting skills. Hehe, how important it is to master a skill. The Luna Alliance will suffer from not having scouting skills. On the ring finger and the little finger, the two alliances smiled strangely. I couldn't help but look at the group of bird people with pity. Now he is still pretending to be superior, and seems to feel that his subordinates are sure to deal with this elf. He doesn't even give a look. Pretending to be arrogant, but I don't know that I have been judged as stupid by the forces of the other 4 fingers. Should have sent a moon girl. Gu Xiu is also deeply reflecting at this moment. Gu Xiu is a melee unit after all. A high explosive assassin, she has to fight the boss. But to fight a group fight of this scale, Yoana is easier than her. But now Gu Xiu has already played, and she cannot be replaced. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will hurt the heart of this cold and proud assassin. Forget it, it's just a few extra knives, anyway, it's nothing to do now. Gu Xiu shook his head and gave up the plan to let Yuan send it. It was just a matter of cutting a few more knives, that's all. Clearing 100 meters with one blow, with Gu Xiu's speed, it won't take long to kill through this road to the sky. Really? Boom! The divine light annihilated and dissipated, and dozens of flower-like blood mist leaked out. The blood mist slowly dissipated, the setting sun penetrated into the ground and disappeared, and a ghostly figure was still wreaking havoc on the thumb. Wherever he went, blood mist bloomed continuously, and the surrounding 100 meters were instantly emptied. What? How is it possible? He didn't die. FK, 2,000 of my golden lions died. Hiss! Is he a devil? Fart devil! Lao Tzu's devil has been slaughtered by him. Everything in the battlefield was exposed, and everyone suddenly took a breath. The ordinary lord above the palm was stunned for a while and could not speak, while a group of people from the Luna Alliance gasped. Endless fear hits my heart. This kind of existence that can survive under the siege of tens of thousands of high-level arms is beyond their imagination. No matter how many units there are, it seems that they can only die, and they can't even block it. Thousands of units are killed by Kuizodi every second, and the whole thumb is covered in blood. Kuizodi quickly moved towards the end of the thumb like a peerless killer. A kind of lord backed back again and again in fear, the timid one even prepared to retreat on the spot. In order to snatch the opportunity of the palace ruins, they brought the most powerful troops. If they all die here, their strength will drop to the bottom in an instant. It is not impossible to even be unlucky enough to be invaded and killed by a low-level lord. No. Don't come here. Demon, you are a demon. Damn, I can't quit. Brother, spare me, I'll tell you everything. Moon God, help. Lu Xiaohu, the ST, just tell them the procedure. With Kuizodi's pressing step by step, a group of lords suddenly collapsed. If it was said that it was easy to be bullied at first when Judy Choi was alone, so she teased her. When Brother Hu is wiped out by the spike, they will take action in anger to avenge their teammates. Until now, Kuizodi defeated dozens of them all by himself, pressing every step of the way, and even they will end up with Brother Hu. Some people were even more shocked when they couldn't directly return to the territory, they completely collapsed. Some collapsed and begged for mercy, others cried bitterly. Some people cried out to express their willingness to obey, and some even asked for help in their last hope. I hope that their boss, who has been fighting against the concave-shaped Luna Lord. But without exception, they scolded Lu Xiaohu in their hearts. The intestines of each one are green with regret. Damn it, I answered other people's questions earlier, so why did it get to this point? It's just that they seem to have forgotten that before, they talked and flirted with Lu Xiaohu. Have them too. Gu Xiu, you must be Gu Xiu. After long-awaited calls, he came out, seeing that his subordinates couldn't handle it. The leader of the moon god finally couldn't sit still. A birdman with a golden thread on his feather flew out to block Kuizodi. Seeing Kuizodi said affirmatively. Damn, the moon god has made a move. Moon god, that's a 10-star unit, extremely powerful. That's it, this elf is proud to be able to do this. Don't be, watch carefully, the 10-star lord can't see it all the time. A group of onlookers lifted their spirits and looked at the golden birdman with their eyes admiringly. It's like a mortal facing a god. Don't talk too much. Kuizodi didn't even bother to pay attention to it, since she had already made a move, she didn't plan to give up halfway. The choking blade. Brush. A dagger came out of his hand and flew towards the golden birdman in an instant. Humph, you think I'm one of those crap, The golden birdman smiled disdainfully, but before he could finish speaking, the dagger pierced through his forehead. As soon as the body went limp, he collapsed to the ground, and a yellow turbid liquid flowed out from the wound. Luna Alliance. Onlookers. Chapter 88. Countless besieging crowds ran past with 10,000 drafts in their hearts. This horse and moon god looked like a cowhide. It turns out that it is indeed a one-knife-second thing, and the visual impact is a bit big if it is true. Countless lords were speechless and almost choked to death. And the lord of the Luna Alliance collapsed even more, and with strong expectations let the boss come out of the mountain. In the end, the boss acted so hip-stretching that he was instantly killed with a single stab. It seems that they are no different from the little soldiers under them, and they can't help but doubt life. My mother! The moon god was furious, and the hero was killed in a single blow. While feeling pain in the heart, I was even more out of breath, I only felt that my face was hot. Immediately, he possessed other birdmen again, and he almost went crazy. Kill it, give it to Lao Tzu. The moon god roared like crazy, Gu Xiu, I will never end with you. Humph! Gu Xiu sneered, the grass on the last grave with him was already 2 feet high. Not one left. He gave orders with cold eyes, after all, he didn't have any deep hatred with this so-called Luna Alliance. If other people admit their mistakes, he is too lazy to care about it. It's a pity that this group of garbage mouths are not clean and spray manure, not only angered Kui Judy. Even he feels disgusting. It's too late to admit his mistake now, let alone threaten him. Phantom assault. Naturally, Kui Judy will not be soft-handed, her body flickering and disappearing in an instant. Appearing directly behind the birdman who opened his mouth, the ring-toothed dagger slashed fiercely. A handful of blood mist erupted on the spot. A dot. Ah! In the territory of the moon god, a young man with an afro let out a scream. The possessed unit was killed twice in a row, and the severe pain almost made him crazy. The extreme tearing sensation continued to erupt in the depths of his soul, and this severe pain made him 473 collapse to the ground in an instant and struggle crazily. I can't get back to my senses for a long time. Help! Ancient God, spare my life! Ancient God, spare my life! I was wrong, I will never dare again, Ancient God, please forgive me. Gu Xiu, you dare to kill me, our Luna Alliance will not let you go, ah! Luna died twice in a row and never came back again. A group of lords under him suddenly had no leader, they could only watch helplessly as Kui Zudi slaughtered wildly. A group of birdmen instinctively attacked Kui Zudi, but they couldn't even hurt a little fur. On the contrary, every time Kui Zudi attacks, he must clear the surrounding 100 meters. A group of lords cried for their parents and cried for their mothers, regretting unceasingly. They hated Lu Xiaohu who brought all this to death. Gu Xiu begged for mercy in various ways, but when he found that begging for mercy on his knees was useless, started to threaten again, but this kind of threat from the weak looks quite ridiculous. After a while, the Thumbs to Heaven road was completely emptied. The blood mist fell down like rain, Kui Zudi with blood-red hair stood proudly alone. The countless lords below were shocked and did not dare to look at each other, especially those who had just ridiculed or even insulted. Even his face turned pale and his body trembled, for fear that the terrifying killing god would find them. This boss, who is it? Terrible. I wiped out the entire Luna Alliance alone. Just now, the Luna Alliance was terrible, but now. You must know that Moon God is the 10-star lord, but in the end he was wiped out like melons and vegetables. It's not that the Moon God is too weak, it's that this person is too strong. Damn, my elves actually have such a boss. Ajk. In the palm below, countless lords were amazed. But looking at the blood-stained thumb, I couldn't help but took 2 steps back unconsciously. It's really frightening to watch. Find someone to ask what's going on here. Gu Xiu turned around and looked at the countless lords below. Now that I ask myself a question again, no one dares not to answer, right? Yet. At this moment, Gu Xiu seemed to have a feeling. Turning his head and looking to the right, hundreds of meters away is the index finger of the giant's palm. A huge 9-tailed white fox stepped in the void, directly passing through the void towards the thumb. Little girl 9 Tails, thank the ancient gods for their kindness. I would like to pay a visit to the ancient gods. 9-tailed white fox, followed by a tiger-sized lynx. It seemed a little frightened, and a head leaked out from behind the white fox. This seat, Long Aotian, thank the ancient gods for their kindness. The white fox is floating in the air and outside the thumb, the clear eyes are looking at Kui Zodi. As soon as the words were finished, another strong voice came, and a blue dragon came riding on the clouds and fog. Thank you for the kindness of the ancient gods. On the other 2 fingers, there were also 2 top existences who cupped their hands in the distance but did not come over. You know who I am. Gu Xiu frowned and looked at the white fox and the blue dragon. It was the first time he had seen these two species. It has to be said that it is also an extremely beautiful creature. The soft white fur on the white fox is as smooth as jade. The 9 tails behind her are clustered together, but they don't look messy. Standing quietly in the air also reveals a noble and lazy temperament. Qinglong is a myth and legend. Horns like a deer, head like a cow, eyes like a shrimp, mouth like a donkey, belly like a snake, scales like a fish, feet like a phoenix, whiskers like a man, ears like an elephant. Eyes the size of copper bells look calm and majestic, and the blue scales on his body look extremely mighty and extraordinary. Hehe, although scouting is not very common now, it's not too rare either. Qiubai smiled, I've heard of the great name of the ancient gods. If I can't guess the elves with more than 300 levels, wouldn't I be extremely stupid? Haha, what Miss Nine Tails said is that the Birdman is a 10-star lord, but he doesn't even have detection skills. It's really... Qinglong laughed boldly like a bronze bell, and couldn't help shaking his head when he mentioned the Luna Alliance. To be honest, I don't have investigative skills either. Gu Xiu looked weird, to tell the truth. Although he fought a lot of bosses and killed a lot of monsters. But the damn thing is that no Lord skill book has ever exploded, and the extremely practical scouting technique in the Eternal Continent. He just never hit it. Qinglong's face froze, and the huge dragon's face couldn't help but twitch slightly. I feel a little embarrassed, because I have belittled others because of Luna's lack of scouting skills. Gu Xiu said that he didn't have one. Wouldn't it mean that he also despised Gu Xiu when he despised it just now? Haha. Qiubai covered his mouth and chuckled, then took out a skill book and handed it over. Little girl happens to have a lot of reconnaissance books here. If the ancient gods don't dislike it, you might as well use it first. Qinglong immediately glanced at Nine Tails gratefully, and finally walked out of embarrassment. Then thank you very much. Gu Xiu took it without being pretentious, stretched out his hand to look at Nine Tails. Please come up and talk. Then respect is worse than obedience. Nine Tails looked happy, stepped on Tongtian Road gracefully and walked up. Then looking at Qinglong, Long Aotian's expression became even more embarrassing. Gu Xiu obviously didn't invite him, and he didn't have the thick skin to actually go up to him. I'm just here to admire the demeanor of the ancient gods, so I won't disturb the distance between you two. Let's say goodbye first. Gu Xiu nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, this guy's eyes were erratic and sometimes fiery and sometimes weird. It always makes him feel creepy, and I don't like to stay with him too much. Qinglong walked away in a hurry. Gu Xiu and Jiwei sat facing each other on the top of their thumbs. The melon eaters below were even more astonished. The thanks from Qiubai and the others just now were not concealed. Everyone can hear clearly, this heaven-defying elf. It turned out to be the man who contracted the world announcement, triggering the existence of this palace ruins. The only noble baron, the mysterious Lord Gu Xiu. Damn it, the tongue repair boss's unit is actually an elf. Nima, the armies of the world's #1 lord of the ancient gods are actually 5-star elves. Have you ever seen such a heaven-defying elf? Obviously not an ordinary elf. No matter how much it mutates, elves are just a median race. How could it be so heaven-defying? The ancient god is worthy of being an ancient god, so Nima is perverted. The well-deserved first lord, because of it. Old god. Ancient god. FK, the ancient gods' armies are not super 10-star lords, are they? How could there be super? No way. Countless lords blushed with excitement, and couldn't help but look at Gu Xiu with admiration. An elf clan, forcibly suppressing countless lords to this point. Even to the 10-star lord, it is like chopping melons and vegetables, all of which are simply powerful and inconceivable. But if it is explained by the super 10-star race, it seems logical. If no one would have thought this way before, we all know that the types of troops are from 1 to 10 stars. Someone who brings up the concept of Super 10 stars will definitely be scolded as a bloody sprinkler. But it is different now. The appearance of the Xingong ruins has confirmed the existence of the Super 10-star race. Then it seems that there is nothing incomprehensible for someone to get it. Countless lords were horrified instantly, and there was no sound in the boiling square. A group of people looked at the tall thumb in awe and envy. A nine-tailed white fox and a blood-haired elf are sitting opposite each other. Ancient god, you don't really belong to the Super 10-star race, do you? Qiubai asked jokingly, his beautiful and clear eyes were full of curiosity. Hehe, how can there be any Super 10 stars? Gu Xiu shook his head and smiled, scoffing at the question. The ruins are about to open, and the little girl left first, saying that the ancient gods have won this time. Qiubai didn't get too entangled in this issue, and all the information about this place has been informed and a good relationship has been formed. Then he got up and said goodbye. Thank you. Gu Xiu bowed his hands to express his gratitude, and the communication with Nine Tails was very comfortable. Moreover, this woman speaks and does things very decently. If there is no other conflict, he would also like to make friends with her. Is it the inheritance of the Super 10-star race? Gu Xiu looked up at the colorful light deep in the top of his head and muttered to himself, don't think too much about what the Super 10-star race means. If there is a chance to get it, he will naturally not let it go. Chapter 89. Xingong site is the site of the ancient Xingong clan. Suffering an unknown upheaval back then, the famous palace clan was destroyed overnight. All civilizations and territories are reduced to ruins. Only this unknown site was left behind and was sealed, and it has only been seen today because of the weakening of the seal. Just happened to be met by Gu Xiu, completely broke the prohibition seal and was born. The ruins below are just some of the usual building facilities of the palace clan, but they also contain supreme opportunities. And the most precious resource, the inheritance of the Super 10 stars of the Xingong clan. In this huge stone statue, 99.99 million lives are needed to open the road of inheritance. Everyone can enter it through the colorful light source sees the inheritance. 99 and 99,000 lives. Gu Xiu frowned slightly, all of this was what Qiubai told him. These lives are all creatures including arms. According to the current lord's power, it is estimated that 10,000 to 20,000 lords will be needed to make up for it. Now there are only 4 to 5,000 in number, but lords are constantly coming. The number of lives is skyrocketing, and it is estimated that it will take at most half an hour to fill up. Is it so troublesome? Gu Xiu frowned slightly, but could not. He doesn't even know the principle of this kind of rules, so naturally he can't crack it. But he is not so boring, because where there are people, there are fights. On the other slab next door, thousands of meters away, the divine light caused by the battle can be seen from time to time. The same is true on the arms of the stone statues. From time to time, some people think that a certain position is better and cause conflicts. Fights broke out almost constantly, and even the forces on their 5 fingers were constantly challenged by other lords. The force on the little finger on the far right has changed several times. The Nine Tails alliance of index finger has also been challenged, but easily repelled the opponent. There were also 2 battles on Qin Glong's side. Long Aotian didn't just sit and watch his subordinates take action as proudly as the moon god. He seems to be a battle madman, every time he takes the lead. He also takes good care of the subordinates of the alliance, and his actions are overbearing and ruthless. After slaughtering 3 challenger alliances in a row, no one dared to challenge easily. On the contrary, Gu Xiu here, maybe people are not stupid. Seeing Gu Xiu occupying a Tongtianzu by himself but no one objected, although he felt baffled, he did not dare to stand out easily. For a while, it calmed down. Ha ha ha, you deserve to fight me too? Die with me. An arrogant loud sound sounded from the edge of the palm. Countless lords looked curiously. However, a huge snake head the size of a 3-story building suddenly appeared from below. The black scaly triangular head, the eerie and weird snake head scared a group of lords. I just feel cold in my heart. The black snake's huge body climbed onto the palm of the hand, but its terrifying tail slammed down fiercely. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from below, and then it became farther and farther away. I don't know if that unlucky ghost was overwhelmed by this huge boa constrictor. The black boa constrictor climbed up to the palm of his hand contentedly after having solved his opponent, his gloomy vertical pupils swept across. The group of lords who were staring at him suddenly felt cold on the soles of their feet. Unconsciously, he shifted his gaze away from the black snake's gaze. Humph, a bunch of trash. Black Snake smiled disdainfully, raised his head and looked at the 5 fingers. The palm of the stone statue is in a half-grip state, and it looks like 5 fingers are high above the palm, looking down at the palm. This kind of terrain is obviously easy to arouse the competitive spirit of the strong, and being above the 5 fingers can show their strength and status. Black Snake glanced at the punch, and his gaze finally settled on a small figure on the thumb. The huge snake body swam and jumped directly onto the thumb. The huge snake head was raised high and looked down at Gu Xiu. An indifferent killing intent leaked from the vertical pupils. Get off! As soon as the cold words came out, thousands of lords on the entire palm fell silent. Countless lords looked at the black snake with strange expressions, and couldn't help casting sympathy and pity in their eyes. 9 Tails and Black Dragon next to them couldn't help shaking their heads, almost laughing. Black Snake also sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right, but he couldn't help but feel a little bewildered looking at the eyes of so many lords. Even the sympathetic and pity eyes made him faintly inexplicably angry. Damn ants, how dare an elf race take over a thumb? Black Snake roared slightly uneasy, as if a louder voice could cover up his uneasiness. Tisk tisk tisk. Poor guy, probably doesn't know who he is facing. In terms of how important it is to know a skill. If he had scouting skills, he wouldn't be so arrogant. But then again, why is this guy alone? Maybe he is also a strong decision maker who can pick a group of people, but it's a pity to meet someone more perverted. I bet I'll be killed in seconds. Phew. I also bet on the spike. Countless lords gloating and discussing in their palms. The aura of this black snake giant python is too gloomy. Make them very uncomfortable. Gu Xiu glanced at the tall python, feeling a little helpless. The Luna Killing Alliance is still a little interested, after all, it can bring a lot of lord experience. But this guy? There is only 1 unit, kill only 1 point of experience. I'm really not interested. Give you 3 seconds, get out. Faint words came from the mouth of the elves, so naturally. But there was a burst of shock in Hay Snake's ears, as if he had heard some of the funniest jokes. What did you say? Ha ha ha, let me get out. Black Snake laughed wildly, looked down at the elf coldly. Humble reptile, know who you're talking to. Noisy. Before Black Snake finished speaking, he was interrupted. A trace of impatience flashed in Gu Xiu's eyes. This guy really didn't know where he learned to bite a humble reptile. It's really annoying to hear. Kill him. Yes, master. Gu Xiu received the order, and then raised her eyes to look at the black snake. A dagger in the ring in his hand came out. The choking blade. Ha 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 ha, kill me. Black Snake looked at the dagger in Gu Xiu's hand in astonishment, and couldn't help laughing wildly. Just rely on this toothpick. You know I'm the great black, Black Snake's voice stopped abruptly, and he felt a chill in his body. All the strength in his body suddenly disappeared, and he could no longer support the huge head. The huge body with a length of hundreds of meters smashed to the ground. Boom! How is it possible, why? Black Snake looked blankly at the elf in front of him, without even looking at him with a blank face. Turning his eyes around, he saw other lords of his. Trying to see a trace of astonishment and shock from their eyes, but what puzzled him was. This is schadenfreude and indifference, as if this is the standard ending. Why? With a trace of reluctance to be at a loss, Black Snake completely lost consciousness. Fierce beasts? Or are there indigenous creatures? The Black Snake died tragically, the other lords were very calm. But Gu Xiu looked at an attribute panel in front of him with a solemn expression. Black Water Profound Snake LV250. Lord Level. Life, 3.2 million. Attack, 350,000. Defense, 150,000. 8. Orange Equipment Black Water Poison Dagger. Acquire the orange equipment Xian Shui Leather Armor. This arrogant black snake is not the lord that other people think it is at all, but a lord-level boss with wisdom. After being killed, 2 pieces of equipment exploded, but the level gap is too large and does not provide any experience. Although it looks a bit naive, I actually found the strongest Gu Xiu on the scene. Qiubai and the others are a bit far apart, it is unknown if they have noticed this. But in Gu Xiu's view, this clearly shows that the Eternal Continent also has intelligent life. As for what kind of structure to develop and whether to have its own civilization, I don't know. The focus should be on these natives. Gu Xiu pondered. To be honest, he was a little dazed today. There is no single enemy between the lords, and it is difficult to find a place for the corresponding level when spawning monsters and upgrading. But looking at it now, maybe the Eternal Continent is not as simple as he thought. There is no rival among the lords, but there must be a strong presence among the natives. Look, what's going on over there? Just as Gu Xiu was thinking, another big battle broke out on the other palm of the stone statue. It's just that this time the movement was extra loud. A huge orangutan was besieged by countless lords. It seemed that even the powerful forces above the fingers were involved, and soon several huge creatures jumped up from below. A group of lords suddenly suffered heavy casualties, and the battle broke out and ended soon. In the end, the lord suffered heavy casualties, and 5 huge monsters occupied 5 fingers respectively. FK, what's going on? Could it be that all powerful existences follow the high-quality route? Like ancient gods? Is this Nima still in the age of the Lord? We've all gone astray. But it's not right, the 10-star boss is also crazy and explosive. The water in this world is too deep. I used to think that Yetian was the most awesome. A group of people were dumbfounded, and some couldn't help but glanced at Gu Xiu. This alien in their eyes, who single-handedly wiped out the existence of the entire Luna Alliance occupying a finger. Now 5 more appeared next door, and overthrew all 5 alliances over there. Let them can't help but doubt life. I want this hand from the Soul Palace. Hehe, have you asked me about Dao Palace? Get out of here, this is my territory of the Divine Phoenix Mountain. 1 for each person is enough, my Yaoxu clan needs the ring finger. Boom! 4 quarreling voices suddenly appeared, and countless tentacles covering the sky and the sun appeared from below. Before a group of lords could react, they slammed on the ring finger. The alliance that had just won the ring finger after a battle was directly smashed into meatloaf, and the group was instantly wiped out. Hiss! Countless lords in their palms suddenly gasped. Chapter 90. Yet? Where's the black water snake? Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the 4. It should be said that the forces of the 4 directions came to the palm of their hands. A group of disgusting tentacle monsters were entrenched on their ring fingers and asked in amazement. Yaoxu tribe, you are too cruel. A group of delicate phoenix landed at the foot of the middle finger mountain, and they complained to the tentacle monster next to them. Then he turned around and looked at the power on the middle finger, Dragon God Alliance. Our Divine Phoenix clan wants this middle finger mountain, so I'll give you a chance to come down. Long Aotian's complexion changed drastically, he lost a probing technique and suddenly his breath weakened. Under everyone's surprised eyes, he retreated with all his sub-dragon allies in despair. Thank you, I will accept the mission from my Divine Phoenix clan later, and I will give you a 20% reward bonus. A beautiful phoenix came back and politely said something inexplicable. Then occupied the ring finger. The Dao Palace is here, idlers retreat. A group of grey-haired humanoid creatures directly landed on the little finger, and the terrifying breath directly forced the lord on the little finger out. You! A white wolf grinned angrily, but dared not say anything. The horror of this group of old men shocked him. I had no choice but to bring the people of the Alliance back to the Palm Square. 5 Finger Mountains, 3 changed hands in an instant. Long Aotian with the middle finger and White Wolf with the little finger of 730 were forced to retreat, but the Alliance with the ring finger was not so lucky. He was directly smashed into a meatloaf by those disgusting saving monsters. He is old to death. The form changes too fast, countless lords are at a loss. Frightened in front of this group of mysterious visitors, I unconsciously set my eyes on the last 2 fingers. Now there are only the elves of Gu Xiu with the thumb, and the Nine Tails Alliance with the index finger. And on the side of these mysterious people, there is still a group of strange people wearing bronze masks. Which one will be unlucky next? While the countless lords were frightened, they couldn't help thinking that this group of mysterious people didn't know their identity and origin. The strength is so strong that it is against the sky, and Long Aotian, who is as strong as the Shen Long Alliance, is willing to give in directly. He didn't even struggle to resist or even say a harsh word, this alone shows it. The lords were curious and guessed whether it was Gu Xiu's bad luck or Nine Tails' bad luck. If it is Gu Xiu, the ancient god known as the First Lord, can they deal with this group of mysterious bronze-masked men? If not, the signboard of the ancient gods must collapse. The number 1 lord created will naturally become a vain name, and this group of mysterious people will step on Gu Xiu's name to take the top position. It must be famous in the world today. And if Gu Xiu is undefeated, it means that these mysterious people are not invincible. Just a little bit stronger. It has the breath of black water black snake Nasai, let's choose the index finger. The same multiple choice question was also in the hands of the bronze-masked man. A bronze-masked man looked at both sides and frowned slightly to make a choice. The other masked people had no objections either, and a group of people immediately set their eyes on the index finger mountain. The lazy Nine Tails quickly stood up, watching the group of uninvited guests as if they were approaching a formidable enemy. Qiubai threw out a scouting technique, and his complexion changed, and his heart couldn't help but suspend. Have you chosen Nine Tails? For some reason, a group of lords who watched the excitement below became a little disappointed. Perhaps from the bottom of their hearts, they are looking forward to watching a scene where a mysterious strongman challenges the number 1 in the world. The eyes are full of fun, and suddenly the interest is lacking. The bronze-masked man was about to head towards the 4-finger mountain, when suddenly a masked man's aura rose and fell rapidly. Turning his head to look at his thumb bitterly, his aura immediately attracted the attention of other bronze-masked people. Dear partner, what's the matter? The bronze-masked man stopped in his tracks and asked suspiciously. Let's go to Thumb Mountain and kill that elf. The man in the bronze mask gritted his teeth and said, with deep hatred leaking out of his eyes. He hates that this person caused him to be like this. Nowadays, people are neither valuable nor expensive, and they have lost their freedom. Others are lords who enslave arms and capture pets. And he, the majestic 10-star lord, is now enslaved by the natives. Completely becoming a tool man, no matter how many arms you recruit, you will not be able to gain even a trace of power. Even in this world where all the lords have long since left eating and drinking, he still needs to eat and drink like an ordinary person. There will be bodily filth, a great disgrace. There is the breath of the black water snake, you know what it means to us. The leading man in the bronze mask frowned slightly, and said in an unhappy tone. I don't care, if I don't kill this person, I'm upset, I can't break through the 3rd level. But he didn't care, being imprisoned by this group of people already made him extremely hateful. If it wasn't for their strength, they would have wanted to escape a long time ago, so who cares about them now? It's better to kill Gu Xiu to let him out, and then be killed by Gu Xiu again. By the way, being polluted by the breath of the black water snake, the more serious the loss, the better. The happier he is. The masked man frowned, with a murderous look in his eyes. I clenched my fist, but unfortunately I could only endure it. This person has an extraordinary effect on their forces, no one dares to take him for granted. At most, it is just imprisoning him, serving him with delicious food and drink on weekdays. If you have any special requirements, hold your nose and admit it. What's more, at this time, he actually threatened to raise the third rank, even if he paid a certain price. Even sacrificing his life, the clan will definitely execute it without hesitation. Humph! In the end, the extreme unwillingness in my heart could only be turned into a cold snort. He made up his mind that once the day when he is no longer needed, he must personally cut him alive. Go to Thumb's Mountain, pay attention to each other, and try not to be contaminated with the breath of the black water profound snake. A group of bronze-masked men have already set foot on the foot of Index Finger Mountain. But he suddenly turned around and went straight towards Thumb. Such a scene immediately made people startled. Qiubai, who was already preparing for battle on his index finger, looked startled. Feeling baffled, not knowing what happened. But I couldn't help but be grateful to Gu Xiu in my heart. If it wasn't for him, I can't say that I will suffer a heavy loss this time. After all, this group of people in front of me is not simple. FK, what's going on? God's turn. I went to Thumb Mountain. The First Lord, the ancient god, is fighting against the mysterious and strong bronze-masked man. It's an epic scene. FK, it would be great if it could be broadcast live. Go up, be careful not to blink. Who do you think will win? Is it the ancient god who continues to be invincible or the mysterious man who counterattacks? Hehe. Do you know the origin of this group of mysterious people? They are still ancient gods. Let's find out if you have detective skills. A group of people eating melons suddenly became excited and discussed eagerly. Some even speculated whether it was Gu Xiu who was superior or the mysterious strongman who counterattacked. Long Aotian, who was coerced by the Divine Phoenix clan to get down in despair, was extremely jealous at the moment, and said sourly. He is an existence with investigative skills, and he has already seen that these mysterious people are definitely not lords. The strength is even more frightening. Gu Xiu's biggest advantage level is not at all dominant now. In his opinion, Gu Xiu, who has lost his level advantage, is definitely no match for this group of mysterious people. That's right, these people are the indigenous forces of the Eternal Continent, and each of these bronze-masked people is a 300-level existence, and they are an organization called Soul Hall. The Lord who was kicked off from the Little Finger also sneered and said that he is also in existence on the top of Wuzi Mountain. They were all driven off, only Gu Xiu with the thumb and 9 tails with the index finger were still on it. Does this mean that they are not as good as Gu Xiu? Although this is true, it still makes him feel uncomfortable. As if belittling Gu Xiu can close the gap between himself and Gu Xiu, and become a person of the same level. After finishing speaking, he even announced the information he investigated directly. Soul Without Words v312. Life : I. Soul Without Regrets 4322. Life : The attribute panel of the bronze-masked man was announced, and countless lords suddenly took a breath. Although because of the level gap, I didn't get much useful information. But still confirmed the truth of his words. Damn, there are really natives. Nima, there are intelligent life, even the existence of organizations. This is a joke, the strength is too scary. The strength is so strong, how can our Lord handle the matter of intervening in the ruins of the palace? With this strength, the distance can directly kill us. No more ancient gods, they are also more than 300 levels. You should take it easy in the Eternal Continent in the future. If you offend these forces, I'm afraid it will be over. Hey, the ancient god was supposed to be invincible all the way, but it's a pity that he ran into an NPC halfway. A group of lords sighed in dismay after being astonished. There is really no way. If they are both lords, there is still a comparison. But lords and natives. It's like comparing players to NPCs. Who can compare to this Nima? A group of lords looked at Gu Xiu regretfully. They had given up their plan to compare Gu Xiu with these bronze men. From their point of view, it is estimated that when the bronze-masked man goes up, Gu Xiu will directly choose to quit. This is not a shame, after all, the opponent is a powerful NPC. Nine Tails and those women are really lucky to have picked up such a big leak. Feeling overwhelmed, I couldn't help being extremely jealous, and looked at a group of animal kingdoms on the 3.4-finger mountain. They were doomed, but the enemy turned a corner inexplicably. They escaped alive, but now no one has shot them. Quick battle, kill him. The people in the Soul Palace seemed to be very afraid of the breath of the black water snake, so they flew up to the thumb carefully. The leader casually glanced at Gu Xiu, a mere elf. With a faint order, a man with a bronze mask jumped out behind him. A strange blue-black scimitar in his hand was suddenly slashed, and there was a piercing sound of howling ghosts and wolves. Gu Xiu only felt that the roar in her head was like a magic sound, and she lost control for a while. The blue-black scimitar fell straight on her body. Crotch! The crisp sound spread all around, but it left countless people stunned. The lords who originally thought that Gu Xiu was going to die, even turned their heads a little bit unbearably. But now, seeing that Gu Xiu was unscathed, the bronze scimitar seems to be cutting on the golden dagger. Pretending to be a ghost, the blade of suffocation. A cold and angry voice spit out from Gu Xiu's mouth, and a dagger shot out suddenly. The masked man who was close at hand couldn't react at all, and directly pierced into the bronze mask. It flew out from the back of its head, bringing out a handful of bright red blood. Chapter 91. Boom! The man in the bronze mask looked up to the end with blank eyes, and the bodies of all the people in the Soul Palace within 100 meters behind him exploded at the same time. Turned into a puff of blood mist, no different from the people who killed the Luna Alliance before. A group of people from the Soul Palace disappeared in an instant, leaving only one standing in the distance blankly. Escaped. Quiet. The audience is silent. Countless lords were stunned. The voice of Long Aotian, who was still hyping that Gu Xiu will inevitably run away, stopped abruptly. As if being strangled by someone's neck, looking at the distant and tall figure in disbelief. No sound in my mouth for a long time. The indigenous forces on the 3 fingers next to it also stared at the thumb in disbelief. The Soul Palace, which even they were very afraid of, was killed by a lord hero in seconds? How can that be? That's the Soul Palace, just like that. Isn't the Hall of Souls immune to physical attacks? How is that possible? The 3.4s lost their voices at the same time, the reason why they directly snatched the 3 fingers at the back after they came up. It is because of the Palace of Fear of Souls. In order to avoid conflict with the Soul Palace, simply do not compete with the Soul Palace. Leave the thumb and index finger to Soul Palace, and let him pick it by himself. Tang Soul Palace will not come to compete with them for the 3 fingers in the back, right? However, they never expected that the ending was completely different from what they expected. The ship capsized in the gutter of the majestic Soul Hall, and was instantly killed by a lord. Is it my eyesight? Why did I see Gu Xiu second this NPC? 09. That. I seem to be dazzled too. You're dazzled, it's really my ancient god's masked man. Damn, the ancient god is mighty. Too fierce. Paralyzed, I suspect that the ancient gods are cheating. It is outrageous to hang and beat the 10-star lord, and now you can second the NPC. Old god, I want to give you monkeys. Ah, no, it's too strong, I can't bear it. Bull beep. Strong. Haha, what about the person who said that the ancient gods are not good? Hehe, if you can't do it yourself, you think others can't do it either. What a joke! 1. The countless lords on the palm were stunned, and suddenly erupted in a daze. Countless lords looked at Gu Xiu in shock, their fanatical eyes were completely fancied. It's just that Long Aotian, who was used as a comparison, was not so comfortable, his face was gloomy and innocent. Fortunately, it is a blue dragon head, no obvious changes can be seen. And on the thumb, the only remaining man in the bronze mask is even more devastated. Impossible, impossible! How can you be so strong? The masked man kept retreating, the scene just now had too much impact on him. We met again, why do you say you are doing this? Gu Xiu looked at the bronze masked man with a strange expression, and shook his head helplessly. Isn't it good to live? Do you have to die? Hey? Li Wuxin. The masked man was shocked, and looked at Gu Xiu in disbelief. Unexpectedly, he guessed his identity at a glance. That's right. The only remaining man in the bronze mask is Li Wuxin, the Lord 10-star powerhouse. Yesterday I went to invade Gu Xiu with a brain twitch, but I was easily killed by a light ranger. Then Yuan counter-invaded his world, and even though he recruited the help of teammates from the entire alliance, he still ended up completely wiped out. It is really embarrassing that the majestic 10-star lord was destroyed in the early stage. But Li Wuxin is the 10-star lord after all, and in the end, by means of saving his life, he got mixed up in the soul palace of the indigenous forces. With the help of massive resources, Li Wuxin developed rapidly like an ant queen to recruit reincarnated ghosts. The only pity is, he exists only as a tool man. The recruited units could not be used by him, but instead were taken by the people of the Soul Palace to practice. It can be described as the most embarrassing lord in history. However, Soul Palace still has some humane treatment for him, a prolific soul-like tool man. For example, he is afraid that he will be insane after being imprisoned for too long, and sometimes provide a body for him to share and participate in the mission of the Soul Palace. It's time to relax, anyway, the body and soul are under the control of their Soul Palace. Every time he goes out, there are countless people from the Soul Palace accompanying him, and he is not afraid of him escaping at all. However, I never expected to meet Gu Xiu here this time. Under his persistence, the people in the Soul Palace changed their goals, and finally succeeded in annihilating the entire army. Only because he had no strength, he stood a little farther away and escaped a couple of times. Gu Xiu. Li Wuxin gritted his teeth and looked at Gu Xiu. It was Gu Xiu's fault that he became like this. Now that Gu Xiu saw his most embarrassing appearance, the huge sense of shame made him wish he could die on the spot. Kill me! Li Wuxin looked at Gu Xiu angrily, clenched his fists. But there was a trace of prayer in his eyes, begging this powerful enemy to kill him. What? Li Wuxin. FK, I remember that the leader of the Cloudy Sky Alliance is called Li Wuxin, a 10-star lord. I'm going. It seems that the Cloudy Sky Alliance was inexplicably disbanded yesterday, and the lords have been absorbed by several other alliances. I heard that all members of the Cloudy Sky Alliance are at least 8-star lords, and the famous angel Lord Yetian is one of them. SHH. I heard that Yetian was defeated and joined the Cloudy Sky Alliance. FK, how did such a powerful person get mixed up with the indigenous forces? Can't you tell? It's obvious that Gu Xiu was offended by that appearance. Maybe the disbandment of the Cloudy Sky Alliance has something to do with Gu Xiu. Hiss. Countless lords are whispering, the Cloudy Sky Alliance is the first powerful existence born. It is famous all over the world with the minimum absorption of 8-star lords, and its reputation has made countless lords shocked and awed. But never imagined that such a powerful and terrifying existence. Suspected to be defeated by Gu Xiu, the alliance was disbanded. The former ally leader was forced to mix with the natives, and it seems that he was aggrieved. Ah! Gu Xiu, kill me! Hearing the whispers of countless lords, Li Wuxin became more and more ashamed. The great sense of shame almost overwhelmed him. Roaring madly, begging Gu Xiu to kill him. Compared to the previous enemies who humiliated him aloofly, he would rather stay in the Dark Soul Palace for the rest of his life. Imprisoned forever. Then I will fulfill you. Gu Xiu's eyes are indifferent, Li Wuxin's everything is just his own fault. No sympathy at all. The choking blade. Kuizudi had one eyelid, and threw out a dagger. Li Wuxin froze and fell to the ground facing the sun. The corpses of all the people in the Soul Palace turned into a handful of black smoke at this moment, and ghosts with teeth and claws could be seen faintly. But without the sustenance of the carrier, this kind of refined ghost clan can't threaten life at all. After a while, it completely decomposed and dissipated in the air, leaving no traces. This fellow Taoist, I don't know how to call him. The Soul Hall was destroyed, and the audience was shocked. A kind voice came from a distance, among the forces named Dao Palace. The grey-haired old man at the head bowed his hands to Gu Xiu and asked politely. Lord, Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu nodded in response. He did not intend to conquer all these intelligent native creatures. After all, no one knows how strong they are. He will not simply think that the mere existence of level 300 is the peak powerhouse of the Eternal Continent. The 10-star Lord will recruit a 10th level unit in the future, but all of them are full-level existences with 1,000 levels. There must be such a terrifying figure among the natives, and his strength is far from enough. Those who can make friends can naturally make friends, even if they can inquire about the information of the Eternal Continent. I am the Dao Palace Dao Jianshan. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Gu Xiu, you are qualified to stand here. Gu Xiu raised his eyebrows and said nothing, carefully thinking about what Dao Jianshan meant. For them, it seems that standing on the Five Fingers Mountain also represents other meanings. Is it not just a symbol of status, strength, and status? But with real benefits? The Divine Phoenix next to him glanced at Gu Xiu, withdrew his gaze indifferently and did not speak. It seemed that even if Gu Xiu wiped out this team of soul halls, it would not be worth entering the eyes of their Divine Phoenix clan. The savings monster of 837 ring finger let out a strange laugh, not knowing what it meant. It's almost time, let's talk about the rules first. Dao Jianshan ignored the tentacle monster and the Phoenix clan, nodded slightly to Gu Xiu and then spoke loudly. Everyone releases their own tasks, and whoever can attract as many lords depends on their own ability. Can. The Divine Phoenix clan nodded to express that they had no objections. The tentacle monster looked at Jiwei and the others on the index finger, and smiled strangely. Where are they? Are they qualified to stand alongside us? Qiubai's face suddenly changed. She is not a fool. Hearing Dao Qianshan's words, he also knows that this finger is not as simple as a false name. The group of giant beasts next door is probably also an indigenous force, and they directly occupied it as soon as they came. And because of the existence of the perverted Gu Xiu, they destroyed the Black Water Xian Snake and the Soul Palace successively. As a result, there were 2 more vacancies, and she took advantage of it. I shared 2 finger mountains with Gu Xiu, but now obviously those disgusting tentacle monsters don't think they have this qualification. If you do something to her, she doesn't have Gu Xiu's ability to fight against these natives. I said they did, are you not convinced? Gu Xiu said indifferently, looking at the group of disgusting tentacle monsters. Countless tentacles are intertwined like a giant python, making people worry that they will tie a dead knot by themselves. Creamy and disgusting mucus is almost synonymous with nausea. These aborigines obviously know more about this palace site than him, and now 5 fingers occupy 3. If he wants to get a piece of the pie, being single and weak obviously doesn't have an advantage, keeping 9 tails can at least strengthen his own strength. He, do you really think you will be invincible if you destroy the Soul Palace? A frog in a well doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. The tentacle monster sneered, looking at Gu Xiu with vicious eyes. It seems that they are very disdainful of Gu Xiu's strength. Then I'd like to see what abilities you group of tentacled monsters have. Gu Xiu's eyes froze. Phantom strike. Kuizudi's figure leisurely disappeared, and instantly appeared on the ring finger thousands of meters away. Immediately, a puff of blood mist emerged on the ring finger. Chapter 92. How daring! The tentacle monster was furious, and dozens of tentacles were instantly killed and turned into a pool of blood mist. It never occurred to Gu Xiu that it was just a word of yin and yang, and Gu Xiu made a bold move. He was directly hit and missed. Really think that my Yaoxu tribe is afraid that you will fail? I can't tell which tentacles are talking, and the tentacles are violently drawn. With a powerful force, he slapped Kuizudi fiercely. Boom! Kuizudi was immediately sent flying. She is a melee unit, although she has a split attack of 100 meters. But in the face of the existence of such long hands, it is inevitable that he will be in a weak position, but Kuizudi is not afraid. It seems that the terrifying attack fell on her body like tickling, with up to 200,000 defenses and 2 million lives. Let her completely ignore the attacks of these tentacle monsters, seeming to be whipped around like a ball. In fact, the counterattack every time he is drawn away is enough to bring a handful of blood mist. The 14th level gift releases as high as 210 times the damage. Even the Emperor level bosses of the same level cannot block the second strike. What's more, these units can be regarded as elite and lord level units at best. Damn, Brother Xiu, in society, people don't talk too much, so this is the fight. It's too ruthless, but if you fight well, those tentacle monsters look disgusting. It's a bit confusing. It feels like the ancient gods are relying on sneak attack factors to attack the Soul Palace, but now they are hit like a ball by this tentacle monster. This elf seems to be an assassin-type hero. The super high attack speed and burst can instantly kill the same level, but the defense and life are probably destined to be much weaker. It's over, it doesn't look like an opponent at all. Gu Xiu made a move at the slightest disagreement, directly dumbfounding countless lords. I don't speak harsh words directly, but I can't help but feel worried when I look at the current battle situation. Because in their eyes, Kuizudi is clearly being pulled back and forth by a group of tentacles like a ball. People can't help but be terrified, afraid that Gu Xiu will die at any time. Humph! Ants who don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, can you know how powerful my great Yao Beard clan is? The haughty voice is still coming from a group of tentacle monsters, although their clansmen are constantly dying. But the form seems to be completely in their hands. How can this not be proud of them? I didn't see how powerful it is, but it's well-deserved disgusting. Gu Xiu sighed and said, these tentacle monsters probably don't have a good head. After fighting for a long time, I didn't find that even half of Kuijudi's blood was not destroyed, but more than half of them were already dead or injured. Stop playing, kill them. Gu Xiu shook his head and ordered. Yes, master. Murderous intent erupted in Kuizudi's eyes, and a dagger was thrown out. Cut off the drawn tentacles directly, and the next moment the little elf starts teleportation. Appeared in the center of the tentacle monster in an instant, and the dagger ring stabbed fiercely. Ah! Where is the person? The tentacles were severed, and the other tentacles were emptied. A group of tentacle monsters were startled, and then found Kuizudi appearing behind them. Immediately, endless fear rose from the bottom of my heart. Impossible, no. The tentacle monster moved uneasily, as if preparing to flee in all directions. But how can the speed be as fast as Kuizudi? Die! Kuizudi sneered. The dagger slashed across the body of a tentacle monster. Green blood splashed, and all the tentacles within 100 meters of the body immediately turned into a green blood mist. The countless tentacles controlling the waist froze instantly, and then fell limply. It hit the stone statue's fingers so hard that even the entire palm couldn't help shaking. Puff! The countless tentacle monsters all disappeared in smoke, not a single one remained. The audience fell silent for a moment. A group of divine phoenixes couldn't help but look at Gu Xiu solemnly. With such strength, it is different from dealing with the Soul Palace just now. That is more or less a sneak attack, but this battle can be described as a real battle. Rush into the middle of the tentacle monster alive and wipe it out, this is no longer a power they can underestimate. Damn, did I read it wrong? It was a ball just now, and it will be wiped out in the next second. I take back what I just said, the ancient god is ultimately the ancient god of my life. Anyone who jumps repeatedly is not a loyal fan of the ancient god. I would like to be a fan of the ancient god. Awesome. Powerful. Horrifying. The ancient god is definitely a badass. Calm down, you are a VIP player after all. 666. This is so out of line. This face hit, slap. Mama asked me why my face was swollen, and I said I accidentally knocked on the keyboard. The sudden end of the battle is just like the beginning of the battle. Just now I was sung by countless lords, but it turned around so quickly. Immediately, the faces of a group of lords were swollen from the beating, and the beating slapped loudly. It made Long Aotian and others have complicated eyes and weak hearts. As the 10-star lord, it was supposed to be the most dazzling existence in this era, but now it has been reduced to staying with ordinary lords. Watching Gu Xiu perform alone, this feeling is indescribable. Ordinary lords can still worship purely, but he can't be so calm. He still has nothing to do with the result, if he dares to go up. I'm afraid the ending is no different from what happened to the previous owner of the ring finger. Before he could react, he was photographed as a meat paste. 9 tails I have secured, who is in favor and who is against? Gu Xiu stood on the corpse of the tentacle monster, looked at the divine phoenix clan and Dao palace nearby. Domineering look. Ancient god, so handsome. 9 tails on the index finger, the white hair can't help but turn pink. Looking at Gu Xiu with big watery eyes, he couldn't help but murmured, trembling with excitement. Big sister, calm down. Yet, big sister, I haven't written my horoscope yet. Big sister, don't get excited. The little demons on the side were startled when they saw the appearance of 9 tails, and Fu said in a panic. Big sister, transformation is not a good sign. There are so many people here. But I can't help it. Qiubai said innocently. It took a while to calm down after accepting the comfort of the little girls. Hair that has gradually turned pink gradually returns. Gu Xiu wiped out 3 forces in a row, even the Divine Phoenix clan couldn't help but be taken by his aura at this moment. He silently turned his head and did not speak. Haha, the Lord Gu Xiu is powerful, and he even wiped out the Blackwater Profound Snake, the Soul Palace and the Yaoxu clan. So naturally we have nothing to say. Dao Jianshan laughed and said flatteringly. It's just that each person can only occupy 1 share. I don't know who should take over the extra ring finger. The person who takes over needs to be quite strong, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to provide the calendar emperor who opened the place of inheritance. And this statement? Gu Xiu frowned, and arched his hands towards Dao Jianshan. If there are vacancies, there will naturally be people competing for them, and the winner will go. Of course. Dao Jianshan nodded and said no more. Gu Xiu returned his thumb. Qiubai greeted Gu Xiu gratefully, although he still doesn't understand the specific benefits. However, there are vague guesses about the so-called tasks and rewards just gathered. There is a high probability that being on these 5 fingers needs to contribute to opening the road of inheritance. Relatively, it will also get the rights similar to NPC. Let other lords complete by issuing tasks, which is equivalent to gaining something while lying down. The lords below also heard Gu Xiu's words, and immediately became excited. Another round of fighting broke out, and finally Long Aotian's Shenlong alliance defeated a group of competitors. Back to Wuzi Mountain again. The lost Long Aotian couldn't help looking at Gu Xiu with complicated eyes, no matter whether he would like to admit it or not. This opportunity is given by Gu Xiu. The palm that has been fighting for hegemony for a long time has finally settled down. The average native force is 300 levels. Far from being able to cope with the Lord at this stage. Gu Xiu is even more perverted, he is a transcendent existence capable of destroying 300-level indigenous forces. Not to mention Qiubai's own strength, it is an alliance that Gu Xiu personally wants to protect. Even if it is Long Aotian, that is the status he earned by fighting for it. No one can shake it. Whether the other lords are willing or not, they can only watch helplessly, waiting for the opening of the road of inheritance. Gu Xiu took back the share, because after this round of crazy killing, his lord experience is finally full. Upgrade again. Lord level up. The weak golden bloodline is successfully activated. Acquire physique, golden holy body. Acquire talent, peerless. Skill acquired, the sun and the moon shine together. A series of prompts came, and Gu Xiu felt as if a nuclear reaction had occurred in his body, of know-how. Infinite power erupted, and the body underwent earth-shaking changes. His blood was boiling and burning, and the infinite power was constantly transforming his body. The brilliant golden light turned him into a golden man again, infecting the entire elf world. It took a while for the surging power to calm down, and his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. This advanced step actually activated the weak golden blood in the body. It brought a series of improvements. Gu Xiu, 6th Lord. Strength, 19000. Power, 2. Agility, 2. Intelligence, 2 especially. Talent, unlimited upgrades, becoming stronger, unparalleled. Skills, golden light barrier, duplication, stars falling LV10, gift of liberation LV10, moon seal LV10, sun and moon glory. Blood, weak golden blood. Physique, golden Eucharist. Experience, 1262/5 million. Non-attribute rule fragment, 0/100. The three-dimensional attribute has skyrocketed again, and the highest reward is close to 70 million. This is still the reason why he didn't explode his troops, otherwise with his current gains, he could explode millions of troops crazy. At that time, the three-dimensional will directly increase by more than 10 times, even if the ordinary lord is promoted to the 10th level, I am afraid that his attributes will not be as high as his current one. Chapter 93. The 6th level lord, and reached the peak of the middle level lord. Breaking through again belongs to the category of high-level lords, and the upgrade is much harsher than before. The experience has directly increased to 5 million, and there is an additional requirement for rule fragments. The activation of the golden bloodline also brought Gu Xiu a huge strength boost. The attributes of the golden light barrier have doubled directly, and additionally gained a constitution, a talent, and a skill. Golden Eucharist, SSS level. Thick blood and defense, double all attributes of oneself, automatically condense a non-attribute rule fragment every day. Yet, Gu Xiu was astonished. He felt that he was not worthy of the SSS level in terms of attributes alone. But there is no other physique to compare with at present, and it is impossible to know for the time being. However, the rule fragments that had no clue just now have a source, and they can be condensed into one every day. It's just that the time seems a bit long, and only one piece can be condensed every day. Warrior, SSS level. Opening Wushuan will randomly increase the attributes of all races, including lords, by 3 to 10 times. The cooling time is equal to the duration, and consumes 1 million mana per second. This talent is a bit weird, the cooling time is equal to the duration. That is to say, you can turn it on and off at any time. If you keep turning it on, isn't it equivalent to a passive skill? Gu Xiu couldn't help thinking silently, in theory, as long as he can resist the consumption of 1 million mana per second. He can use this skill for a lifetime. But it's a pity that it's just a thought, 1 million mana consumption per second. With his current attributes, there are more than 2 billion magic spells, and it lasts for half an hour. Even if it is the mana recovery speed brought by the intelligence of over 100 million, it can only be turned on for an hour at most. Wanting to turn it on permanently means that the mana regeneration rate must exceed 16 million per second. This is almost an impossible thing to do. Not bad. Gu Xiu laughed and gave up the idea that this was a bug. The sun and the moon shine together, follow the sky and the earth, increase all your own strength in all directions. The introduction of the last skill is very vague, there is no specific value. But the 4 words Fei Sheng Xiangdi are enough to show that this skill is not simple. Gu Xiu doesn't have anything that needs him to do it himself, so he didn't bother to think about it after looking at it. In fact, with his current 3-dimensional and copied skills, his strength is far superior to heroes such as Gu Xiu and Yuan by many times. There is no demand for the improvement of strength for the time being, the only demand may be as a prerequisite for building upgrades. The ancient tree of life has been upgraded. Current level 4. Congratulations to Lord Gu Xiu for being the first to upgrade his territory to Tier 4, rewarding him with 100 world prestige. Reward special and unique title leadership. Bonus arms ultimate evolution chance plus 10%. The booming world announcement came again, and countless lords who were trying to develop were suddenly stunned. Many lords who have also set foot on the upgrade to the 4th tier territory feel regretful. Especially after hearing the rewards, everyone was even more jealous and crazy. FK, there are rewards for upgrading to the Tier 4 territory. 1 to 3 is elementary, 4 to 6 is intermediate, so it seems that the first one to reach the 7th level territory will also have a world announcement. Hehe, it takes 1 day from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, and 3 days from the 3rd level to the 4th level. Guess how long it will take to reach the 7th level? Damn it, there are no more than 100 lords who have been promoted to the 4th rank, are you thinking about farts? It's world prestige again, who knows how to get it other than world announcements? Noble VIP, I want it too. Special and unique title, let's not talk about attributes and non-attributes, just relying on this uniqueness can pretend to be a big one. 4th tier territory. So Mr. Gu Xiu was already a 4th tier lord 3 days ago. Hiss. FK. 3 days ago, if I remember correctly, the next day of the tour. Damn, perverted. Countless lords opened their mouths in shock, and with a little calculation, they can know the time to choose to upgrade. Now 3 days ago, that is, the next afternoon. In the afternoon of the 2nd day alone, Gu Xiu turned out to be a 4th tier lord. Thinking of the countless people here, they suddenly gasped. The temperature in the entire eternal continent seemed to drop by a few degrees. Such an abnormal speed has already made them not know what to say, even Ye Tian who once regarded Gu Xiu as a snake and a tiger. At this moment, I couldn't help but shook my head and smiled wryly, feeling ridiculous for my past actions. Fortunately, I met Li Wuxin, a series of movements woke me up. Let him wake up in time, and not go further and further on the road to death. Now that Li Wuxin is cold himself, he is still alive and well. This is the proof. In this life, I must never be an enemy of Gu Xiu. Ye Tian said with emotion, as if he had changed himself. Did it already rank 4 3 days ago? In Lingshan territory, Lang Shuyao murmured inconceivably. Looking back on myself, it seems that I was only the 2nd tier lord at that time. At that time, I was still comparing myself with Gu Xiu and Ye Tian, but now it seems that I overestimated myself. It's just as if I've overestimated myself to the sky. Gu Xiu, who was already at the 4th level 3 days ago, what level is he now? Lang Shuyao didn't dare to think about it, she felt her scalp go numb after thinking about it for a while. In the past, no matter how many heroes in the world channel, they fought against each other in the eternal continent. 9-star or even 10-star lords broke out one by one, making amazing achievements. She has not wavered at all, because she firmly believes that her future will never be weaker than others. Relying on her closed-mouthed meditation talent, her development speed will only get faster and faster. One day, he will surpass everyone and stand on top of everyone, including Lord Rising Star. But now, she is shaken. She is not afraid of being strong by others, but Gu Xiu's being strong is really a bit perverted. Level 300 elves are fine, after all there are only a few of them. It is acceptable for a level 300 hero, a Jat, to destroy countless lords, but what the hell is Nima rising to the 4th level lord in one day? 100 monsters need to be killed to advance from the 1st rank to the 2nd rank, and 500 monsters need to be killed to advance from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. It takes 5,000 to upgrade from Tier 3 to Tier 4. Killing 5,000 monsters in one day seems not impossible now. But it was only the first day. When the average number of arms does not exceed 10, kill 5,000. It's a fantasy. No, my closed phrase is the strongest, and one day I will catch up with you. Lang Xiao didn't dare to think about it, she cheered herself up silently in her heart. Although in her heart she felt that this hope was very slim. It's incredible, the younger generation is awesome. In the ruins of the palace, a huge quay ox stands on a thumb hill. A greasy-faced boy cynically lay on the broad back of Quay Niu, shook his head and exclaimed. I thought I had overestimated you, but unexpectedly I underestimated you. The pink and tender boy, but the words are old-fashioned. He glanced casually at the giant beasts on the finger mountain next to him, and his gaze immediately made them feel like they were facing a big enemy. As if facing some peerless demon king. Ah! In a dark dungeon-like room, there is only a ray of sunlight falling on the ground from a gap. A man with disheveled hair roared angrily, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Damn Gu Xiu, what? Li Wuxin almost wanted to vomit blood, his current state is very strange. He didn't know how to describe it, he didn't know how the people in the Soul Palace did it. As if he had bound and fused his reincarnated ghosts and the people of the Soul Palace, he could obtain the vision of the bronze-masked man who merged with the reincarnated ghosts like sharing or possessing. At the same time, these bronze-masked men will also calculate their lord experience when they kill fierce beasts. With the support of massive resources. His Fengde ghost pool has been raised to the 4th level this morning, but the world notification has not been triggered. As a result, Gu Xiu was triggered now, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Almost fainted. Draft the thief, God, even you are targeting me. Li Wuxin was so frustrated that she wished she could go out to find Gu Xiu and fight him for 300 rounds. Unfortunately, he is now a prisoner. The Hall of Souls blamed him for killing a team of elites and losing the authority of the ruins of the palace. Imprison him in a dark room as punishment. In contrast, Gu Xiu's current scenery is the same, Li Wuxin only feels sour and sad in his heart. Gu Xiu big brother, you are really amazing. Zhu Wuxuan possessed a tiny slime, muttered in admiration. If Gu Xiu big brother were here, he would definitely be more handsome than this old cow. Zhu Wuxuan raised his head and looked at the huge quay ox aloft, feeling rather dissatisfied in his heart. The origin of this person is unknown, the existence that has never been heard of. After today, I am afraid that I will become famous all over the world. I actually beheaded a giant beast. In the face of these powerful native forces, he captured Wazi Mountain and gained the worship of countless lords, which can be called majestic. This made Zhu Wuxuan a little bit appetizing, such a scene. It should belong to Gu Xiu big brother, how did he get this greasy guy? Humph, you don't look like a good guy at first sight, how can Gu Xiu big brother be as handsome? I don't know what Gu Xiu big brother looks like. A jelly-like slime narrowed his eyes into a peach heart shape and couldn't help but dream. I don't know how I came to the conclusion that Gu Xiu is more handsome than this boy even though I have never met Gu Xiu. In a hall shone with holy light, a young man shrouded in endless light looked at the world notice in displeasure. Humph, a few hours earlier than me, it's just luck. Next time, the next world announcement, be sure to be a guest of God. Wells, call yourself God. At this time, he was in a state of desperation, and he was also the 4th tier lord who became the next day. Also chose to upgrade the base building, however was a few hours slower than Gu Xiu. If he had known that there would be a world announcement for the first territory to upgrade to tier 4, he would desperately want to be ahead of Gu Xiu. Everything is in vain, as long as I kill you, Gu Xiu will be my stepping stone. Chapter 94. FK, the upgrade is finally complete. It took 3 days to come up with whatever came to mind. The ancient tree of life has finally been upgraded. The millions of spiritual crystals in his backpack finally have a place to use them. Gu Xiu excitedly opened the attribute interface of the ancient tree of life. Ancient tree of life, 4th level. Owner, Gu Xiu. Recruitable, Elf, 5 spirit crystals, Elf Archer, 10 spirit crystals, Elf Hunter, 50 spirit crystals, Elf Magician, 500 spirit crystals. Skill, Get Up. The second order ancient tree of life already has the ability to move. Activate the skill to collect the roots in the soil and move slowly. Power of nature. The ancient tree of life can manipulate the power of nature and beat the enemy with its thick branches. The attack power depends on the highest attribute of the Lord. Upgrade, 100,000 spirit crystals, 240 hours. The ancient tree of life in the world waited for 3 full days. Finally unlocked tier 4 elf. Gu Xiu couldn't help but burst into tears, it was so difficult. Recruit Elven Mage. The branches of the ancient tree of life are waving, endless rays of light shine. One after another, new arms are slowly emerging from the ancient tree of life. Blood Moon Elf Magician V1. Strength, 6-6. Agility, 6-5. 89. Growth, 3. Thorn Halo LV1, all elves are attacked and rebound the same type of damage equal to 15% of the enemy's attack. Tier 4 elf units are already middle-ranked units. The 3-dimensional attribute has been greatly improved, and the growth potential is 1 level higher than that of the 1st to 3rd tier units. Recruit all. Gu Xiu felt a little happy, this is the first intelligent unit he owns. I don't know how strong it is. Each of the 4th tier arms needs 1 minute to recruit. He directly invested 500,000 spirit crystals into the ancient tree of life. It is enough to recruit 1,000 elf magicians. Done. After finishing everything, Gu Xiu turned his eyes to Gu Xiu again, and the scene in front of him fell into his eyes again. There are more lords in the palm of the stone statue, but there is a lot of blood on the ground. Thousands of corpses were added to the entire Thumb Mountain, and I don't know who came to challenge Gu Xiu. After being wiped out by Gu Xiu, the colorful lights in the sky are still flashing. Half an hour passed by, and the whole stone statue made a loud noise. The colorful rays of light in the sky gradually dissipated and restrained, finally revealing their bodies. Gu Xiu was shocked when he saw it clearly. That turned out to be a gigantic chain, running through the 2 pupils of the stone statue. It is rumored that the Xinggong clan is a clan that is jealous of the heavens, and the gods sent giant spirit gods to destroy the Xinggong clan. In the end, the palace clan was destroyed, but at the same time, the giant spirit god was also imprisoned here. Dao Qianshan's voice reached his ears. Gu Xiu looked in surprise but saw that Dao Qianshan was still on his little finger. Sound transmission into the secret. Gu Xiu was a little surprised when he thought of something, and the voice continued. Now the giant spirit gods who suppress the collapse will come out of trouble, and only by killing these giant spirit gods will they get the inheritance of the palace clan. Although fellow deist Gu Xiu is extremely powerful, he may still be powerless against these giant spirit gods. My deist palace likes the world's talents the most. If a fellow deist is willing to join the deist palace, the poor deist can make the decision and help the deist get a 10-star race inheritance. Dao Qianshan finished speaking slowly, waiting for Gu Xiu's reply. These aren't palace clans. Gu Xiu was shocked. Originally, seeing such huge stone statues and the ruins of buildings with invisible roofs. It is taken for granted that these stone statues are sculptures of the Xingong clan, but now it seems that the Xingong clan seems to be extinct, and these stone statues turned out to be trapped giant spirit gods. If you want to get the inheritance of the Dao Palace, you need to kill these giants who are tens of thousands of meters high. Hiss! Gu Xiu took a deep breath, his complexion suddenly turned ugly. Normally, the Xingong ruins would never be born so soon, because his strength is far superior to that of ordinary lords. Attacking against the genius broke the light blue restriction on the ruins of the palace. Bringing all the lords into the world of ruins that is seriously inconsistent with their strength. All the lords are about to face these resurrected giants. I'm afraid these lords will suffer heavy casualties. Gu Xiu's complexion was a little ugly, but he didn't intend to remind him. The incident of the beast tide last time is still vivid, no one will think that he is kindly reminding. I only think that you want to fool them away so that you can take advantage of this place for yourself. Let's resign ourselves to fate, the number of giants is limited, and we won't be wiped out after all. Gu Xiu murmured, quickly calmed down and began to organize his thoughts. First of all, the so-called road of inheritance is not necessarily a fake, and it must not be aimless for them to issue missions for the Lord to complete. Secondly, the giant spirit god will be activated after the inheritance road is opened, and only by killing the giant spirit god can the real inheritance of the palace clan be obtained. The main force to kill the giant spirit gods must not rely on them, that is to say, there will be strong players from these indigenous forces. The Daoist Palace's reward for wooing me is to give me a 10-star Xingong clan inheritance, that is to say, Xingong clan inheritance is also divided into levels, not just super 10 stars. Gu Xiu's heart suddenly brightened, and he suddenly understood something. With such a heaven-defying relic, all the strong, no matter the lord or the native, their ultimate goal must be only one, and that is the racial inheritance of the super 10 stars. And the inheritance of the Xingong clan is more than one super 10 star, so it is very likely that the mission that the indigenous forces are going to release is to let the lords enter the so-called road of inheritance. Or to get some items or other things, but the real main force is the powerhouse of their respective forces as the main force. If you can't kill the giant spirit god, you can't get the inheritance of the palace clan. Can I really not kill? Gu Xiu turned his back to the stone statue and looked into the distance. The endless palace ruins were shrouded in smoke in the sky. Stone statues of uneven height stretched out half of their bodies in the clouds, looking like a kingdom of giants. The lowest is 3,000 meters high, the highest. Gu Xiu turned around and looked at the stone statue behind him. This stone statue must be 10,000 meters long, right? Such a huge creature is enough to scare people to death just by relying on its physical strength. It is really hard to describe what kind of strength it has. But he, Gu Xiu, is not what he used to be now, 8,000 spirit marksmen and 1,000 light rangers. The terrifying output is already difficult to calculate, and now we have recruited tier 4 arms. Even if a god descended into the world, he dared to stroke a tiger's beard, let alone the so-called giant spirit god who had been sealed for an unknown number of years? Thank you, Daoist, for your kindness, but I still want to give it a try. Gu Xiu declined Dao Qianshan's invitation, he didn't even bother to create an alliance. Naturally, I don't want to join the trend of other forces, let alone. A 10-star race is not very attractive to him, so there is no need to sell himself for such a small profit. Fellow Daoist, why don't you think about it again? You have offended the two great forces of Hunduan and Yaoxu clan. Dao Qianshan still wants to work hard, their Dao Palace is different from other forces. This is a force composed of various powerful people absorbed, he is very aware of Gu Xiu's potential. In the future, there will definitely be a strong party, and if he can be recruited into the Dao Palace, he will also receive extraordinary rewards. Thank you, Daoist, for your kindness, I'm used to being loose. Gu Xiu shook his head, Dao Jianshan had no choice but to give up. Boom! The giant stone statue trembled suddenly, and the huge chains that controlled it trembled and sent out a loud roar. Countless lords looked up at the sky at the same time, not knowing what happened. Now, cut off the chain! The Divine Phoenix of the Divine Phoenix clan on the middle finger shouted loudly, and suddenly spewed out a flame ray from his mouth. Travel through the void and burn on the chains thousands of meters above the sky. Fantianyan. A group of people in the Dao Palace formed seals with their hands, and a big seal was born in the void. Hit hard on the chains. Crotch! The violent shock came with the sound of the bell, and the palm of the stone statue suddenly felt like an earthquake. Countless lords could only feel the shaking of the mountain and the tinnitus of the shaking head, and they were almost stunned. Blue Dragon Slash. Long Aotian is not to be outdone, he also knows. Only by working hard can we get the real benefits of this Wuzi mountain. A layer of blue light condenses on the huge dragon claws. The dragons behind him also encouraged their power to converge on him, and the brilliant blue light became more and more dazzling. Finally, after condensing to the extreme, he swung it out fiercely, and a sharp knife slashed fiercely on the chain. The nine-tailed fox squeaked, and the elegant nine-tailed fox dancer had a graceful figure. The same phantom of the nine-tailed fox was condensed on the chain, and the nine tails were dancing, and all the attacks were directly included in the body. Just as the others were shocked, the phantom shattered. After all the attacks are absorbed, they are integrated into one body and then launched a sudden counterattack. The power is more than 10 times stronger than that of a single one. It is good. Dao Jianshan yelled in surprise. He didn't expect that Nine Tails had such skills. The four forces on Wuzi Mountain have already attacked, and finally it is Gu Xiu's turn. A group of people suddenly revealed playful eyes, as we all know. This Kuizodi is obviously a melee hero, the attack range is only about 100 meters. How to attack the chain that is thousands of meters away? You can't fly up to melee attack, right? I'm afraid it will be affected by everyone's attack and be directly smashed into a sieve. Hehe, brother Gu, do you need me to help you? Long Aotian said teasingly, the sarcasm in his eyes can be understood as long as he is not blind. His name is Long Aotian, so he is naturally very proud. He also obtained the 10-star dragon clan, and with his perverted talents, he easily recruited a group of loyal younger brothers. Even if he has enough time and a fearless orientation, sooner or later he will turn all the lords into his little brothers. The first time I greeted Gu Xiu was because Gu Xiu's strength was extraordinary, and he was looking forward to what level of sub-dragon species he could breed with the elves. But later, when Gu Xiu rebelled against the aborigines, he was so powerful that he, the 10-star lord, was completely reduced to a foil. I hated Gu Xiu in my heart, as if the only way to restore his dignity was to step Gu Xiu on the ground. It never occurred to him that if Gu Xiu hadn't made a move, he could only stand with ordinary lords below and watch the excitement. Chapter 95. Rumble. From the two palms of the stone statue, countless attacks burst through the sky and hit the chains in the air. The vast divine light submerged the entire chain, even Kuizodi couldn't get close under this kind of attack. Otherwise, according to the attacks of these 300-level native powerhouses, her 2 million lives would not be able to withstand it. Long Aotian looked at him mockingly. The Daoist palace who failed to win over did not speak. Dao Jianshan was expressionless but slightly teasing, and the Divine Phoenix clan could not help but look over. Waiting to see his joke, the authority of Wuzishan. It's not just about occupying it and it's over. Hehe, there is more courage in the air, and there is courage but no strategy. Elves are elves after all, they're just low-level races, if they don't take advantage of their high level. Yeah, the disadvantage of being a low race is too obvious, and it's just a matter of being crushed by a high level in the early stage. If you want to talk about a hexagonal fighter, you have to be a 10-star boss after all. There is no shortcoming. Boss Long Aotian is still strong. The dragon clan has high attack, high defense, and high health. His skills can also attack with physical attacks and spells. He can fight in melee or far away. That is to say, he suffers from a low level. Looking at it now, Gu Xiu's talent is probably to speed up the upgrade speed, and I'm afraid it will be weak in the future. That's right. A group of lords looked at Gu Xiu with pity, and couldn't help shaking their heads. 87. There is really no way to do this. Gu Xiu is a god compared to the lord. But now it seems that it is just relying on the advantage of high level. When everyone's level rises in the future, I'm afraid I'm about to fall from the altar. At the very least, one of his weaknesses has been exposed now. Lack of ranged attack capability. Hehe, it seems that this group of ants are not useless, they are quite accurate. Long Aotian listened to the discussions of the lords below, his heart was full of joy, and the depression before disappeared in an instant. It's so accurate. His ancient god is just relying on his high level to reduce dimensionality, if he is at the same level. He is proud of the sky, never weaker than others. See how you respond. Long Aotian proudly raised his head, and swung a paw print vigorously again. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Xiu from the corner of his eye. He wanted to see how Gu Xiu would get off the stage. Gu Xiu, big brother, why don't you join my Nine Tails Alliance? Then I can help you. Qiubai asked worriedly, the snow-white hair turned slightly red again. A group of sisters were stunned, looking at their big sister with weird eyes. Big sister, are you serious? Qiubai's hair became even redder, and ignored the sisters' inquiries. Instead, he looked at Gu Xiu expectantly. Help! Gu Xiu glanced blankly at Nine Tails, then at the mocking Long Aotian, Dao Gong, and others. Did you make a mistake? I'm a lord, you don't mean naively that there is only one hero. Nine Tails. Taoist. Long Aotian. A group of people were in the same room at once. Gu Xiu didn't say that they seemed to have selectively forgotten. Although Kui Zudi can single out a group to destroy an alliance, it does not mean that this is the full strength of Gu Xiu. He just sent one hero over. It's just that Kui Zudi's strength is too strong, and it's a group of people in a second. Let them almost forget that she is only a hero under Lord Gu Xiu, instead of a boss like the Black Water Snake. Damn it! Almost forgot that boss is a lord just like us. Tell me I'm not alone. Me too. Me too. +1. It's so embarrassing. Looking at the eyes of the ancient gods, I feel that I am the mentally retarded. Be confident and get rid of the feeling. It's not impossible, we weaklings are not as good as the ancient god's eyes. I think the ancient god is looking at Long Aotian. Countless lords suddenly blushed, each one was ashamed. I feel like a mentally retarded person, wanting to see the jokes of the ancient gods. It turns out that I am the biggest joke. Long Aotian blushed angrily when he heard the discussion below, looked at Gu Xiu with an idiot look in a daze. Almost fainted. It seems, really, looking at me. Unconsciously, a strange idea rose in Long Aotian's heart. Immediately more embarrassing. Humph, so what if you're a lord? Long Aotian forced himself to calm down, and soon found a reason. You only sent one unit, even if you have thousands of troops, what's the use? The more he talked, the more excited Long Aotian became, and he felt as if he had caught a loophole. Immediately, he became arrogant. Could it be that you thought that you would wait for half an hour to start the road of inheritance? Hehe, I agree, but the others don't agree. That, a friendly reminder, elves have teleportation skills. In the palm of his hand, a lord who is also an elf tribe whispered. Long Aotian's face froze, the air was suddenly quiet. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Others looked at Long Aotian strangely. A good blue dragon almost turned into a black dragon. The ignorant are fearless. Gu Xiu shook his head, too lazy to argue with this earth beetle dragon, and looked at Yuinu. Yuinu, teleport to Choi Judy. The pale red guardian elf activated its skills, Gu Xiu twisted in the void around her. It returned to normal in an instant, and a beautiful girl riding a white tiger appeared on the spot. Humph! Gu Xiu snorted coldly, glanced at the green turtle. Yuinu, break that chain. Yes, stars are falling. Yuinu is not ambiguous at all. The coverage area of the 14th level star fall has already broken through to 1,500 meters. The moonlight condenses in the sky and falls like a star. Fortunately, the range was controlled without enclosing the people present, otherwise none of the people present would be able to escape. Snapped. A clear and loud sound came, and the chains of the stars fell into the sky and broke. The attack in full swing was startled immediately, and a group of people from the Taoist Palace and the Divine Phoenix clan looked at it as if they were monsters. Eyeballs are about to pop out, looking at Yuinu in disbelief. Damn, that's broken. This. Can you still lock the chain in seconds? It shouldn't be. It is estimated that Ben has reached a critical point. This attack is just a coincidence. Several people discussed, wiped the sweat from their foreheads to comfort themselves. Being able to lock the chain in seconds is really scary. But even so, they couldn't help trembling with fear. The stronger the strength, the more you can feel the horror of this blow. In the eyes of the lords, this attack is just an ordinary skill attack, and the difference in strength is too great to feel the power of the moonlight. But they are different, they are existences of more than 300 levels. At the same level as Yuinu, the power of the burst of moonlight just now made them shudder. If it was sent towards them, none of them would be sure to block it. Just when several people were frightened, a blue light suddenly burst out from the 10 fingers of the stone giant. Wrap all the 10 forces staying on the fingers, and slowly dissipate after a breath. Gu Xiu frowned slightly, vaguely realizing everything. The largest stone statue is the leader of the giant spirit god. The Xingong clan used the power of the whole clan to seal all the invading giant spirits and gods, and wiped out their vitality in endless years. However, the giant spirit god is a demigod-level existence, so how can it be so easily obliterated? In the end, the palace clan sacrificed the lives of the whole clan to integrate the will of the race with the leader of the giant spirit god. Now it is the will of the Xingong clan that has endowed the 10 fingers with the power of power, allowing them to have the power to publish mission statistics. Other weak creatures enter the body of the leader of the giant spirit god to destroy its vitality by accepting tasks, and those with authority obtain the inheritance of the palace clan by killing other giant spirit gods. The stronger the palace clan you kill, the higher the inheritance you will get. These low-level inheritances can be used as task rewards for other weaklings. Correspondingly, the more contributions made by ordinary lords to killing the leader of the giant spirit god, the higher the contribution point. The inheritance rewards that can be exchanged will naturally be stronger. And as the person who issued the task, he can exchange for contribution points through the inheritance of the palace clan. The person with the most contribution points in the end can get the highest inheritance of the palace clan. Super 10-star race inheritance. It turns out that this so-called place of inheritance is not open to the existence on our fingers at all. Gu Xiu suddenly realized, and finally understood. The huge stones on the giant stone statue shattered, breaking into cracks like porcelain dolls. Then the huge stones continued to fall, falling down from a height of 10,000 meters. The lords on the ground below were suddenly terrified, like the end of the world. Thousands of meters tall giants are constantly being resurrected, and the terrifying breath begins to release. A slight movement of the muscles and bones is like an earthquake, the ankle is lightly lifted, and the ground shakes immediately. 3.3 An unlucky lord with thousands of troops was directly overturned to the ground, and then a big foot that blocked the sky fell. The screams stopped abruptly, and the giant feet were raised, leaving blood on the spot. Ah, help! This is not a stone statue, the giant is alive. Countless giants, no escape. Scam! It's a scam! Run away! Countless lords screamed in despair, like ants in the giant battlefield. For them, every move of a giant is a catastrophe, but countless giants in the entire battlefield have been resurrected one after another. The lords on the edge of the ruins are not bad, the giants are not interested in their ants. Except for the unlucky guy who happened to be hunting for treasure at the giant's feet, everyone else was embarrassed at best. But the lords in the depths of the ruins were miserable, countless giants were resurrected one after another. Just ordinary walking is a catastrophe, and there are heavy casualties and desperate cries. Everyone, it's up to you. Dao Jianshan stood on the edge of his little finger, his robe was blown by the strong wind. The whole person looks like a fairy, but he turns a deaf ear to the tragedy happening below. Instead, he drank it with a sneer. Chapter 96. Shenhuang Tianmen, Open. The Divine Phoenix clan had already prepared, throwing out a prop that glowed with white light. Facing the wind, it instantly becomes a portal about 10 meters high in the sky beyond the middle finger. The sky and the earth are boundless, and the universe borrows the law. Dao Jianshan is not weaker than the latter, everyone in the Dao Palace stamped at the same time. A six-pointed star formation emerged in the void outside the little finger, and an illusory light gate slowly appeared. Summon the strong to come? Gu Xiu raised his brows, as he had expected. The strength of these people is average, the strongest is this Dao Jianshan. It is a king-level boss template of level 300. In terms of attributes, it is not as good as the golden Zhu Yanhuang and the earth demon bear he killed. But after all, it is a creature with high intelligence, and its skills can't be seen. It should not be much weaker than those two emperor-level bosses. And this kind of strong man, now with his strength, let alone a second. It's not a problem to kill easily. If you want to deal with such an astonishingly large giant, even if you can achieve it, the efficiency will be terribly low. Within the Gate of Light, a phantom slowly emerged. Obviously, the strongest of their respective forces are about to come. Suddenly, the giant stone statue vibrated, especially on Wuzi Mountain. A green light emerged, and the blood on the 5 fingers, which had been brought about by the war for a long time, had almost dried up. However, it was absorbed by the giant at this time, and a demonic aura suddenly dispersed. Let a group of people change color again and again. The strange green light swept across, and the teleportation techniques released by the Divine Phoenix and the Dao Palace seemed to be disturbed. It trembled instantly, and an almost clear figure inside the Divine Phoenix portal suddenly uttered a desperate scream with a terrified expression. The next moment, the portal was completely closed, leaving a pool of scorching blood in place. Damn! What's going on? 09. The Divine Phoenix clan, who had always been indifferent, was full of shock and anger. This time the teleportation obviously sacrificed an unlucky guy. Most importantly, their wishful thinking failed. It also means that they have to face these terrifying giant spirit gods alone. What happened? Dao Qianshan's complexion also changed drastically, and the teleportation technique of their Dao Palace also failed. Facing the same situation as the Divine Phoenix clan now, I glanced in another direction. The 4 behemoths were also frightened and angry at the moment, obviously they encountered the same thing as them. Heaven and earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law. Qiankan, don't borrow. Gu Xiu looked at Dao Jianshan strangely, and thought of a joke. Sensing my blood moon guardian spirit, I found that the teleportation skills were not disturbed. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. The humble ants dare to rebel against the gods. Do you really think that with the power of the whole family, you can die with me? The vast giant spirit god spoke indifferently, and the countless lords on the palms were horrified. The giant slowly raised its palm, and the lord who was standing on the giant's palm or arm was immediately thrown away. Fortunately, those who can come up are those with flying skills, so they won't fall directly to death. However, they didn't feel at ease, but became more and more horrified. I saw the two palms of the leader of the giant spirit god approaching rapidly. This giant is ready to slap. FK, run away. Nima, is he planning to slap mosquitoes? Run away, fly out. No, the suction is too strong, I can't fly out. Drafting? It's a lie. What kind of inheritance is not inherited? This is a trap. Countless lords were terrified, seeing the two slaps approaching so quickly, they were scared out of their wits. One by one desperately fled towards the palm, but such a huge palm closed at an extremely fast speed. The suction force it brings is terrifying and unimaginable, how can it be so easy to escape? Send. Gu Xiu is not much better than other lords, this huge slap several thousand meters approaching quickly. The power is no less than the collision of two continents. The kinetic energy brought by the speed and volume alone is enough to smash everything into a pulp. He is not willing to try whether the 200,000 defense or the magic weapon is stronger. He activated the teleportation skill without any hesitation, and directly escaped from the two slaps and landed on the ground. Snapped. A loud voice came from the sky, and the screams of countless lords could be faintly heard. The rain of blood mixed with muddy meat fell to the ground, it was hell on earth. The giant can't move, hurry. Rush into his eyes, it's safe there. Mom, it's horrible, I want to go back. Come on, I won't do this task, let me go back. A bunch of idiots, do you think this is a game where you want to quit if you want? If you don't want to die, rush in, maybe you can do the task and get something. FK, this slap is too scary, run away. The world channel was full of wailing, and countless lords fled quickly like bereaved dogs. I don't know which strange thing actually discovered this blind spot, and suddenly countless lords flew towards the giant's head frantically. Entered the giant's internal world from the hollow eye socket through which the giant was chained. Gu Xiu stood on the ground, the situation was more shocking than in the sky. From the air, it seems that these giant spirit gods have just broken free from the shackles of the prohibition, and their movements are still a little slow. But from the ground, they are as swift as the wind, so where is the slightest slowness? It's not that they unblocked, but the strong visual contrast. Huge feet fell from the clouds, and the lords on the ground fled everywhere crying. But there is no escape. One by one regretted, feeling that they should not have come to this horrible sight. The so-called inheritance didn't see it, but had to endure this horrible scene. It is simply the shadow of their lives. Hell on earth. This is hell on earth. Gu Xiu who drafted it, it's all Gu Xiu's fault for triggering this palace ruins, otherwise how could there be such a tragedy? That's right, it's all Gu Xiu's fault. Lao Tzu's army is wiped out. Yet? UBD is finally wiped out? I want to take revenge for robbing the boss. I killed the boss well, but I blamed Gu Xiu for triggering this mysterious palace ruins, which caused heavy losses for me. Damn it, it's all Gu Xiu's conspiracy, just to weaken our strength and prevent us from competing with him. Yes, Gu Xiu's army is just a 5-star elf clan. They got stronger for a while because of luck. Now that they are about to be overtaken, they have laid such a vicious conspiracy to kill us. Ancient gods, they are ancient pits. Resist the ancient pits. Destroy the ancient pits. In just a few minutes, countless lords suffered heavy losses. There are even some lords whose entire army was annihilated, each of them was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. A Fuse pointed out that it was the ruins of the palace triggered by Gu Xiu, and immediately aimed at the target, cursing frantically. It was as if Gu Xiu was forcing them into the palace ruins with a knife. What's more, they even played conspiracy theories, thinking that Gu Xiu was afraid that other people's strength would surpass him, so he set up such a trap to harm them. But such a clumsy conspiracy has no one to refute it. Countless lords have found a catharsis like mad dogs, cursing wildly, as if this can restore their losses. Good. Good scolding. Gu Xiu laughed angrily, never been so angry. Originally in the sky, I thought the people below were pitiful, but now it seems that. But it's just to blame. Since you hate so much, your life and death have nothing to do with me. Gu Xiu smiled indifferently, watching the desperate lord running around indifferently. Looking up at a fast-running giant, every step is thousands of meters away. Elf marksman, teleport. Gu Xiu's fighting spirit rises, neither dodging nor dodging. The light flickered behind him, and the 8,000 elf sharpshooters who had already been on standby appeared in an instant. Focus on fire, attack. Gu Xiu looked at the giant coldly, and yet Yen glanced at the countless soldiers trampled to death by him. Call out. This is the first time to use the fire-focusing skill of the elf sharpshooter. The single target attack of each elf sharpshooter has been increased to 120 million. 8,000 elven sharpshooters are still in stealth, it looks like Choi Judy's back. Countless 8,000 arrows appeared out of thin air, and quickly split into 80,000 arrows in the air. Under the stunned eyes of the fleeing lords, the overwhelming arrows shot the giant's ankle. Underscore. Endless damage floated up in the air, and the gigantic body of the giant spirit god froze suddenly. Then he looked down in disbelief, as if he was looking for a reptile that was so terrifying. It's a pity that he will never see it again, the damage of tens of thousands and billions. If he is a demigod, he will naturally ignore his heyday, but it is a pity that he has just escaped after being trapped for countless years. The divine power is exhausted and only the physical strength is left. Without the protection of divine power, he is no different from the beast boss. Kill IV-860 demigod level giant spirit god, gain experience 358.6 billion. Obtain ancient coins 32. Obtain demigod, white equipment Kunpeng wings. Obtain the inheritance of the 7-star palace clan. Kuizudi has upgraded to IV-350. Moon Girl has been upgraded to IV-350. Blood Moon Elf Marksman has been upgraded to V-350. Blood Moon, Guardian Spirit has been upgraded to IV-350. The terrifying giant with a height of thousands of meters was instantly killed by a round of concentrated fire, and the long-lost level soaring reappeared. It also brought brand new equipment, and the main goal of entering the ruins of the palace. Xinggong clan inheritance. The terrifying giant spirit god completely lost its vitality, and its huge body collapsed to the ground full of bewilderment and doubts. However, for the lords behind the giant spirit god, this is more terrifying than the giant walking and running. It is clear that the sky is bright and bright, but the sun has been lost, and the horror like the sky falling is almost suffocating. I wanted to escape but my hands and feet were cold and my whole body was weak, and I couldn't even move a step. Boom! The giant spirit god fell completely, and the entire Xinggong ruins seemed to have experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake. Countless lords were directly crushed into a pulp, and the huge movement also attracted the attention of all nearby beings. In an instant, the whole world seemed to stop. Chapter 97. A terrifying giant with a height of 1,000 meters, ordinary creatures on the ground, even giant beasts such as titans and behemoths tens of meters high. In front of it, it is no different from an ant. At this moment, the Jinshan mountain collapsed like a jade pillar, and the huge movement attracted even the other giant spirits. Countless lords gasped, their necks felt cold, and they looked at Kuizudi and Yuinu in shock. The overwhelming arrows seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the godlike giant fell down just like that. Immediately, countless people were stunned. FK, the giant, is dead. It was made by those two red-haired elves. Thousands of arrows shot out with a wave of hands, it's too scary. It seems that this giant is not invincible, brothers kill it. Kill, FK. Brother, you died too badly, run away. Hiss. Brother Meng, don't be dead, these two elves are 350 levels, it's not that the giants are weak, but they are too strong. A level 350 elf? Could it be an ancient god? Bah! What ancient god? It's the ancient pit. Countless lords were dumbfounded, and then they were overjoyed. Originally, the existence of this kind of giant made people automatically ignore the resistance and only focus on running away. Now that Gu Xiu easily beat a giant with his hands, he realizes that they are not invincible. Suddenly someone became swollen, thinking that these big guys are just looking at people, that's all. In fact, the outside is strong and the middle is dry. Immediately gearing up, rushed forward and prepared to kill this giant who chased them for a long time. And then, there is no more. Die old miserably. Only then did the other lords come to their senses. It turned out that it wasn't that the giant was too weak, but Gu Xiu is too strong. Someone also used the scouting technique to reveal Gu Xiu's level. In an instant, the screen was full of surprises, and some people admired and exclaimed. Some people grit their teeth. Gu Xiu sneered, not bothering to pay attention to the incompetent rage of these people. Start to check your own harvest, the existence of demigod level. Still the first kill. Wings of Kunpeng, demigod white. Equipment requirement, IV500. Divine power, 1, can be converted into 100 million points of any attribute. It can be broken down into 1 to 10 regular fragments. The first piece of equipment almost made Gu Xiu's eyes pop out, the demigod level equipment. There are no gorgeous attributes and extravagant skills, simple and rude but enough to make people laugh. Divine power. A new attribute, but powerful enough to outrage. It can be converted into 100 million points of any attribute, which is simply scary. It's a pity that this is just an ordinary equipment, the hero can't use it and the lord can't use it. You also need minions above level 500 to use it. The increase in the combat power of the territory is not particularly outstanding, but Gu Xiu has discovered the new materials needed to be promoted to the 7th level lord. The source of the rule fragments actually needs to disassemble this level of equipment. Simply luxury is beyond words. Only soldiers at level 500 can reach the threshold of using demigod equipment, that is to say, lords below 5 stars basically have no hope of entering the demigod realm. Gu Xiu was thoughtful, there is a level cap for the types of troops. Generally, the potential of the race is multiplied by the rank of the unit and then multiplied by 10. The upper limit is tied to the potential of the race. The upper limit of the 10th tier arms of the 5-star race is only 500. According to the level requirements of this demigod equipment, the top level arms of the 5-star arms can reach the full level, but they can just meet the wearing requirements, that's all. From another angle, it can also be understood as the realm of demigods. The minimum requirement is probably to start at level 500. The pinnacle of the 5-star race just happened to touch the threshold of this realm. If it is lower than 5 stars, I am afraid that I will never even try to reach this level in my life. The brutal truth. Gu Xiu shook his head, those lords still don't know the cruel truth. Even low-level lords are still dreaming of counterattacking my fate. Because most of the lords have not yet touched the ceiling of their own race. The further you go, the more the lords can understand the gap between them and the high-ranking lords. And this gap is big enough to make them despair. Inheritance of the Xinggong clan, 7 stars. Contains the energy of the analysis of the racial potential of the Xinggong clan. After using it, you can increase your own racial potential to 7 stars. The inheritance of the palace clan is the core goal of all lords entering the palace ruins. The difference is that lords of different strengths have different levels of target grades. For ordinary lords, obtaining an inheritance higher than their racial potential. Just enough to make them ecstatic. As for high-level lords, the inheritance of the super 10 stars. That is their ultimate goal. It's just that no one knows that the super 10-star inheritance is destined to be only those who have 10 fingers are eligible to get it. But this is just a 7-star race inheritance, and to Gu Xiu, it's nothing special. This is a ball the size of a fist, inside is a mass of chaos. After looking at it and seeing nothing, Gu Xiu put it away. At the same time, the nearby giant spirit god also discovered the death of his companion. All of a sudden, they roared angrily and rushed towards this side quickly. "Beauties, get to work!" Gu Xiu greeted, and the less-than-elf sharpshooter quickly aimed at the nearest giant spirit god. Fire! Whoosh! Tens of thousands of arrows were fired again, and the rain of arrows covering the sky and the sun was extremely eye-catching to the giant spirit god. Roar! A giant spirit god uttered a shocking roar in the distant sky, but after reaching the ground, it was no longer ear-piercing. The huge arm was like a celestial pillar flying from the sky, and it swept over viciously. The speed was beyond imagination, and the gust of wind caused some of the arrows to stagger. The giant hand immediately scattered nearly half of the arrows. However, the remaining half of the arrows still hit them. Thanks to their huge size, none of the attacks failed, and he endured all the attacks firmly. The dense damage was floating, although nearly half of the arrows were knocked away. But when the first giant spirit god was killed, the level of all the elves soared by more than 30 levels. The fire-focusing skill of elven marksman has been upgraded to IV20, and the increase of attack power has also increased to 40%. With the damage soaring, even if the number of attacks is reduced, the damage caused is not lower than before. Damn ants, impossible! The rumbling voice of the giant spirit god was filled with a hint of bewilderment, disbelief, and fear. Came from the sky, the huge body trembled and fell slowly. Killed by a round of concentrated fire again. Kill the IV870 demigod boss giant spirit god, gain experience 401.2 billion experience. Elf sharpshooter level increase LV371. There are more than 800 demigod bosses, each of which brings a lot of experience. The level of the elves skyrocketed again, but this one did not burst out the racial inheritance again. It seems that not every giant spirit god will explode inheritance and equipment. Gu Xiu thought to himself, but he didn't care. Even if this group of giant spirit gods did not explode, he would not let them go. Because this is simply the most suitable training place, everyone is a super experienced baby. Looking up and looking into the distance, it is impossible to count how many giant spirits and gods there are in the vast and boundless palace ruins. But at least tens of thousands are just some. Fed it. Gu Xiu was very excited. For other lords, this is a hell that could be destroyed at any time. But for him, it is the best holy place for leveling. If all the tens of thousands of giant spirit gods are killed, it is conservatively estimated that all his arms will be upgraded to more than 500 levels. And that terrifying giant spirit god leader. Gu Xiu turned his head and looked, in that distant place. The leader of the giant spirit god, which is more than 10,000 meters high, is full of green light, and can faintly scream and howl loudly. That was the cry from the divine Phoenix clan. It seemed that they were in a panic and wanted to escape. But being chased by the leader of the giant spirit god like a fly, there is no way to go to heaven and nowhere to go. Destroy these giant spirit gods first. Gu Xiu's eyes flashed brightly, and he continued to search for the trace of the giant spirit god. There are very few lords nearby, the giant spirit gods are huge creatures after all. It is completely different from the race of ordinary lords like them, just like people and ants. Okay Zhao, no one will be bored to step on ants for fun, they just walk according to their own course of action. Those who were trampled to death during the process were simply bad luck. In fact, it looked like hell. But in fact, except for the heavy casualties during the initial chaos, the giant spirit gods have not caused much damage to the Lord now. Such a huge giant spirit can be seen clearly when it moves 1,000 meters away, and it is easy to avoid it after mastering the rules. Instead, it was the giant spirit god, who was targeted by Gu Xiu because the huge figure couldn't hide even if he wanted to. It's you. Elf, teleport. Gu Xiu is like a hunter, constantly looking for prey on the ruins of the palace. Whenever you see a giant spirit god, change back to let the little spirit launch the teleportation skill. Flying directly behind the giant spirit god, the 8,000 elf sharpshooters directly launched a concentrated fire attack. In an instant, you can kill a giant spirit god who is a god of death in the eyes of others. Kill IV-870 demigod boss giant spirit god, gain experience 450 billion. Obtain demigod, white equipment magic eye. Obtain the inheritance of the 8-star palace clan. Once again, a giant spirit god crashed to the ground with a trace of unwillingness and despair, revealing an 8-star palace clan inheritance and a piece of demigod equipment. The levels of Gu Xiu, Yuanv, and 8,000 elf marksmen have soared directly to level 400 spears. Chapter 98. Activities at the Xingong ruins are fully open. Open the kill list and score list. The list winners will receive huge rewards, and the top scorer will receive the inheritance of the Super 10-star Palace clan. The giant spirit god has completely recovered, and countless giants are raging on the vast ruins of the palace. When countless lords wailed in despair, a vast voice spread throughout the world. Immediately made countless lords completely red-eyed. Super 10-star inheritance? Damn it! FKU, how do you kill this thing? Numbness stomps a large area to death. Give it a go, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Why kill this thing? It's said that it is the top of the points list and the Super 10-star inheritance. What are points? Who knows how to get them? I don't know. FKU guys, look, there are already people on the standings. Lord Flying Wolf, 100 points, does anyone know who this boss is? How do you get the points? Damn it! There's someone on the kill list. Gu Xiu. The number of kills, 3. What? This kind of giant can actually kill. Paralyzing Gu Xiu, let's hang up. The stone hammer on the wall. 666, the ancient gods are mighty. Ah, it's too scary, ancient god, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. The ancient gods ask for. All the lords who are still in the ruins of the palace are completely boiling. Super 10-star race inheritance, this is enough to make them crazy rewards. The lords who were crying for their parents and wanting to run away no longer ran away. After all, those who come here are all soldiers, even if they die, it will only be the loss of spirit crystals, that's all. If these losses can be exchanged for a powerful unit, they will be happy to let them start all over again. It's just that they don't know how to get points. These weak people have been excluded from the excess rewards of the palace ruins from the very beginning. Killing 133 giant spirit gods seems impossible to them, and the points must enter the body of the giant spirit god leader to obtain points. These two lists are destined to miss them. Countless lords were going crazy as they shuttled through the ruins of the palace, and from time to time they saw huge giant spirit gods being instantly killed by overwhelming arrows. Falling down like reaping wheat, even more horrified. And Gu Xiu's ranking on the kill list soared all the way, and the number quickly rose from 3 to 10. And the second place is still blank. Countless lords could only feel their scalps tingling, and couldn't help cursing the pervert inwardly. Boom! The ruins of a great hall were smashed into powder by a huge arm falling from the sky, and a blue Kuei Niu suddenly jumped out with 1 foot. Narrowly escaping the catastrophe, the boy on Kuei Niu's back repeatedly shot. No moves were seen, but at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Between the giant spirit god's legs, air cannons appeared out of nowhere. Then hit hard on an indescribable part. Ah! If someone can look down from a high altitude, they will definitely find that the expression on the face of the giant spirit god that is hundreds of meters long is distorted. The giant spirit god roared angrily, uttering words that he couldn't understand. Attacking with both hands more and more vigorously, the tall figure of thousands of meters. The speed is not slow at all, but faster than expected. If it was an ordinary lord, he would definitely not be able to react to an attack of this speed, and he would be slapped out of flesh. However, the one-legged Kuei Niu is insanely flexible, and can always dodge it within a few millimeters. No matter how crazy the giant spirit god is, there is nothing he can do about it. Gu Xiu, I'm really amazed by the old man, Ajba, how strong is he? Li Erniu, who was smiling all over his face, can't smile now. Because he had the strength of the giant spirit god as a reference at this time, he was surprised to find that. I thought I was not weaker than Gu Xiu, I'm afraid I really thought it was. This huge and boundless giant spirit god is just the shortest of all giant spirit gods. With a height of 3,000 meters and a level as high as 860. But he fought so hard, it took a long time to hit half a tube of blood. And Gu Xiu next door has already killed 15 giant spirit gods. Even he was shocked by such a strong contrast, and couldn't help but wonder if he was too weak. Even if he is not the strongest with a 10-star race and a god-level talent. It must be one of the strongest, he has always thought so. Even if Gu Xiu triggers the world notification again and again. The topic was ignited again and again, including when the 300-level elves appeared in the public eye. He still doesn't care, because he knows very well. What Gu Xiu did, he can do too. It's just that he is not really only 17 or 18 years old, and his mentality is much older. I don't want to fight for anything. But now, no one can understand Li Erniu's inner shock. This person cannot be an enemy. Kuei Niu flickered again to dodge the attack of the giant spirit god, while Li Erniu continued playing the giant spirit god's little chirp. He couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. Nima, how could this perverted existence kill so quickly? From the other direction, Zhang Ren looked at the kill list and his face turned blue. Looking at the constantly beating numbers, I couldn't help my scalp getting numb. Looking at myself, tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals, led by the 10-star hero Neza, strangled a 3,000 meter high giant spirit god in a formation, frantically strangling it to death. However, their attacks are like scratching an itch for this kind of giant, and they can only rely on time to slowly grind this giant to death. Compared to Gu Xiu's killing speed, I'm afraid Gu Xiu can only kill one if he kills 100. Damn it, Super 10-star race inheritance, don't even think about it. A sense of powerlessness rose in Zhang Ren's heart, and he wisely gave up this fight. Afterwards, he regained his spirits. He had suffered more blows since he was a child. Baron Qunren has long advocated forbearance for the current 10-star leader. This situation is too normal for him, if you can't fight it, don't fight it. Is his motto. I will endure. Zhang Ren comforted himself silently, killing this thing, I'm afraid the experience is more than the entire secret realm. It's also good to practice leveling. Gu Xiu big brother, help me. In the other direction, a giant spirit god walked aimlessly forward. Huge feet trampled everything passing by into ruins, a group of green jelly-like slimes jumped and fled. However, I don't know if it's too bad luck or if I was really targeted by the giant spirit god, no matter where I run, I can't hide. Zhu Wushuan looked at the bloody slimes that were constantly being trampled. Damn big guy, this girl will fight with you. Slime, fit together. Devour. Zhu Wushuan's apricot eyes widened, and she looked at the big feet falling from the sky viciously. The little girl was also angry, and immediately sent all the slimes up. The slimes frantically merged like stacks of arhuts, and their size continued to skyrocket. In an instant, tens of thousands of slimes all merged into one body, turning into a giant jelly up to a kilometer high. Bark! Huge footprints fell from the sky, directly stepping on the giant slime. Ah 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 ah! Zhu Wushuan was going crazy, damn big guy, let this girl swallow him. Tens of thousands of slimes are fused into one, and their strengths seem to have been perfectly superimposed. Coupled with the particularity of the soft and waxy body structure, he was not directly trampled to death like before. Instead, it climbed up quickly along the feet of the giant spirit god like a trampled skin. Soon the entire giant spirit god was wrapped in it. From a distance, it seemed that the giant spirit god was wearing a whole body of green clothes. The giant spirit god suddenly struggled crazily, but this thin layer of green clothes was unimaginably tough. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break it. Yet, Gu Xiu was originally forced to fight with ascites, but he didn't expect the talent of devouring to be so invincible. Even this big guy can be solved, although the speed of digestion is not ideal. It's still not as fast as Gu Xiu big brother. 18 have been killed. The huge giant spirit god slowly lost its strength to struggle, and fell directly to the ground with a bang. It looked like a green giant python could not move after eating too much. Gu Xiu glanced at the kill list and couldn't help admiring it. Damn, how did this happen? But at this time, the native forces of the Eternal Continent were rather in a panic. Dao Qianshan and the people from the Dao Palace continued to perform tricks, but he could barely resist, and the two hands were almost cramp. Looking at Gu Xiu, who is high on the kill list, his complexion became more and more gloomy. The trigger of the Xinggong ruins was too abrupt, and they were not prepared when they came. There was such an accident that it was impossible to receive the people from the tribe. Now relying only on them pathfinders, it is difficult to kill a giant spirit god. They could only watch helplessly as Gu Xiu rose all the way, and the number of kills was far ahead. The other lords only know that if they want to become a super 10-star race, they need to be at the top of the points list, but they don't know where the points come from. It can be said bluntly that the so-called top scorer, it will only be the top of the kill list. Because no matter how many points a person has, it is impossible to be higher than all the others. And the lower-ranked lords know that they have no chance to surpass the 10-star race, and the points in their hands are useless. Naturally, it will be used to submit tasks to exchange for other levels of inheritance, and the points in their hands will flow to the hands of those who are on the kill list. The more people who kill the giant spirit gods, the more inheritance they get. Correspondingly, the more points you can get, it is completely easy to surpass the number 1 in the standings. Gu Xiu. Dao Qianshan's face was gloomy, thinking about something in his mind. It must be pulled into the Dao Palace, otherwise, you will die. Dao Qianshan's eyes flickered with murderous intent. The Super 10-star race inherited. Their Dao Palace is bound to win. Chapter 99. Kill IV900 Demigod Boss Giant Spirit God, gain experience 400 billion. Kuizudi level up IV500. Obtain Demigod, Green Equipment Giant Spirit Scepter. Obtain 8 stars, Palace Clan Inheritance. A 3,000 meter giant spirit fell to the ground with a bang, and all elf marksmen and guardian elves rose to level 500. The first green equipment was released. The strength is getting higher and higher, the strength of these giant spirit gods is increasing rapidly. Gu Xiu muttered to himself with a solemn expression, he is also the lowest level 3000 meter giant spirit god. But the strength has risen from the initial level of 860 to now, to level 900. The strength is advancing by leaps and bounds, fortunately, with 10,000 times of experience. The level of the elf sharpshooter is also increasing rapidly, and the ultimate skill set fire has risen to level 30. Only then can we ensure that we can continue to kill these giant spirit gods with soaring strength. Giant Scepter Demigod Green. Hero Equipment. Level Requirement, 4500. Plus 5. Power of Rules, 10. It can be broken down into 10 to 50 regular fragments. This is a demigod level green equipment, but unfortunately it is staff equipment. Although the attribute is terrifying, it is completely useless, and the so-called rule damage is even more unknown. It seems to be a field that only 7th tier lords can touch. Continue. Gu Xiu put away the equipment, Kuizudi and Yuan continued to fly forward. Looking for the trace of the giant spirit god, followed by 8,000 invisible elf marksmen. Now that the strength of the giant spirit god is growing rapidly, he must hurry up. Otherwise, once your own strength cannot keep up, I am afraid it will be difficult to gain anything. Gu Xiu worked hard to kill the giant spirit gods, and the giant spirit gods in the Xinggong ruins kept falling down like harvesting wheat. The number of kills of Gu Xiu on the kill list is also rising all the way. Countless lords who just watched, including Zhang Ren, Li Erniu, and others were dumbfounded. Boom! Gu Xiu just killed a giant spirit god again, and a deafening sound came from a distance. Then the sky darkened and the earth shook. A giant spirit god more than 3,000 meters high is rushing towards him, with countless scars on his body that are caused by something unknown, and a large amount of blood oozes out. As the giant ran, blood rained down on the ground. Yet, there are still deliveries. Gu Xiu was startled, and vaguely saw something chasing behind the giant spirit god. I'm too lazy to care about the situation, such a big experience package will naturally not be let go. Fire! Whoosh! All the already familiar arrows are firing. The giant spirit god, who fled in a hurry, didn't notice the ants in front of him, so he shot all the arrows and took them all as ordered. Suddenly, his body froze and he fell to the ground. Kill IV900 Demigod Giant Spirit God, gain experience 400 billion. Obtain Demigod, Green Equipment Giant Spirit Crossbow. Obtain 8 stars, Palace Clan Inheritance. A piece of demigod level equipment was exposed again, a crossbow fell to the ground and raised a platinum beam of light. Then it disappeared and was put into the backpack by Gu Xiu. It's ready. Damn it, that's our giant spirit god. Boy, the prey of my divine phoenix clan. I.F.K. Gu Xiu. A group of divine phoenixes flew over from behind, seeing the corpse of the giant spirit god who fell on the ground, they immediately vomited blood angrily. Although the equipment was automatically included in Gu Xiu's backpack, they still saw it at the moment it was revealed. The golden beam of light is a representative of divine power. The eyes of a group of divine phoenixes suddenly turned red, and they were even more furious when they saw the disappearance of their equipment. In an instant, he rushed forward and surrounded Gu Xiu, as if he was about to draw his sword and kill him at the first sight of a disagreement. However, after seeing Kui Judy's iconic blood hair, her face was suffocated. The scene of Kui Zudi's soul-destroying haul on Wuzi Mountain and killing Yaoxu is still vivid in my mind. Their teleportation is malfunctioning, and these people are obviously no match for Gu Xiu. But the temptation of demigod-level equipment is obviously enough to overcome the fear of Gu Xiu. A group of divine phoenixes spread out to surround Kui Zudi and Yuanv, but poorly they didn't know. In fact, they took the initiative to rush into the encirclement of the elf marksman. Gu Xiu, this is the prey of my divine phoenix clan. We were about to be beaten to death, but you took advantage of it. Hand over the equipment, and you won't care about the giant spirit god's affairs. Although you are very powerful, the seniors of our divine phoenix clan are coming quickly, and those who are sensible should hurry up and hand them over. Although a group of divine phoenixes are a little lacking in confidence, they are still threatening. They even directly brought out their seniors in the clan, as if to say that if Gu Xiu dared to offend them. When the seniors in the clan come, they want him to look good. Your prey. Gu Xiu looked at a group of divine birds mockingly. This creature has to be said to be really beautiful. Just like the legendary phoenix, with flames burning all over his body. The bright red feathers look glamorous and charming. If he has a better temper, he will naturally have a good impression of him in terms of appearance. It's a pity, this issue of Shen Huang is arrogant and irritable. On Wuzi Mountain, perhaps relying on the astonishing strength of the seniors in the clan, even Gu Xiu is indifferent to the strength of killing the Yaoxu clan and the Soul Temple. So proud that you don't even want to say hello. Now that they clearly have no whole cards, they still directly express their hostility and even threaten Gu Xiu with a strong man who can't come in a short time. The so-called reason put forward is even more nonsense in Gu Xiu's opinion. Giant spirit gods with more than 80% life, are you sure you have a chance to kill them? Gu Xiu sneered disdainfully, although he is not a BCH. But it is not enough to snatch a giant spirit monster for no reason. It is really that this giant spirit god is scarred and scarred. In fact, the life is more than 80%, and it is still recovering rapidly with the running. It is estimated that there is a high probability that this group of divine birds will chase after them, but they will be killed by giant spirit gods who have fully recovered their lives or even a level closer in strength. Killing this giant spirit god by himself completely saved their lives in disguise. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, and dare to threaten the equipment you want? You fart. However, the Divine Phoenix clan didn't think so, and the already grumpy Firebird was even more furious when he heard Gu Xiu's words. Our Divine Phoenix clan attacked with all our strength for 10 minutes, how could it be possible that we still have more than 80% of our lives? You mean our Divine Phoenix clan is too weak? Shen Huang sneered. In their opinion, Gu Xiu's strength is strong. But it's not too strong to be so perverted. The reason why he was able to kill this giant spirit god is because he was killed by them until he was left with blood. Gu Xiu just picked up a bargain, and now he said such a thing in order to refuse to return the equipment. It is an insult to their Divine Phoenix clan. Who can bear this? What do you say? Gu Xiu sneered, too lazy to argue with these stupid birds. A group of stupid birds with more than 300 levels can kill 10,000 experience points, which is completely negligible. Turning around to leave, he was very busy. There's no time to argue with these idiots. You. Stop. The flames on a group of firebirds erupted suddenly, rising several times higher. Blocking directly in front of Gu Xiu, strands of Dao seals condensed with flames appeared on his body. If you don't hand over the equipment, don't even think about leaving. Gu Xiu's eyes became colder, and the murderous intent flashed away. Roll. The already furious Divine Phoenix clan became even more enraged, and killed the giant spirit god for 10 minutes and ran away. Being picked up by Gu Xiu, they chose to give in because they were afraid of Gu Xiu's strength. There is no need to care about the experience of the giant spirit gods, as long as they get back the equipment they should have obtained. As a result, Gu Xiu not only refused to pay back, but also sneered at their strength and status with clever words, and now he is scolded even more. Thinking that their Divine Phoenix clan is also a big power ranked in the Eternal Continent, and they have suffered such humiliation? How dare! A Shen Huang, who was obviously much bigger, was furious. Do you really think that my Shen Huang clan is afraid of you? You really think you're so great after you killed that group of inhuman garbage in the Soul Palace and that group of disgusting monsters from the Yao Beard clan? Today, I will let you know what the Divine Phoenix represents. Great righteousness, one step and one handful. Just talking about it went to the hearts of a group of Divine Phoenix, and it immediately attracted a burst of applause. Your Highness is right. How can my Divine Phoenix clan be compared to those rubbish? An ant from the Elf clan dares to challenge the authority of my Divine Phoenix clan, it is courting death. Your Highness, kill him and let him know that my Divine Phoenix clan is sacred and inviolable. Noisy. It's really dead. The choking blade. Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. Gu Xiu, who was at level 300 before, was able to overwhelm the audience. What's more, Gu Xiu's level has risen to level 500, and her attributes have almost doubled. The gift of liberation has been directly upgraded to level 30, and the output has already been against the sky. These divine phoenixes are of no value to him, otherwise they would have received a lunch box the first time they spoke rudely. Now that he still dares to BB, he doesn't mind making a move. The so-called Highness of Shen Huang is enjoying the flattery of his subordinates, as if feeling that his strength has been increased. Then, I just felt a chill in my heart. The flames on his body began to go out, revealing the bald chicken-like body inside. The unsightly corpse fell slowly, only a pair of pupils were full of bewilderment. He never dreamed that the strength he thought was strong. He couldn't even catch a single move from Gu Xiu, no different from the Soul Palace and Yaoxu clan that he looked down upon once killed by Gu Xiu in seconds. In the face of this weak elf clan, they still perish like cutting melons and vegetables. The praises of the divine Phoenix clan stopped abruptly, and a group of firebirds looked at the corpse of their highness in disbelief. An extreme fear suddenly rose in my heart. His highness is dead. Your highness! How dare you kill his highness? Unforgivable, humble elves, you are dead. Kill, destroy this elf family. The eyes of a group of divine phoenixes suddenly turned red, and the sky was intertwined with flames and turned into a sea of flames. No matter how terrifying Gu Xiu's strength is, they must fight Gu Xiu desperately. Otherwise, if you go back, you will inevitably die, and the end will be even more miserable. It's all head burnt out. Stars fall. Gu Xiu cursed secretly. Luckily Yuan understood him. Before the divine Phoenix clan could launch an attack, they directly moved the stars to fall. Suddenly the world is quiet. Chapter 100. Giant Spirit Crossbow Demigod Green. Hero Equipment. Requirement, 4500. Divinity, 5. Power of Rules, 10. This is a giant bow with a length of 2 meters. Although it looks a little ordinary due to the quality of the green. However, the equipment attributes of the demigod level are still powerful, the same 5 points of divine power. The power of the 10 o'clock rule has not been figured out yet, so Gu Xiu equips it to the girl. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light flickered on Yuinu's body, and an unspeakable change seemed to have taken place in her entire temperament. The turbulent momentum erupted, causing Kuizudi to retreat hundreds of meters. A group of invisible elf marksmen next to them were also forced to reveal themselves. What's going on? Kuizudi was shocked. She stared at Yuinu with a dumbfounded look. Originally, the strengths of the two were almost the same, but now they felt extremely oppressed in front of Yuinu. Just that momentum made him a little out of breath. The power of rules. There was a hint of bewilderment in Yuan's eyes, as if talking in a dream. After half an hour, I slowly woke up. This is the power of rules, the powerful power to enter the demigod realm. Have you come into contact with it in advance now? Holding the longbow with a touch of green in her hand, the moon girl was amazed. She was fascinated by the huge power that the longbow 480 blessed into her body. This is a three-dimensional power far beyond ordinary attributes. Although it was only brought by one piece of equipment, it was enough to increase her strength by more than 10 times. Moon Girl LV500. Elf Hero, Priestess of the Blood Moon. Divinity, 5. Growth, 1-3. Skills, Falling Stars, Arrow of the Moon God. Rule Power, 10, can cause 10% damage to demigod level creatures. Gu Xiu opened the attribute panel of Yuinu and found that earth-shaking changes have taken place. The three-dimensional attribute disappears, and all fusion becomes the so-called divine power. And the divine power is only 5 points brought by this green equipment demigod bow. Although the moon girl is always strong. But the addition of three-dimensional attributes alone is far from reaching the standard for obtaining divine power, and it can be completely ignored in front of divine power. There is a new explanation for the power of rules, and Gu Xiu's heart is full of understanding. I also gradually understood what a demigod is. The strength of ordinary life depends on the three-dimensional attributes, whether it is a lord of arms or a beast. And the so-called gods should be transcendent existences who have comprehended the power of rules. In front of a powerhouse of this level, three-dimensional attributes are no longer important. But it doesn't mean that they don't have the three-dimensional attribute, it just transforms it into a higher level of power, divine power. And each point of divine power can be regarded as 100 million points of three-dimensional attributes, and the two can also be transformed into each other. Those who have comprehended the power of rules but have not fully comprehended them are called demigods. The deepening of their comprehension of the rules will also allow them to embark on the path of transformation. To understand it simply, it can be seen that every time you add a little power of rules, it turns back to produce 1% suppression on the existence of the power of rules that do not comprehend. 10 points of power of rules means that there will be 10% suppression of the existence of the power of rules that do not comprehend. Either attack or defend. Similarly, the power of rules can cancel each other out. For example, if the enemy has 20 points of rule power, then it can suppress you by 10%. But divine power is produced in 3 dimensions by condensing a full 100 million points. The so-called miracles come from great efforts, when the 3-dimensional attributes reach a certain level. It can also break the boundary between mortals and gods, and every point of divine power can also offset the suppression of a little rule power. It's just that it can't be used as the power of rules to suppress ordinary people, that's all. With the current attributes of Yu, it is equivalent to being able to suppress 10% of the strength of ordinary people. But for the gods, it can resist 15% suppression. It's so complicated. After 500 levels, is it the road to the gods? Gu Xiu murmured slightly, feeling like a door to a new world had opened. 4 demigod-level powerhouses refer to the strength of giant spirit gods. It can be called against the sky. The power of rules. Gu Xiu looked at Yu enviously, a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. This is the power she also wants to obtain. Wait, the power of rules. Gu Xiu suddenly thought of something, took out a few pieces of white demigod equipment that exploded earlier. These common equipments are all worn by arms, adding a little divine power is not enough. It's just dispensable to him, and there is another item under these equipment. Decomposition can get 1 to 10 rule fragments. Breakdown. Gu Xiu's heart moved, and he disassembled all 4 pieces of white equipment without hesitation. Ding! Get rule fragment 22. Rule fragments, comprehend and absorb to gain 1 rule power. Really? Gu Xiu was ecstatic, this thing is really a shortcut to break through the demigods. Kui Judy, Moon Girl, none of you have 11 pieces of rules. This thing is also useful for him to rise to the 7th rank of Lord, but he is not in a hurry for the time being. Gu Xiu directly distributed it to Kui Zodi and Yuanv. There are still many giant spirit gods in the ruins of the palace. As long as he has the strength, he will definitely gain a lot of money. Now it is most important to improve the strength of Kui Judy and Yuan first. Thank you, Master. The 2 girls were overjoyed, and each took the rule fragments and began to absorb them. A few minutes later, the golden light on the 2 people won. A majestic momentum spread towards the surrounding area, and the unique coercion revealed a feeling of aloofness. Look upon the mortals of the ground like noble gods. Kui Judy 4500. 20063000 plus 30,000. 203300 plus 40,000. 20063000 plus 10,000. Growth, 1-1. Skills, Choking Blade, Phantom Assault. Power of Rules, 1-1. Kui Zodi's attributes have not changed from Yuanv, and she is still 3-dimensional without divine power. It's just that the power of the rules seems to have brought about a huge improvement, with each of the 3 dimensions skyrocketing by 2 million. Coupled with the increase in the power of rules, Kui Zodi's strength also skyrocketed again. Yuinu's power of rules has reached as high as 31 points, which can suppress ordinary enemies by 31%. Shen Guang. The power of rules. The violently blooming golden light was extremely dazzling. Not far away, Dao Jianshan, who had just exterminated the giant spirit god, looked to the east in shock. It's him? Gu Xiu. Dao Jianshan stared dumbfounded at the golden light erupting from Kui Zodi's body, he was too familiar with that figure. It is Gu Xiu who hanged and beat NPCs on Wazi Mountain. At that time, Gu Xiu was just an ordinary person of level 300, but at this moment, his whole body was full of divine light. Gained the power of rules? There is such a chance. Dao Ganshan's expression kept changing, and soon he had an idea in his mind. Fly towards Gu Xiu with the people from the Dao Palace. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the strength of Kui and Zudi skyrocketed again. Soon, he met another giant spirit god. Gu Xiu looked at Kui Zudi, who was jumping up and down. My heart moved. Kui Judy, go try it. Yes, man. Kui Judy herself has been itching for a long time, and really wants to know how strong she is now. Immediately stepped forward excitedly. The choking blade. A dagger was thrown, directly piercing the giant spirit god's ankle. A damage approaching 900 million was suddenly exposed. Even for the giant spirit god, it cannot be ignored. But the suffocating person comes with a 99% deceleration of the target, which can almost be said to be completely imprisoned. Choi Judy did not hesitate to use Phantom Strike again. Appearing at the heels of the giant spirit god in an instant, the dagger rings that were retracted turned into afterimages. Cut hundreds of knives in an instant. The dense damage was dealt out, and the life of the giant spirit god suddenly decreased like a waterfall. But the giant spirit god reacted quickly, and kicked it suddenly with a huge foot. With swift and violent energy, Gu Xiu has no doubt that this blow has been carried out. Kui Judy will definitely not even see a piece of blood. Send. In the critical moment, Kui Zudi was not afraid of danger, and directly activated the guardian spirit's teleportation skills. In an instant, the other foot of the miscellaneous giant spirit god appeared, and the gear ring in his hand frantically flicked across again. Flesh and blood are flying, and the life of the giant spirit god continues to drop slowly. Roar! The severe pain made the giant spirit god roar uncontrollably, bent down, and attacked with both hands frantically like swatting mosquitoes. The speed is simply jaw-dropping. Phantom Assault. Kui Zudi flickered again, instigating the wings of the phantom butterfly, and appeared at the back waist of the giant spirit god. However, before he started to attack, the giant spirit god's other hand came over like a shadow. Kui Zudi dodged again and again, looking from a distance like a nasty mosquito being chased and beaten. It looked quite embarrassing, and there was no way to fight back for a while. Ha ha ha, does fellow deist Gu Xiu need help? A hearty laugh came, and Dao Jianshan appeared with the people from the Dao Palace. Jokingly looking at Kui Zudi, who was being chased up and down like a mosquito. But he couldn't help but sneer in his heart, this is a demigod-level giant spirit god. Even if the divine power is now dry and only rely on the strong 3.1 physical strength brought by the level, it is by no means an easy challenge. It took a lot of effort for their majestic Dao Palace to barely kill one of them, that's all. This Gu Xiu is just two heroes single-handedly, but he also wants to kill the giant spirit god? But the damage is terrifying enough. Although Dao Jianshan expressed disdain for Kui Zudi's battle, but looking at the numbers floating above the giant spirit god's head from time to time. Still in shock at such a horrific injury. If someone cooperates, it will be easy to kill the giant spirit god. Fellow deist Gu Xiu, how about forming a team? Dao Qianshan's heart turned sharply, but on the surface he remained calm. Invited Gu Xiu to form a team. Our deist palace controls the giant spirit gods, fellow deists, you output, how about the harvest per head? With a smile on his face, Dao Jianshan said what he thought was a reasonable plan. He has a plan in mind, Gu Xiu will definitely not refuse. After all, relying on his own strength, it is obviously impossible to kill the giant spirit god. Alone almost nothing, the hunting efficiency of their Dao Palace has been greatly improved. Both are beneficial and harmless. However, the result was not what he expected. Gu Xiu seemed to be mentally retarded. Are you thinking of eating? I need to join forces with you. Chapter 101. Haha, fellow deists don't need to be guests. What did you say? Dao Jianshan is confident, ready to accept Gu Xiu's expression of gratitude. But suddenly his expression was suffocated, and he looked at Gu Xiu in disbelief. Never expected that Gu Xiu would reject his proposal. Humble ants, what are you talking about? You're courting death, you're being disrespectful to me. My Taoist palace invites you to save face, why are you so ignorant? The others in Dao Palace were also stunned, and then flew into a rage. Looking at Kuizudi's extraordinary strength before, I was a little apprehensive, but now. They have already killed a giant spirit god, but Kuizudi was chased by the giant spirit god with nowhere to go. How dare you be so arrogant in such embarrassment? Fellow Daoist, think about it, our Dao Palace has the strength to kill giant spirit gods, but you don't. Dao Jianshan waved his hand to stop his subordinates from yelling, and looked at Gu Xiu coldly. For the sake of your potential, I sincerely invite you, and I am willing to share with you a share of the benefits, so don't you know the good and the bad? Gu Xiu rolled his eyes and almost laughed angrily. Could it be that you natives can't see the leaderboard? I have already killed 20 giant spirit gods, how can you have the confidence to pretend to be compared to me when you only killed one? And the rewards are divided equally according to the head. It's not enough to take advantage of it, right? Roll. Gu Xiu was too lazy to talk to this group of sanctimonious guys, so he cursed angrily. Yuinu, help me! Arrow of the Moon God. Stars fall. It is indeed difficult for Kuizudi to single out the giant spirit god, because she has no means of control. Giant spirit god attack 09 is 2 against the sky, it is difficult to have a perfect output environment. The demigod bow and crossbow in Yuinu's hand burst into divine light, and an arrow directly hit the giant spirit god as if traveling through space. The huge giant who was slapping mosquitoes suddenly stiffened and was directly controlled. Underscore. The moonlight fell, and a huge and innumerable damage floated from the head of the giant spirit god. The blood bar that was consumed by Kuizudi was cleared in an instant, and the strength of the moon girl with supernatural power soared beyond imagination. Before the giant spirit god recovered from the dizziness, he fell directly on his back. Kill LV900 demigod boss giant spirit god, gain experience 400 billion. Acquire demigod, white equipment giant spirit orb. Obtain ancient coins 31. Moon girl level up IV512. With the giant spirit god crashing down, a series of prompts sounded. The levels of Yuinu and Kuizudi skyrocketed again, and a spirit bead shining with a golden pillar of light emerged from the corpse of the giant spirit god. Although it disappeared in an instant, it was still highly regarded by everyone in the Dao Palace. This, Dao Jianshan was shocked, his eyeballs almost popped out. Looking at Gu Xiu in disbelief, just now he was fighting fiercely. Just like that, it was killed in seconds? How can that be? Second, kill the giant spirit god in seconds. Demigod equipment. It's demigod equipment. A group of people from the Dao Palace suddenly gasped and looked at Gu Xiu in shock. Thinking of the demigod equipment just now, endless greed arose in my heart. Eyes are hot. Gu. Fellow Daoist Gu, was that demigod equipment just now? Dao Jianshan opened his mouth wide enough to swallow an egg, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Rubbing his hands and licking his face, he looked at Gu Xiu, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Yeah, junk whiteboard gear. Gu Xiu said indifferently, breaking it down casually. I was lucky this time, and got 10 rule fragments. Can you sell it to me? The price is up to you. Dao Jianshan looked at Gu Xiu longingly, his eyes were fiery but his heart was mad with jealousy. I don't know what changes happened to the ruins of the Xinggong Palace, and it didn't follow their calculations at all. The teleportation of the six-pointed star has failed, and other powerful people in the Dao Palace cannot come. We can only rely on a few weak chickens with more than 300 levels, but relatively. He was also given a chance, a demigod-level powerhouse of the 8th or 900th level. It's not that easy to come across. Moreover, it is also a demigod boss with exhausted and weak divine power, it is simply the best gift package in the world. As long as you can kill a few casually, the strength of a group of them will skyrocket. And they did the same thing, they finally killed a giant spirit god with great effort just now. Although no equipment has been exposed, the experience provided has also skyrocketed their levels. But now seeing that Gu Xiu exploded his equipment as soon as he hit the soul, he immediately became jealous. This is demigod level equipment, just getting one is enough to increase his strength by 100 times. In the future, when he returns to the Dao Palace, he can also step into the ranks of the strong. How can such a treasure not make him yearn for it? However, Gu Xiu didn't care about it, saying it was rubbish equipment. You want to buy? How much can you pay? Gu Xiu asked with great interest. 5 million spirit crystals. Dao Jianshan didn't hesitate, and said an astronomical figure in one gulp. 5 million spirit crystals. Gu Xiu frowned, and looked at Dao Jianshan again. The Taoist robe on this guy seems unusual, but I didn't notice it before. Now it seems that this group of natives are all big local tyrants, right? Needless to say, he was moved. The worst thing he has right now is spirit crystals. With enough spirit crystals, he can quickly raise the level of the ancient tree of life. Unlock more powerful arms, crazy explosive soldiers quickly improve their strength. 5 million spirit crystals, even for him now is an astronomical sum. The income that the two medium-sized spirit crystal mines can bring is less than 1 million spirit crystals a day, that's all. This piece of whiteboard demigod equipment can be sold for 5 million spirit crystals. What about the green one? Not enough. Gu Xiu thought silently, but in Dao Qianshan's opinion, it seemed too little. Immediately anxious, 6 million. I will pay 6 million. Gu Xiu was startled again, feeling that he might have underestimated the power of gods or rules. A piece of equipment that he regarded as rubbish and didn't even bother to ask for it was so expensive? Not enough. Dao Jianshan was in a hurry, his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Then he gritted his teeth hard, the last price is 8 million, and that's all I have. Gu Xiu was dumbfounded, and couldn't help looking suspiciously at the rule fragment in his hand. I can't wait to splice it together, each piece is worth millions? Unfortunately, I broke down. Gu Xiu sighed helplessly. What? Decomposition. Dao Jianshan was dumbfounded, disassembled? This is demigod equipment, you actually disassembled it. Demigod equipment, at least a little more divine power, that's divine power. Dao Jianshan looked at Gu Xiu with heartbroken eyes, spewing out a mouthful of old blood as if he had received some serious blow. Demigod equipment, you actually disassembled it directly. Demigod equipment, is it precious? Gu Xiu was baffled, he dismantled 4 or 5 pieces of this thing. Is it strange? Precious, I. The old man blew his beard and stared angrily, and was so out of breath that he couldn't speak for a while. Listen, is this a human language? It's more than precious. How can rule fragments compare with divine power? Dao Jianshan was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood, wishing he could catch Gu Xiu's ear and spread the knowledge to him. Wait, are you sure you want to spend 8 million spirit crystals to buy demigod white equipment? Gu Xiu interrupted Dao Qianshan's words impatiently, and asked suspiciously. 8 million spirit crystals, this is not a small amount. Naturally, do you still have demigod white equipment? Dao Qianshan's eyes lit up immediately, looking at Gu Xiu expectantly. This is demigod level equipment, if you can buy 8 million spirit crystals. He's making a lot of money. No. Gu Xiu shook his head, but if you really want to buy it, you can wait for me here. Waiting for you? What are you going to do? Dao Jianshan 047 seemed to think of something, looked at Gu Xiu in disbelief. Could it be? Kill a few giant spirits and gods? I'll come as soon as I go. Gu Xiu ordered, Kuizudi and Yuan teleport away directly. What? Dao Jianshan looked blankly at Gu Xiu who had disappeared, with mixed feelings in his heart. He spent a lot of effort to kill a giant spirit god. He wanted to equip the demigod but couldn't. But here at Gu Xiu, he can be killed casually like a cat or a dog. Precious demigod equipment containing divine power is like weeds on the side of the road, waiting for him to get it. People are more popular than people. Dao Jianshan held back for a long time, and could only complain silently. Elder, do you really want to spend 8 million spirit crystals to buy his demigod equipment? A person from the Dao Palace asked quietly. Of course, 8 million spiritual crystals to buy a piece of demigod equipment, and make a lot of money. With a smile on the corner of Dao Qianshan's mouth, he replied without hesitation. This old man has no bad intentions? Am I wrong? Dao Jianshan and the others don't know that there are 8,000 spirit marksmen beside them. Every move was under Gu Xiu's sight. Hearing Dao Qianshan's words, Gu Xiu couldn't help being slightly puzzled. Greed clearly flashed in this guy's eyes. He thought he would do something wrong. Unexpectedly, Dao Jianshan didn't plan to do anything about the transaction. However, are the spirit crystals in our Dao Palace so easy to get? Dao Qianshan's voice changed meaningfully. Elder means hexagram. The hearts of the other people in the Dao Palace suddenly moved, and they suddenly realized. Haha! Dao Jianshan sneered twice and stopped talking. It's a conspiracy, but what does the six-pointed star mean? Gu Xiu's eyes were fixed, thinking carefully. The strength of Dao Jianshan and the others is not worth mentioning, but Dao Palace should not be underestimated. Just because this Jianshan understands the rules of divine power and so on, it means that there must be a strong person of this level in the Taoist Palace. Really have to guard against. Chapter 102. Not all demigod level equipment will explode for giant spirit gods. Kuizudi and Yuan searched separately, and killed 3 giant spirit gods before successfully detonating a piece of white equipment. Teleport directly to Dao Jianshan with the demigod white equipment. Here, demigod level white equipment. The demigod level equipment glowing with pale golden beams of light appeared in front of him. Dao Jianshan looked straight at him immediately. The eyes of a group of people from the Dao Palace gleamed, wishing that Haleza would stay. Where's the spirit crystal? Gu Xiu looked at Dao Jianshan with an idiotic face, and silently cursed ABCH in his heart. A piece of junk whiteboard equipment is like this, if you give him a piece of green equipment. Don't you have to go to heaven? Ah? Yes, yes, 8 million spiritual crystals, fellow Daoists, please take a look. Dao Jianshan came to his senses, and quickly took out a small bag from his bosom and handed it over. This is the Qunkan bag, which is specially used to store things, and I gave it to fellow Daoists. Cosmos bag. Gu Xiu took it in surprise. He can directly take back the spirit crystal to the resource bar of the territory. But these natives don't seem to be able to, and there are still good things that can be stored. This is leaving. Gu Xiu watched the Taoist leave in bewilderment. Where is the agreed 6-pointed star? Forget it, love will come or not. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu is too lazy to care about these old men. Now Kuizudi can entangle a giant spirit god alone. Yuinu has the strength to single out the giant spirit god, and a group of sharp archers also have the strength to kill the giant spirit god in a flash. Then it's time to send all the other arms over to share experience and level up. In the Lord's world, 2,000 elf magicians have been recruited. Elf mages are a little shorter than elf hunters and archers. It looks softer and cute, holding a trapped village in his hand. Teleport, Xinggong Ruins. In the ruins of the palace, the arrival of 2,000 elf magicians finally seemed not so empty. Kuizudi and Yuan explored the way ahead, and soon encountered a giant spirit god again. This giant spirit god seems to be very resentful about being trapped for tens of thousands of years, and is wantonly destroying the palace ruins of the Xinggong clan. It was originally destroyed by the battle, leaving only the ruins of the ruins. Under the terrifying attack of the giant spirit god, it will soon be completely ruined. Boom! A burst of golden light flashed, and a burst of dazzling golden light erupted from the place that was crushed by the giant spirit god. A piece of dagger-shaped equipment appeared in the golden light. Even the giant spirit god was stunned and then ecstatic. FK. What kind of equipment is that? Damn it, you can't let the giant spirit god get it. Purple equipment, demigod level purple equipment, grab it. Get lost, this belongs to my Xin clan. Ha ha ha, with this piece of equipment, even the giant spirit god can't stop me. The dazzling light turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Many powerful creatures nearby were stunned. Afterwards, in ecstasy, each strong man turned into light and shadow and quickly rushed towards him. Although they made no secret of their intent to snatch, they still attacked this giant spirit god with a tacit understanding. In their view, the giant spirit god is the most powerful existence, and only by joining hands to destroy this giant spirit god first, they have a chance to snatch this powerful piece of equipment. Yudeo fingering. Straight into the yellow dragon. 7 in and 8 out. 9 shallow and 1 deep. All kinds of outrageous skills shine brightly, and they are all on the body of the giant spirit god. Immediately, the giant spirit god was furious, and he gave up his plan to get the equipment. Looking back, I slapped these lifeless ants like swatting mosquitoes. Immediately, a few unlucky unknown races were instantly photographed into flesh, and blood rained in the sky. Damn it, Xin clan, you bunch of idiots, chain him by the arm. The Xin family is a group of races with very strange shapes, humanoid creatures but with cone-shaped heads. There are 4 chains made of unknown materials on the back, which seem to grow out of the flesh on the back. The tip is shining with red light. Even if it is pierced into the body of a giant spirit god, it can bring out a large handful of flesh and blood. Can do a lot of damage. You bunch of rubbish, I'm exporting, not controlling. The Xin family's temper was also not very good, so they immediately scolded back. Hide between his legs, here is their vision blindness, ah. A shrewd race seems to have discovered a blind spot and hid between the legs of the giant spirit god. He thought that the giant spirit god could not find them and was complacent, but in the next second a thick smoke burst out from the giant spirit god's buttocks. Directly drop a group of smokers from an unknown race to the ground. It seemed that he was no longer alive, and the horrific torture suddenly frightened the others into a cold sweat. Never dare to run into this blind spot again. FK. The chill Gu Xiu felt was not entirely due to the giant spirit polluting the air. There is also a group of chickens pecking at each other, not only boring, but boring. Elf sharpshooter, fire giant spirit god. Kui Judy, go get the equipment. Gu Xiu gave an order, he is here to guide the elf magician to level up. But I don't have time to watch these chickens peck each other. Whoosh. Just when a group of rookies were crazily scolding each other and cooperating in the battle, they suddenly saw arrows flying towards the sky, blocking the sun. These arrows seemed to split, and the number skyrocketed by 10 times. Every instant, it will be increased by more than 10 times, and the dense arrows are flying directly towards the giant spirit god. Immediately scare them to the point of numbness. Damn, where did the insidious villain come from? A sneak attack, you don't talk about martial arts. Humph. It's ridiculous. What kind of existence is a giant spirit god? How can it be hurt by some arrows? Small, FK. A group of creatures cursed loudly, some frightened and tried to dodge, and some dismissed them, thinking that they didn't care about their advanced strength. However, in the next second, the infinite arrow shot into the body of the giant spirit god. The giant spirit god, who was busy driving away the mosquitoes, suddenly froze, and the blood on the top of his head flowed like water. It was emptied in the blink of an eye. Boom! There was a huge roar, and the group of strong natives were like chickens. 250 billion experience gained. Elf Magician level increased by LV300. Elf Magician breaks through the upper limit of the level and triggers the ultimate evolution. Evolve into an elf Dharma god. Numerous reminders sounded, and the terrifying experience instantly raised the 2000 elf magicians to 300 levels. The elf sharpshooter has also been upgraded again, reaching level 520. Damn, demigod equipment. Damn it, stop it, the equipment belongs to my Xin clan. Poor triangular head, his head is not very good, how dare he grab it? When did the elves become so strong? It can kill the giant spirit god in an instant, this piece of equipment, it's a pity. A group of natives watched helplessly as Gu Xiu went to put away the equipment, intending to snatch it but did not have the guts. Only the so-called Xin clan, who didn't seem to be very smart, rushed forward to snatch it. Sure enough, the next second the blood-haired elf swiped his sword twice. The Xin clan died miserably. Tai-A dagger, demigod purple. Hero exclusive equipment. Requirement, 4500. Divinity, 32. Power of rules, 38. Demigod purple equipment. Gu Xiu gasped for breath, his eyes nearly popped out. Looking at the attributes, I was very excited, my divine power increased by 32 points, and there were 38 points of rule power. Although it doesn't add many attributes like the previous ordinary equipment, the increase in value can be called heaven-defying. Moreover, it is a dagger equipment, and the equipment he exploded is countless. But it's the first time to get the equipment suitable for Gu Xiu. Choi Judy, equip it for you. Thank you, Master. Gu Xiu's face was flushed, and she couldn't put it down playing with this palm-sized dagger. The workmanship is much more exquisite than that of the moon girl wooden bow. After all, it is purple equipment. Powerful power poured into Gu Xiu's body, a burst of golden light bloomed. The coercion swept over and suddenly made a group of indigenous people back away again and again, looking at Gu Xiu in awe. Blood Moon Elf Dharma God 4300. Power, 3586. Agility, 3587. 8979. Growth, 3. Thorn Halo LV1, all elves are attacked and rebound the same type of damage equal to 15% of the enemy's attack. Sprouting IV1, a seed sprouts in the enemy's body, causing damage equal to 10% of the current HP of the enemy. Golden Spirit Technique IV1, launch gold type magic, causing 10% damage to the enemy's own magic. Wood Spirit Technique IV1, activate wood magic, causing 10% damage of own magic to the enemy. 5 Elements Forbidden Curse LV1, gather the 5 elements formation, seal the enemy for 10 seconds, deal 100 times the total damage of the 5 elements magic per second plus 10 holy damage for all attributes. The magician's skills seem simple. A thorn aura can reflect enemy attacks, a sprout skill can cause percentage damage. The rest is, Li Wang Zhao, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements magic. The theoretical power is almost the same. However, there will be situations where the attributes are restrained, and the skills that restrain the enemy can cause additional damage. They all look ordinary, but the last ultimate skill is extraordinary. It belongs to the forbidden spell level spell, which belongs to the powerful control skill. The damage is linked to the other 5 basic skills. If the intelligence is high enough, the power should not be underestimated. The 300 level elf law god has 60 skill points and Gu Xiu directly points the 5 element magic and forbidden spells to the 11th level. The 5 element magic comes with damage equal to 110% of its own magic value, and the forbidden spell increases the sacred damage of all attributes by 110 times. Boom! There was a roaring sound, and a giant spirit god came over. Gu Xiu raised his brows. Elf Dharma God, try the forbidden spell. 5 elements forbidden curse. An elf god took a step forward and made a formula in his hand. A huge 5-color beam of light with a diameter of 1000 meters suddenly appeared at the feet of the giant spirit god, and in an instant the beams of light were connected and directly irradiated on the giant spirit god. The gigantic body of the giant spirit god froze slightly. The damage up to 1.4 billion floated out from the head of the giant spirit god, and the elves and gods came out one by one. The 5-element forbidden curse magic kept piling up on the giant spirit god, and the giant spirit god, who was barely struggling at the beginning. In an instant, they were all sealed within the 5-color beam of light, unable to move any more. The damage of more than 1.4 billion is constantly emerging, and it collapses and shakes in an instant. Chapter 103. FK. Gu Xiu was stunned. He was only interested in the control ability of the 5 elements forbidden mantra. The control time of the 11th level 5-element forbidden spell is as long as 1 minute, which can be described as the strongest control skill. However, I didn't expect the damage to be equally terrifying. With the blessing of guardian elves, the 300-level elf law god has a full 700,000 intelligence. The magic value is as much as 14 million. The attack of the 5 elements magic is 110% of the mana value, and the 5 elements forbidden spell can be multiplied by 100 times, which is a total of 1.4 billion. On the contrary, it is almost negligible to be 100 times of the 3-dimensional sum of the latter itself. It's just that the holy damage provided works, completely ignoring the magic resistance of the giant spirit god. A total of 1.4 billion terrifying damage per second was shot. The terrifying giant spirit god fell down and died, which brought the level of the elves and magic gods to skyrocket again. Raised to level 330. The natives who hadn't had time to walk away felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. First, countless arrows rain instantly killed a giant spirit god, and now it is another spell that instantly kills a giant spirit god again. In their eyes, the giant spirit gods who are slowly worn to death by time are as easy as chopping melons and vegetables in the hands of others. You can even change tricks to kill in seconds, which is simply too much. It's a sacred place for upgrading. Gu Xiu was very excited. The experience of the giant spirit god was too exaggerated. Every time you kill a giant spirit god, it will inevitably bring about a soaring level, and the improvement of strength is like riding a rocket. Scatter hunting. Now that he initially possessed several combat powers capable of hunting giant spirit gods, Gu Xiu thought for a while and decided to separate the team. Gathering together is a waste of fighting power. Kui Judy, lead half of the elf archers. Luna, lead the other half of the elf archers. 623 Shadow Song, lead the elf Dharma god. Moon Girl, lead the Ranger of Light. Divide into 4 teams and hunt freely. Now that he has thoroughly figured out the situation of the Xinggong ruins, Gu Xiu directly sent all the troops over. 4,000 elven sharpshooters can instantly kill giant spirit gods in 1 round, and elven magic gods can also be imprisoned for instant kills. The Bright Ranger is too destructive, and it is more suitable for targeting enemies in a wide range, but not for giants like the giant spirit god. But the Moon Girl can kill the giant spirit god in seconds, and bring the Light Ranger to upgrade. Yes, Master. As many as 20,000 troops scattered in all directions. Of all the arms, only Yuana is left, and her growth potential is only 3 stars. At this stage, although he still has the strength to single-handedly destroy other lords. But here at Gu Xiu, it has gradually fallen behind. Master, am I too useless? In the quiet world of lords, Yuana murmured while lying in Gu Xiu's arms. Since the appearance of the second hero Choi Judy, she has felt a crisis. Therefore, I have been working hard to upgrade, because I am afraid that one day I will be eliminated because of my poor strength. However, the gap in growth potential is there, and it cannot be changed by acquired efforts. No matter how hard she struggles, she can only watch the gap getting bigger and bigger. Now several other heroes can lead a hunting team alone, only she. Not even qualified to enter the ruins of the palace, she couldn't help but feel lost when she thought of this. Your role is not here. There is no need to force yourself to compare with them. Gu Xiu caressed Yuana's flowery hair and comforted her. After all, she has had skin-to-skin relationship, has independent thought and wisdom, and is not an item. How can it be discarded at will? But Yuana's strength is indeed a bit too bad. Gu Xiu pondered slightly, took out a source crystal. This thing can be used to synthesize spirit jade. He has 6 in his hand. Originally, I planned to reserve some medium-sized spirit crystal mines to make up 50 to recruit a 15-star hero. But now it seems that it is necessary to strengthen Yuana's strength. Synthesize 14-star spirit jade. Gu Xiu took out 5 source crystals and chose to synthesize them. Obtain Lingyu 14 stars. 14-star spirit jade, you can directly recruit a hero with the lowest 14 stars. Of course, the chances of recruiting 15-star heroes are so low that they can be ignored. Similarly, you can also upgrade a low-level hero to 14 stars. Gu Xiu looked at Yuana, with her skills and potential. To be honest, it is not worthy of the 14-star spirit jade. But a life with intelligence and emotion cannot be calculated simply by value. With his strength, there is no urgent need to improve his strength now, and it is not too wasteful to improve Yuana's strength. Master, Yuana stared blankly at the 14-star spirit jade in Gu Xiu's hand, and seemed to understand Gu Xiu's thoughts. Immediately trembling with excitement, he hugged Gu Xiu fiercely uncontrollably. The clothes slipped off her body. She is a 3-star hero. But receiving such great love from the master, dedicating everything to the master is not enough to repay the kindness. FK. Gu Xiu was startled. Didn't it mean that elves should be very pure? Why are you so bold when you come to him? It's all from the moon well. Use the 14-star spirit jade. An hour later, the sky has darkened and the blood moon rises into the sky. It's just that there is no longer the grand occasion of the beast tide of the whole people, only Yuana who is lazily lying on Gu Xiu's body. And a messy bed of cork and rattan. This thing is made by Yuana, it is much more comfortable than Simmons. The spirit jade in her hand turned into a ball of moonlight that fell from the sky and landed on Yuana. At the same time, Yuana's aura also began to change drastically, and her aura became stronger and stronger. Like a fairy walking out of the moon, noble and holy. Yuana 4323. Elf Hero, Guardian of the Jungle. 12369. Agility, 12367. 77,280. Growth, Ajed 14. Hero Halo, increase all friendly units by 50% ranged attack. Entwining Technique V11, manipulate the underground roots to entangle enemies within a kilometer around, making them unable to move for 11 seconds. Summoning Treeman V11, give life to plants, have 10 times the attributes of heroes, fight for heroes for 60 minutes. Weeping Blood Demon Flower LV11, summon the demon flower to inherit the hero 1100% attack, and reduce the enemy's overall attributes by 20%. Paralyzing Vine LV10, summon the paralyzing vine to attach to the Weeping Blood Demon Flower, the additional paralyzing attack can interrupt the enemy's spell casting. Flower of Glory LV11, summon a Flower of Glory, increase the attributes of all friendly units by 150%. Fountain of Cleansing LV10, clear all enemy gain buffs, dispel friendly unit debuff buffs. Jianmu LV10, breed a Jianmu seed, which can be spawned once a day, and has the power to reach the sky. The 14-star Yuana, her attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes. Most notably the name change. Formerly the Guardian of the Jungle, now the Guardian of the Jungle. Although still not super explosive, it has become a map cannon. As far as the field of vision is, her hands are as long. Not only attacks, but also the auxiliary skills Blossom of Radiance and Fountain of Cleansing. That alone is enough to make your scalp tingle. FK, I am worthy of being a 14-star hero, too perverted. Gu Xiu was amazed, the growth of hero attributes brought by 14 stars is actually nothing. The key is the abnormality of skills. Only the last skill, Gu Xiu looked a little confused. Whether it is other heroes or ordinary troops. The last skill must be a core skill, and the effect is clear at a glance. But this Jian Mu. Gu Xiu rubbed his head, feeling a little puzzled, no attack or defense. It seems to be an auxiliary skill, and this is a one-time skill. There is no such thing as a cooldown. Jian Mu? Is it the legendary Jian Mu that runs between heaven and earth? Also known as the Tree of the World. Gu Xiu murmured slightly expectantly, if it is as he thought. I'm afraid this skill is the most valuable existence. Yana, breed Jian Mu seeds. Yes, master. Yuana's pretty face was flushed with excitement, her eyes narrowed slightly to carefully feel the majestic power in her body. Hearing that he had activated the wood-building skill, a mysterious force was slowly bred in his palm. Gu Xiu, who was still in contact with the negative distance, only felt terrified. This force is not strong, it can even be considered weak. But its profoundness is enough to shock the world, even a mortal who doesn't understand anything here. I can also feel its horror, this is an indescribable power. If you use the closest words to describe. It's as if this is not a seed, but a world. That's right. What Yuana is holding in her hands seems to be a world that is being conceived. After a while, the mysterious light converged. Gu Xiu looked at this seed with a strange expression, and felt that everything just now seemed to be in a dream. This is the Jianmu seed. Gu Xiu asked incredulously, this is obviously an ordinary apricot core. Not to mention the mysterious aura, there is not even a trace of energy fluctuations. Probably. Yuana's pretty face turned even redder, and she was not sure. Gu Xiu's face twitched slightly and he was speechless. Forget it, find a place to plant it. Yuana nodded in shame, the master spent a precious 14-star spirit jade to improve her strength. In the end, I returned a seed like this. It's really a bit disappointing to the master's cultivation. Pay attention to the battlefield of the Xinggong ruins, get an appropriate assist to gain some experience, and raise your level up. Gu Xiu lay comfortably on the bed and ordered. It's not bad for Juana to become a map cannon, at least someone can serve him in the territory. Yes, master. Yuana is also quite happy, she is now a map gun. With Gu Xiu's shared vision authority, you can use skills across the world. Just rub the giant spirit god's assist to score points of damage, and the level will soar rapidly. Even better than the separate teams, because she can gain the experience of 4 teams at the same time. Chapter 104. After Gu Xiu divided his subordinates into 4 teams, the hunting efficiency increased significantly. On the list that countless lords are paying attention to, a new name appears at this time. This means that there is a new strong man who has the power to kill such a terrifying giant spirit god, which immediately attracted the shock of countless lords. FK, Li Erniu, the god of Shepherd Realm? The name of a strong man, is it so random? Killed a giant spirit god, I'm sorry, I killed 2 more. Hiss. A big boss has risen, and it's so powerful. It should be that these giant spirits have a trick. I saw with my own eyes that a group of 9-star lords in the Moon Worship Alliance were trampled to death by this giant. Giant spirit god has a fatal weakness. It must be so. The system can't create a mission that can't be completed at all. Such a terrifying monster must not be killed by brute force. At Gu Xiu, the 2 big guys tell me, what's the weakness of this giant? That's right, Yin Lao loves to share it. Damn it. Look everyone, another boss is on the list. Tianting Zhongren. Hiss. What a big tone. Heavenly Court. There must be a trick, everyone pay attention, if you find it, tell me. The kill list has always been a stage for Gu Xiu alone. All the lords watched Gu Xiu kill the giant spirit god alone, the number of heads soared. I have long been envious and jealous to the point of hatred, and even once burned to the point that Gu Xiu is a cowardly remark. Continuously spread among the lords, countless lords believed it was true. However, at this time, 2 lords appeared on the list one after another. Moreover, the head of the boss Li Ernia with a very random name soared one after another, and within a few minutes there was already one person. The new speech swept the world again. The giant spirit god has an Achilles heel. Whoever finds this weakness can kill it easily. Suddenly, countless lords went crazy, and many of them had seen Gu Xiu's level increase after killing the giant spirit god. A little publicity about the vast experience of the giant spirit god has made countless lords jealous beyond recognition. One by one, they stood up and demanded several people to announce the weakness of the giant spirit god, bluntly saying that this is the wealth of all the lords. It should not be monopolized by a few lords. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately received the support of countless lords, and they frantically added in the chat room. However, it is undoubtedly wishful thinking for the weak to make rules for the strong to abide by. After being ignored for a long time, I had to die without a problem. Weakness? Weakness is that they are not strong enough. Under a certain ruin, tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals stood neatly. Next to it is the corpse of a giant spirit god who just died. Zhang Ren looked at the chat room with disdain, these ridiculous remarks that made them surrender their weaknesses. Don't be afraid to make people laugh out loud. Even if there is such a way, a fool will not hand it over. But there are still so many lords who hold the hope of 1 in a billion and echo the clamor. It is nothing more than envy, jealousy, and hatred. But this kind of envy, jealousy, and hatred of the weak is so powerless. It's as if a strong person overruled a weak person's veto with 1 vote. With the power of rules, it will be even more powerful in the future, and it will not be so slow next time. Zhang Ren closed the chat room, too lazy to watch the incompetent fury of those weak. Muttering, he looked at the demigod weapon with terrifying attributes in his hand. He was really reluctant to dismantle such a powerful attribute. But there is no way, the 500 level requirement. He will really not be able to reach it for a while. It's not that I don't have enough experience in killing giant spirit gods, but the upper limit of the level of the arms. Even if he is a 10th tier soldier, he needs a full level 5th tier weapon to reach the upper limit of 500. Yes, limit him to the 3rd tier unit at the highest level. The tier 4 territory is expected to be upgraded tomorrow morning, let alone tier 5. Therefore, even if he was extremely reluctant, he could only disassemble the whiteboard demigod equipment with tears in his eyes. Turn it into the power of rules for the hero Neza to absorb, and use it to provide a new history. Gu Xiu, wait for me, I will definitely catch up with you. Zhang Ren looked resolute, and opened the kill list casually. Get ready to see how far you are from your goals so you can provide some powerful motivation. First place, Gu Xiu. Kill count, 32. Oh, but 3, 12. Zhang Ren was preparing to despise the enemy strategically to cheer himself up, but when he saw the numbers clearly, his voice suddenly changed. Looking at the 2-digit number in disbelief, if he remembers correctly. The last time I saw the kill list was half an hour ago, when Gu Xiu just broke double digits. My mother, I killed more than 20 giant spirit gods in half an hour. Zhang Ren's face turned green, and he couldn't help but swear directly. Killing more than 20 giant spirit gods in half an hour is equivalent to 1 every minute? Looking at the success that took me half an hour, I just felt that a mouthful of old blood was almost spurted out. Before his great ambition set sail, he was trampled to the ground. The huge blow made him take a few steps back and almost couldn't stand still. FK. This Gu Xiu can't really be in a hole. Zhang Ren couldn't help complaining, 1 giant spirit god every minute. Such a terrifying output only made his scalp tingle. No. I can't take it anymore, I must surpass Gu Xiu this time. Zhang Renqiang held back the huge blow to comfort himself, and kept cheering himself up. I have the power of rules, and Neza's level has also risen to level 120. I have unlocked the magic weapon, the fire-pointed spear, and my strength has at least doubled. The 20,000 heavenly soldiers have reached their full level, and their output has skyrocketed. To kill the giant spirit god again, the time should be at least doubled. I can definitely do it. As the number of giant spirit gods killed, the strength will skyrocket, and the speed will only get faster and faster. The more Zhang Ren said, the more confident he was, as if he had seen that when he came from behind to win the championship. I am the son of destiny. After uttering the last sentence, Zhang Ren stood proudly at the peak of Lingxiao Hall. Looking up at the moon with hands behind their backs, the croaking of frogs in the night quieted down at this moment. It was as if he had been captured by his awe-inspiring aura. Humph, I want to record it, kill 10 giant spirit gods within an hour, catch up with Gu Xiu within 3 hours, and surpass before dawn. Zhang Ren's blood was boiling with his own bowl of chicken soup, and he opened the kill list again. He must keep Gu Xiu's record in his heart and always be a customer of himself. FK, 36 again. Zhang Ren stared dumbfounded at the slowly beating numbers, as if his heart had been hit by an 80-jin hammer. The self-confidence that had just risen was suddenly discouraged, and he collapsed powerlessly to the ground and spurted out a counterattack. Grieving and indignant, he raised his head and looked up at the moon. God! Forget it, a gentleman hides his treasures in his body and waits for the moment to move. Phew! I will bear it. The record on the killing list is constantly beating, and more lords have successfully entered the list. There are names familiar to countless lords, and names that have never been heard. But without exception, they will all be famous all over the world from now on. Naturally, Gu Xiu's abnormal jumping combat skills could not hide the attention of the lords, and soon someone discovered that the increase was abnormal. Although I rode Jueshan before, but after a few minutes, everyone got used to the speed and felt normal. But now, the skyrocketing speed is 4 times faster than before. In just a few minutes, it jumps several times in a row, and the average number of kills will increase in less than a minute. The speed is so fast that countless lords are dumbfounded. Damn it, the ancient god is a stone hammer, absolutely a fool. Nima, kill 4 giant spirit gods in 3 minutes? I couldn't find one in 3 minutes. Why are you looking for the giant spirit god? Afraid that the stones on the ground will burn his feet? One thing to say, the speed of the ancient god is really abnormal. It will take a few minutes to find a giant spirit god. I know what the ancient gods opened. It's wrong to modify it. Directly modify the numbers on the record list. Can you stop dreaming? Do you think you are playing a game from Goose Factory? Still playing it? I'm dismounting Xiao Teng, I won't take the blame for this. After a little calculation, at least you must be able to kill the giant spirit god in seconds to achieve this record. 0. Insta-kill? This thing is a level 900 boss, how could it be insta-kill? I've seen Big Brother Zhang Ren kill the giant spirit god. Tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals fought fiercely for half an hour, and he just killed it. How can it be killed in seconds? Damn it, look at the kill list, the ancient god's kill count has reached 40. Nima. Countless lords in the chat room are dumbfounded, they can accept the increase in Gu Xiu's record. After all, he is the number 1 lord with many titles, so it is not incomprehensible to be stronger. But this Nima is too strong, right? It takes a long time for people to kill one and barely make it to the list, but you get one every minute. In such a short while, it has already broken through to the 40th barrier, and it is still not possible to let people live? Plus. In Lingxiao Bao Hall, Zhang Ren's face twitched and couldn't help but curse secretly. I completely stopped thinking about fighting for the first place, but I couldn't help but lament it again. As the 10-star lord, he pretends to be a heavenly court to the territorial world. This already represents his ambition. No matter how powerful Gu Xiu was before, or how powerful Li Wuxin was, he was not afraid. Because he is also a 10-star lord, with his cards and arrogance unmatched by others. Even if Gu Xiu keeps telling the castle world and is called an ancient god by countless lords. He was never discouraged, but now. No more. As one of the masters of Wazi Mountain, he also knows the truth about the palace ruins. Today's standings are also unknown, so the lords are pursuing crazily, but for them, those are nothing but fat sheep to feed them. When the giant spirit god comes into contact with the crisis, it's time for them to harvest points. As for Gu Xiu, who is far ahead in the kill list, the probability of winning the first place in the score list is almost certain. In other words, basically 99%, this may be the only Super 10-star unit inheritance will fall into the hands of Gu Xiu. It also means that Gu Xiu, this low-ranking lord who was once ignored by him, will suddenly become the strongest and only Super 10-star lord. Now Gu Xiu with the 6-star race is already so perverted, Gu Xiu who has become the Super 10-star lord. Is there still room for them to come back? People. Chapter 105. Ugh. An ancient melodious cry spread over the ruins of the Xingong Palace. The sound was not loud, but it had a strong penetrating power. The ruins of the palace that spread throughout the vastness have not weakened in the slightest. The voice is mellow and tortuous, like a cow, like a horse. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people, but before the countless lords understood where the voice came from, all the giant spirit gods were shocked, as if they had received some order. It's like being able to come over clearly from the muddle. Then came the life-threatening run of the infinite giant spirit god, changing the previous situation of wandering around and destroying various building ruins. Instead, they run towards the center in a unified and purposeful way. No, run away. FK, these big guys are crazy, fast. Paralysis, we were just about to kill a giant spirit god, but another giant spirit god came and destroyed the formation we had arranged for a long time. FK, who the hell did this? FK, it's not good. This is an exchange of the leaders of the giant spirit gods, and all the giant spirit gods are going to save their leaders. The leader of the giant spirit god? That giant with a height of 10,000 meters. Hiss, so many giant spirit gods, run away. The faces of countless lords turned green, and the whole earth trembled like a magnitude 12 earthquake at 650. Those with a slightly weaker strength can't stand firm at all, and those who have no time to react or are unlucky. He was trampled to death by giant spirits on the spot. Originally, only the chaos that occurred during the first wave of giant spirit god resurrection caused heavy casualties. The lords who dare to stay until now have adapted to the rhythm of the giant spirit god. While most all but a few alliances can only avoid these giants by far. But all kinds of precious treasures found in the ruins from time to time still make all ordinary lords crazy. But now, the giant spirit god went mad again. Unprepared, countless lords suffered heavy casualties again, even worse than the first time. The call of the leader of the giant spirit god. Gu Xiu's complexion changed slightly. Don't look at him killing giant spirits like slaughtering dogs. In fact, it was only because he killed the weakest 3 to 4 kilometer giant spirit gods. Just now he saw a giant spirit god with a height of more than 6,000 meters from a distance, and there was a familiar aura about him. That is the breath of divine power and rules. Obviously, some powerful giant spirit gods have recovered part of their divine power. This kind of existence is so powerful that even he dare not challenge it easily now. That terrifying giant spirit god with a height of 10,000 meters is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Once it is really out of trouble, what Super 10-star inheritance? Don't even think about it, this so-called Xingong ruins will inevitably come to naught. Click. Just when Gu Xiu's complexion changed suddenly, a piercing voice suddenly came from the sky. On the cloudy sky, a dazzling blue light shines down through the clouds. The unreachable sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth. This shocking scene immediately made the giant spirit gods who were running wild couldn't help but look up. Countless lords were even more shocked from ear to ear, watching this shocking scene for a long time unable to regain their senses. Boom! Terrifying auras came from the sky, and they were no weaker than giant spirit gods. There are even a few huge auras that even surpass the giant spirit gods, directly suffocating all the creatures in the ruins of the palace. Chest tightness like a drowning baby. The false gods of the lower realm, are you looking for death? The blue light shines, clearing all the clouds and mists in the sky. The entire face of the giant spirit god was finally exposed after losing its cover, and the figure of the leader of the giant spirit god, which was as high as 10,000 meters, appeared in everyone's eyes. The oppressive force brought by the terrifying figure immediately made countless lords look pale and gasp. And in the crack in the sky that seemed to be cut open by a knife, a large group of various races appeared. The atmosphere of terror is extremely depressing. The Divine Phoenix clan, the Yao Beard clan, and the Soul Palace, are all here. After seeing those people in the sky, Gu Xiu also frowned slightly. There are at least dozens of waves of forces, and the natives who appeared in the two palms before are all among them. Obviously, after the teleportation failed, they flew directly to the outside of the palace ruins, forcibly tore open the barrier and entered here. False god! A man with a bronze mask sneered at the leader of the giant spirit god with empty eyes, with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. A demigod who has been sealed for 100,000 years, do you think it is still 100,000 years ago? What's the meaning? The face of the leader of the giant spirit god changed slightly. 100,000 years is too long. Anything can happen. If these false gods from the lower realm dare to plot against them, it would never have happened 100,000 years ago. Obviously, the outside world has undergone earth-shaking changes in the past 100,000 years. Haha. However, the people in the Soul Palace just sneered a few times and ignored it. Standing high above the 9 heavens, looking down. However, his eyes did not fall on the eye-catching giant spirit god, but instead scanned the lords who were as small as dust. Who is the Lord Gu Xiu? Take the initiative to stand up, and I will spare you. The man in the bronze mask snorted coldly, as if the gods above were judging the sinners below. Spare him not to die? If you offend my great Yaoxu clan, you will die wherever you flee. Lord Gu Xiu belongs to my Phoenix clan. Hehe, I want Gu Xiu right now. A group of gangsters sneered in the sky and started arguing. Countless eyes searched for Gu Xiu's trace on the ground. Countless lords suddenly looked weird, and they couldn't help feeling a little bit bitter in their hearts. FK, what's up with Gu Xiu? Needless to say, it's obviously offending these strong men. This is the end. I know, in the giant's palm just now, Big Boss Gu Xiu killed the Black Water Xian Snake, Soul Breaker, and the Yaoxu clan. He is here for revenge. Hiss. Isn't Gu Xiu looking for death? F***ck, Brother Xiu in society, people don't talk too much, even dare to kill NPCs. Hehe, I'm used to being arrogant and really think I'm invincible? I'm afraid I'm going to fall down now. Haha, it's time to die long ago. Gu Xiu, a despicable villain, opened the ruins of the palace and killed so many lords. He has mastered the weakness of the giant spirit god and is still unwilling to share Dam Shen. That's right, I always thought that I was number 1 in the world, and that no one could cure him. The lords whispered, countless people gloated. Especially those who clamored for Gu Xiu to share the weakness of the giant spirit god, but they didn't get the answer they wanted. Therefore, he has a grudge against Gu Xiu, but suffers from being too weak to do anything to Gu Xiu. Now seeing some strong NPCs coming to name and kill Gu Xiu, all of them suddenly became excited. Judging by their appearance, they don't know where Gu Xiu is, otherwise they will probably compete to be the leading party. Lord Gu Xiu, you'd better take the initiative to die, otherwise I will kill one of your lords every minute. No one responded from the demigod, and the voice of the man in the bronze mask of the Soul Palace was cold. Stretch out your hand and claws, a black magic power swirls in the palm of your hand. A lord who was watching the excitement on the ground suddenly flew into the sky uncontrollably. All arms were covered by a black ball of light, flew up into the sky and fell into the hands of the bronze-masked man. "I'll give you a minute, if you don't come out, this person will die." Sen Leng's voice made people chill, and the lord who was caught in the sky was even more confused. Then it crashed instantly. "Why are you looking for Gu Xiu? Why are you arresting me?" "My lord, please forgive me, I'm not Gu Xiu, I caught the wrong person." The Schadenfreude lord suddenly went crazy, begging for mercy again and again. "It's none of my business that you killed Gu Xiu. I really want to kill Gu Xiu too. Of course I know that you are not Gu Xiu, but you must be related as lords. If Gu Xiu doesn't come out, you will die." The bronze-masked man sneered, slowly tightening the black light ball. A group of orcs inside screamed and were squeezed to death. "What the hell am I?" The unlucky lord vomited blood depressedly, wanting to curse. However, the man in the bronze mask predicted his prediction and directly sealed his mouth. "I paralyzed Gu Xiu, come out quickly, if you don't come out, Lao Tzu's soldiers will die." Drafting. One person does things and the other person is responsible. If you have the guts to do it, you can hide from your mother. The unlucky lord had no choice but to curse in the chat room. In his opinion, he was completely innocent. It's really unlucky to watch a good show but get caught and threaten Gu Xiu, who I have never seen before. Whether you die or not, it's none of my business. Gu Xiu sneered, speaking for the first time in the chat room. "No matter how dirty your mouth is, believe it or not, I will kill you." The cool aristocratic style made the chat room suddenly quiet. Seeing Gu Xiu's murderous answer, many lords suddenly felt cold at 2.7. No matter how much they disagree with Gu Xiu, it is undeniable that Gu Xiu's strength is terrifying. If Gu Xiu really wanted to kill anyone, no matter how many star lords they were, they would have to weigh it carefully. "FGFR, you are so awesome, don't hide, I just scold you, what's wrong? You don't know Lao Tzu's coordinates, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The unlucky lord was suffocated, and then he cursed crazily. He thought very well, and he didn't expose the coordinates. Unless the random intrusion happened to hit him, it doesn't matter if he is Gu Xiu or the old god. He couldn't believe his luck was so bad. "Very good, I hope you won't be so stubborn later." Gu Xiu sneered, murderous look in his eyes. It was the first time that he had such a killing intent towards a lord. Use the positioning radar to query the coordinates of Lord Fang Hua. Lord Fang Hua, coordinates 1,12986. Invasion. The corners of Gu Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This is the first time to take the initiative to invade another lord, just because this person's mouth is too cheap. Warning! Warning! A lord is invading, please deploy defenses immediately. Chapter 106. In Fang Hua's Lord World, Fang Hua, who had just been PD off, managed to let out a breath of anger. Things in the ruins of the palace can only be considered unlucky. In fact, if he is Gu Xiu, he will never take the initiative to come out to die. After all, he threatened him with other lords. It's just brain teasing. What does the life and death of other lords have to do with me? But when this other lord is him, the so-called decides the head. Obviously he doesn't think so. Humph, are you still threatening me? Without my world coordinates, no matter how powerful you are, your efforts will be in vain. Fang Hua snorted coldly, although he couldn't beat Gu Xiu. But it doesn't affect him to say a few words about Gu Xiu, after all, he doesn't have his own world coordinates. Who can help him? Suddenly, a piercing warning sound came. A mysterious vortex slowly takes shape in the small lord's world. Thinking of what Gu Xiu said just now, Fang Hua's heart twitched violently. His complexion changed drastically, and an ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. No, it should be a coincidence. Fang Hua comforted himself in this way, and hurriedly returned the other few troops. It should be a random invasion, the enemy may not be strong, I still have a chance. Fang Hua murmured, but his pale complexion and the cold sweat on his forehead couldn't conceal the fear in his heart. In just 3 seconds, Fang Hua suffered as if 3 years had passed. The vortex finally took shape, and an elf with fair skin, pointed ears, and soft flowers walked out slowly. Elves. Gu Xiu. The luck in his heart was completely shattered, Fang Hua's eyes darkened and he almost fainted at 09. But after seeing that there was only one person here, I immediately felt a sense of gratitude for the rest of my life. 1. Only one. Elf archer, there is only one elf archer, Tongshu, you are really arrogant. Feeling rejoiced and then embarrassed, in his opinion, Gu Xiu's move is undoubtedly a huge humiliation. Even sending only one unit to invade, the harm is not very harmful and the insult is extremely strong. Damn, the coordinates are exposed, even if this elf archer is killed, he will still die next time. Fang Hua's face was constantly changing, and the exposure of the coordinates undoubtedly opened the door for a lord. It is possible to be invaded at any time, this is simply courting death. Even after this time, the next time Gu Xiu comes to invade again is as easy as eating and drinking water. Call out. Hey? What's the sound? Fang Hua's expression kept changing, and when he was thinking about how to deal with it. The elf sharpshooter is too lazy to care so much, he bends his bow and knocks his arrows. All arrows are fired. What? Impossible. Fang Hua watched in horror as a rain of arrows descended, and opened his mouth in horror. I couldn't figure it out, obviously only one archer invaded. Why does it seem like 10,000 archers are invading? Boom! In the next second, the arrow flies. His remaining thousands of first-tier units were wiped out in an instant, and countless arrows pierced through his body in an instant. The dignified lord was shot into a sieve in an instant, his eyes fell blankly. Before I die, I only have endless regrets in my heart, if I don't take advantage of the quickness of my tongue. How good it would be! Swallow. Gu Xiu ordered coldly, and then posted the battle report in the chat room. Gu Xiu successfully invaded Lord Fang Hua and devoured the world of Lord Fang Hua. The appearance of the blood-red battle report immediately made countless lords feel agitated. From Fang Hua swearing, to Gu Xiu's warning, to Fang Hua ignoring and continuing to curse. Now that the battle report appears, it takes no more than 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the Lord Fang Hua was completely dead. The world of the Lord was smashed and swallowed, the only evidence he set up in this world. Probably the remaining thousands of units captured by the Soul Palace. FK, is it true or not? This efficiency is too fast, and how does Gu Xiu know his world coordinates? Don't you know that there is a prop that can accurately locate and find coordinates? What? There are such props. FK, how can we ordinary lords live with this thing? No way, no way. You ordinary lords are still planning to fight for hegemony? Why don't you hurry up and find a big brother to hug your thigh and wait to be crushed in the future? Damn, this is too scary, just a few seconds, a world of lords has been wiped out. Freedom of speech, speech is no longer free. Countless lords were terrified, and the lords who were yelling madly just now turned pale. I can't wait to slap myself a few times, just trying to make a quick mouth. Fortunately, Gu Xiu didn't argue with them, otherwise Fang Hua's end might be their end. There are also ordinary lords who are trembling and ready to find a backer. In the past, everyone thought that it was safe to expose themselves without coordinates. In the chat room, one by one incarnates as keyboard warriors and crazily hates people, even 9-star and 10-star lords can still be mad. After all, I feel that I am safe, no one can do anything to me. But now it's different, Nima boss can really come along the network cable to chop himself. There is a price to pay for being a keyboard warrior, who dares to point out the country and spit thousands of miles? Roar! There was a loud noise, and a huge slap came suddenly. The giant spirit god, who is not shorter than the leader of the giant spirit god, appears, and the speed is beyond imagination. Even those powerful NPC powerhouses didn't have time to react, they were shot flying like a ball. And the last evidence of Fang Hua's existence, the arms imprisoned by the Soul Palace. It was wiped out directly under this palm, and lost the last trace of existence. Humph! How dare a group of false gods blaspheme the gods? We will destroy you first and then return to the god realm. A cold snort came from the leader of the giant spirit god, although he was blind and unable to move. But he still doesn't pay attention to these strong natives, and he doesn't bother to wait for them to settle accounts with the so-called Gu Xiu first. The giant spirit gods under him have recovered from the brief moment of shock just now. After receiving the order from the leader, he immediately acted again. Frantically rushing towards the central area, the scalps of other lords suddenly became numb. No longer caring about Fang Hua's destruction just now, he ran for his life. They don't want to be meat pads for these Big Macs. Don't let them get close to the giant spirit god leader, first join hands to block them. An unknown NPC rushed to the sky again and shouted, with a huge sword in his hand flying across the sky. Slashed fiercely towards a giant spirit god. Laugh! Like the sound of cutting leather, the giant sword received a lot of resistance. There was a flash of divine light on the person holding the sword, and he immediately raised the sword and dropped it. The giant spirit god with a height of 3,000 meters was cut into 2 parts directly, and died on the spot. Boom! Then a gigantic spirit god with a height of more than 5,000 meters appeared, and its 1,000-meter-long arm swept across like a sky pillar. The tyrannical force directly knocked the huge sword into the air, and the person holding the sword trembled and spit out blood, and was sent flying. The giant spirit god chased after him in great strides, and I don't know if this person can escape the pursuit. Giant Spirit God 41005. Demigod Boss 15/150. Power of Rules 1-2. With a glimpse, Gu Xiu saw the attributes of this giant spirit god. His face was serious, the reason why he didn't bother to pay attention to the clamor of those NPCs in Soul Hall was not because he was afraid of them. But it is completely unnecessary, the strength of the giant spirit god is recovering rapidly. The lowest level 3,000 meter giant spirit god has recovered a little or two of divine power. It is getting more and more difficult to kill, and this kind of 4 to 5 km is even more of a skyrocketing attribute. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable it is for him. How can he have time to play heads up with those NPCs? The most important thing is to fight the boss as soon as possible. Development is the most important thing. For example, this kind of giant spirit god with more than 5,000 meters is no longer a hero that can be singled out. Even the elf sharpshooter is not so easy to fight, after all, the giant spirit god can hide. With God's blessing, the output of the elf sharpshooter will be greatly reduced, and if one is not careful, it may be counter-killed and suffer heavy losses. It is really not to be underestimated. The entire Xingang ruins were in chaos, even if the strong native NPCs were taken down. From time to time, you can also see blood spilling in the sky, there are too many giant spirits. And the strength is recovering rapidly. The NPCs who came late obviously miscalculated the strength of the giant spirit god. Although 200 can occasionally kill a few giant spirit gods, most of them are chased by the giant spirit god and run away. Countless giants are like beating mosquitoes, only 2 giant hands are waving in the air. It is a deadly threat to them. Go to the central area and join forces to stop it. A strange strong man with 2 heads roared, each fights, let alone blocking the giant spirit gods to rescue their leader. It's hard to protect yourself. But they obviously have some whole cards, and they are sure to block these giant spirits after joining forces. Others did not object, and a group of strong natives flew towards the center one after another. The expressions of the other lords also changed, everyone could see the danger in the center. If it fails, I am afraid that none of them will be able to escape, but with a group of strong NPCs. Even if it is a mixed assist, you can get a lot of experience, and the benefits are also extremely expensive. How to choose your own judgment? Someone gritted his teeth and followed the natives to the center. There are also people who shook their heads and gave up and went desperately. The giant spirits and gods ran wildly and almost completely crushed the entire palace site into ruins, and at the same time exposed a lot of treasures. Someone even picked up a 12-star spirit jade, and was immediately ecstatic. Countless lords were envious, jealous, and hated, and there was a wave of treasure hunting. Damn Li Erniu, you dare to kill my three-headed snake clan, don't run away. A gloomy and vicious voice came from afar, and then a one-legged Kuei Niu hopped and ran fast. There is actually a child with pink hair and oily noodles sitting on the Kuei Niu. Behind is a hydra, its huge body is hardly weaker than the black water snake. But it has 3 heads, and it is quickly chasing Kuei Niu. Yet? Kuei Niu. Gu Xiu looked back at the one-legged green ox in amazement. This thing turned out to be the legendary Kuei ox. I didn't expect that there were people who randomly found this magical race, and their strength was extremely strong. He was able to kill the native NPC powerhouse. Brother, run away, that is a strong native, extremely powerful. Li Erniu saw Gu Xiu, and kindly reminded him while running.